Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
On the way, Harry barely stopped talking. "Professor, what were my parents like at school? Did they ever get into trouble? Were they really that good at Quidditch?" Dumbledore answered patiently. He spoke of Lily's brilliance, James's confidence, their friends, their laughter, even the quiet years after graduation. Ian listened in silence. If the old man had chosen a different path, he thought he could have been a remarkable storyteller instead of a strategist. Soon, they arrived at Godric's Hollow. The village was peaceful, almost ordinary. In the center stood a monument like a war memorial. Harry froze. "Professor, that's..." Ian followed his gaze. A statue of 4 figures, a messy-haired man with glasses, a beautiful woman with kind eyes, and 2 infant boys cradled in their arms. "Your parents," Dumbledore said gently, "James and Lily, and the 2 children are you and Ian." Harry stepped forward slowly. He brushed away fallen leaves from the base and revealed the engraved words, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Tears gathered in Harry's eyes. Ian felt something tighten in his chest. For a second he forgot about Dumbledore standing quietly behind them observing. "Idiot, don't cry," but his eyes still reddened slightly. He stepped beside Harry and said softly, voice low, "Death isn't the end, being forgotten is." Harry wiped his face and looked at him. "I'm not alone anymore," he said. "Even if Mum and Dad are gone, I still have you." Ian placed a hand on his shoulder. "You'll never be alone." Dumbledore watched the brothers with warm, unreadable eyes. "James and Lily would be proud," he said kindly. "Come, let us visit the Potter home." The manor stood beyond the village. When it came into view, even Ian stopped. "So big," he muttered under his breath. He knew the Potters were wealthy, he just hadn't expected this. He stepped inside, taking in polished floors, tall windows, antique furniture, and silently cursed Voldemort. He should have grown up here, not in an orphanage. Just then a sharp voice echoed through the hall. "Who dares trespass into the Potter manor?" A house elf appeared near the doorway. Large ears, bulging eyes, thin limbs that looked slightly too long for its body. "Lombard," Dumbledore said calmly. The elf blinked. "Professor Dumbledore, you?" Then he saw the boys. His eyes widened until they looked ready to pop. "Master Harry, Master Ian," he shrieked. They looked just like Master James and Madame Lily. "Oh heavens, Lombard will faint." Ian and Harry stared. "Was this normal?" "Lombard," Dumbledore said mildly, "you're frightening them." The elf gasped and immediately began hitting himself. Bad Lombard, scaring the young masters." Ian winced. "Please stop," he said quickly. "There's no need for that." Lombard froze at once. "Lombard listens to Master Ian. What does Master Ian command?" Ian rubbed his temple and glanced at Dumbledore. "Has he always been like this?" "He is enthusiastic," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "And deeply loyal." He explained that Lombard had served the Potter family for generations and had remained behind to guard and maintain the estate after James and Lily's deaths. Harry listened quietly. Ian nodded. It made sense. Living here after the attack would have been dangerous. Master Ian. "Master Harry," Lombard squeaked. "Are you hungry, thirsty? Lombard will prepare everything, or perhaps show you the manor first." "Yes, the manor first." "Lombard," Ian interrupted gently, "calm down." The elf instantly fell silent. Ian took a breath. "You've been managing the Potter family properties all this time." Lombard straightened proudly. "Yes, Master Ian, following the plans left by Master James and Madame Lily. Lombard would never touch a single nut that is not his." Ian studied him carefully. Managing an estate this large without collapse was no small feat. Loyal or not, the elf was competent. "We'll discuss the business later," Ian said calmly. "For now, show us around." He glanced at Dumbledore. "Professor, will you join us?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I must return to Hogwarts. I will come for you later." He gave them both a final, thoughtful look before departing. When the door closed and the old wizard's presence vanished, Ian's shoulders relaxed slightly. "All right, Lombard," he said. "Lead the way." The house elf beamed and began eagerly guiding the 2 brothers through the vast halls of the Potter Manor. The old Potter Manor was enormous, yet everything inside was immaculate. Lombard had maintained it perfectly, not a speck of dust out of place. Ian walked through the halls, listening to the elf's detailed explanations, silently impressed. Efficient, organized, loyal, very useful. "Lombard," Ian asked casually, "are you the only house elf serving the family?" "No, Master Ian," Lombard replied proudly. "The Potter family has 11 more house elves. Lombard sent them to supervise the family businesses. They are not currently in the manor." Ian smiled faintly. "So you're their leader." Lombard scratched his head, embarrassed. Lombard manages them, yes, they listen well. Good, Ian said, patting his shoulder. Keep it that way. The elf nearly glowed with happiness. After touring most of the estate, Ian judged the timing was right. Take Harry and me to the study, he said calmly. We need to review the family affairs. Yes, Master Ian. The study occupied the far end of the second floor. Books lined the walls. Filing cabinets filled one side of the room. All industry records are here, Lombard explained, pointing to a cabinet, sorted by category, ready for inspection. Ian selected a document and began reading. Harry followed, somewhat less enthusiastically. After some time, Ian closed the file and looked at Lombard. From now on, you will assist Harry and me in managing the Potter family's business. Understood? Lombard stood straight. Yes, Master Ian. Then his expression shifted slightly. However, now that both young masters have returned, the head of the Potter family must be decided. Ian raised a brow. Head of the family. Master James divided the assets equally, Lombard explained, but certain properties can only belong to the official head, the manor deed, family heirlooms, and controlling shares. And who decides? Ian asked calmly. Master James did not designate one. The final authority lies with the portrait of the old master Flamel Potter, your grandfather. Ian's interest sharpened. Take us to him. They were led to a room on the third floor. Portraits covered the walls, generations of Potters watching silently. Ian and Harry bowed. I am Ian Potter. This is my brother Harry Potter. We are the children of James and Lily. The portraits immediately erupted into chatter. James's sons, they've grown so much. The younger one favors Lily. The elder has James's face. The noise lasted several minutes before gradually settling. We seek our grandfather, Ian said respectfully. May we speak with him? A voice from the corner answered, I am here. An elderly wizard with white hair and stern features gazed at them from his frame. Flamel Potter. Ian and Harry bowed again. Grandfather. Flamel studied them carefully. You carry the Potter blood well. What brings you here? Ian explained the situation briefly, the need to appoint a family head. Flamel nodded. And what do you two think? Before Ian could speak, Harry did. I think Ian should be head of the family. Ian turned in surprise. Harry met his gaze seriously. Ian is more suited for it. He's smarter, more decisive. I don't care much about business. Ian opened his mouth to object. It wouldn't look right to accept immediately, but Flamel cut him off. Enough, I have decided. Both brothers looked up. Ian will be head of the Potter family. His voice carried finality. Ian, lead our family toward greater honor. Ian bowed deeply without hesitation. Yes, grandfather, I will not disappoint you. Behind them, Lombard looked deeply satisfied. During the tour, he had already sensed the dynamic. Master Ian was calm, commanding, deliberate. Master Harry was kind and willing to yield. Though younger, Ian possessed the temperament of a leader. Lombard straightened proudly. From this day forward, he would serve the new head of the Potter family. After becoming the head of the family, Ian called Harry and Lombard to the study to prepare to divide the family property. Since Dad has divided the family property into two, he needs to open another vault. Ian said to Harry and Lombard while flipping through the documents, Harry, I will transfer your part into it and then you can withdraw it freely. Okay. Harry nodded and agreed immediately after hearing this. He didn't think that Ian was dividing the family with him, but Ian was the head of the family now and needed to divide these things clearly. After all, the two brothers could spend their money together regardless of whose money it was. In response, Ian said, I didn't say that. This is the most profitable Runfa potion factory in our family. I want to keep the shares of the factory, and I will convert your part into gold galleons according to the market value and put it into your vault. As he said that, Ian handed a document to Harry. Harry took the document and took a look at it and was shocked by the long list of numbers on it. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, million. Harry looked at Ian in surprise. Our factory is worth so much money. Of course, this is our family's cornucopia. Ian looked at Harry's surprised expression, and Sanjiason showed a smug smile on his face. It can be said that the hair care industry of Wizard Bay has been monopolized by our family. Harry swallowed his saliva. Doesn't it mean that you can make money by lying down every day? In theory, it's right. Ian nodded. As long as the factory doesn't go bankrupt, you can make money by lying down every day. That's really rich. Harry said in a vague tone, looking at the numbers on the document. Is he a multimillionaire now? No, a billionaire. Because in addition to the factory, Ian also converted all his other properties into gold galleons and added them together. Okay, don't look at it. I will deposit all this money into the vault for you. Ian looked at Harry's appearance and couldn't help but smile. And these properties and collections, I'll think about how to deal with them. Well, I can't give you the family heirlooms, but some collections can, and there are a few properties. Ian pointed to a few properties on the document. I saw that my father bought a villa more than 10 years ago at 13 Grimmauld Place in London. How about I give that one to you, Harry? Ian asked with a smile. Ian was amazed in his heart. James and Sirius were really close brothers. They even bought a villa next door. He naturally knew that the old house of his and Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, was located at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Although Harry could not inherit the assets of the Potter family, he thought that Harry would definitely get most of the Black family's property. After all, in the movie, after Sirius died, all the Black family's assets were handed over to Harry according to the will. Harry nodded and agreed immediately after hearing this. Okay, Ian, you can arrange it. He trusted Ian 100% and he would agree to whatever Ian said. Then let's go. Ian immediately made a decision. I will deal with all these things as soon as possible. Lambas will help Master Ian. Lambas said excitedly. Thank you for your hard work, Lambas. Ian smiled good-naturedly. Lombard almost fainted. Master Ian said to Lombard that he had worked hard. Master Ian is a good man. Lombard will definitely work hard. Do. Ian just said one sentence and this house elf was still so exaggerated. However, Harry also found that Ian seemed to be very good at dealing with this situation, or he was very happy with the gratitude and praise from others. Harry shook his head, put the strange idea behind him and couldn't wait to put forward his own guess to Ian. Ian, since there are portraits of ancestors and grandfathers, then Mom and Dad. Harry, I'm sorry. Ian interrupted Harry and sighed. But you have to know that most wizards only ask painters to paint their portraits when they are old, and wizards will continue to instill their own thoughts and memories into their portraits before they die. Harry, that's why the portraits have consciousness and memories in our parents. Ian paused before saying, they died too early and have been fighting Voldemort, and it takes a certain amount of time to make wizard portraits so. Listening to Ian's words, Harry gradually calmed down and he lowered his head in disappointment. Yeah, why didn't I think of this, Mom and Dad? Master Ian, Master Harry. Lombard said suddenly. Although Master James and Madame Lily did not leave any portraits, Lombard remembered that Madame Lily liked taking pictures very much. Every holiday, Madame Lily and Master James would take pictures together. Those pictures have been kept by Madame Lily in the bedroom. Do you two want to take a look? Lombard, you are so great. Harry heard this and immediately raised his head excitedly. Take us there. Lombard took the two to the bedroom of the Potters. The environment inside was still well-maintained, full of a happy atmosphere. Ian looked at the pictures of James and Lily in the room, some of them in their school days, some after they became adults and some after they got married. The two people in each photo were full of smiles, which made people feel very happy. Harry looked at these moving pictures and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Ian pinched his nose helplessly. Well, he had to act as an emotional master again. Harry. Harry looked up at Ian with tears in his eyes. Harry, I know you miss Mom and Dad very much. Ian said softly, but you have to believe that they are always by our side to protect us. Ian, I know Mom and Dad are always protecting me. Harry sniffed, I just miss them very much. Ian said nothing, but patted the shoulder of the 11-year-old wizard silently. They each put away a photo of the Potter couple, and then prepared to go to lunch under the leadership of Lambas. Ian was busy with the family property all afternoon at the Potter old house. Harry was much more relaxed, strolling around, looking around, and playing the game console by the way. Because Lily was born a Muggle, there were naturally some Muggle products in the old house, such as the game console in Harry's hand. Harry, keep your voice down, I'm doing the accounts. Ian threw an apple at Harry. Harry smiled awkwardly. Okay, I got it. Ian ignored him, just buried his head on the desk, and continued to look at the profit report of Runfa Potion Factory. 14,411,212, Falu 153,452,250. It was not until the evening when both of them had already eaten dinner that Dumbledore finally arrived. Is everything done? Dumbledore looked at the two brothers with a smile. If there is nothing else, we will go back to Hogwarts. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. Ian replied immediately, we have done everything. Then let's go. Dumbledore said, motioning the two little guys to hold his hands, we should go back to Hogwarts. Ian and Harry immediately stood up and held the old bee's hand tightly. Dumbledore whispered, it may be a little dizzy when you apparate for the first time. Professor Dumbledore, why didn't we apparate when we came here? Ian asked in confusion. Oh, I think you might be sad on the way here, so I want to give you enough time to adapt. Dumbledore explained, of course you can use apparition directly when you go back. Ian, it's outrageous. The old bee's worry is completely unnecessary. Let's not talk about him for now, just talk about Harry. With the guidance of this emotional master, how can this kid be sad for a long time? But Ian still tactfully didn't say this. Master Ian, Master Harry. Lombard will always guard the Potter old house and wait for the two young masters to come back. Lombard wiped his tears with a handkerchief and waved to the two vigorously. The two also waved. Lombard, goodbye. The next second, Ian felt a strong force pulling them into the illusion, and Mal also felt dizzy. He seemed to be compressed into a ball, unable to breathe, and seemed to fall from a high altitude, which was terrible. After a suffocating feeling that seemed to last a lifetime, Ian's feet finally touched the ground and he breathed fresh air again. When Ian opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar castle gate. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, kids," Dumbledore said with a smile. "You still have 2 days off to enjoy." Ian was still trying to maintain his face and nodded with a pale face. He was still recalling the terrible feeling of apparition just now. Harry's condition was even worse and he retched against the wall. Ian, he decisively moved 2 steps to the side and his face became even paler. "This is how the first apparition works. You will get used to it slowly." Dumbledore took out 2 candies and handed them to the 2 brothers. "Eat a piece of candy, it will be much better." Ian took the candy and thanked him weakly. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Harry couldn't wait to unwrap the candy and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a refreshing sweetness spread in his mouth, making him feel much better. Ian watched Harry regain his spirits, then slowly unwrapped the candy and threw the candy into his mouth. "Well, the candy given by the old bee tastes pretty good. Okay, kids, I'll leave first," Dumbledore said with a smile. "After 2 days of vacation, you will start classes again." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore." Ian nodded immediately, painting style. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Watching the old bee's back gradually going away, Ian turned his head and looked at Harry. "Harry, how are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Harry waved his hand. "It's just that the feeling of changing shapes is too uncomfortable." Ian nodded in agreement. Yes, it's too uncomfortable. If he didn't have to maintain his dignity, he would definitely choose to lean against the wall and vomit like Harry. "Let's go back to the dormitory first. When it's later, we will go to the restricted area to look for clues about Nicholas Flamel." Ian took a deep breath of the familiar air in the castle and said. Harry nodded and walked towards the castle with Ian. When Ian and Harry returned to the Gryffindor lounge together, Ronald was the only one in the lounge. "You two are finally back, I'm so bored." Ronald's eyes lit up when he saw Ian and Harry. "How is it, are you all right?" "Of course it's going well." Harry nodded. "Professor Dumbledore also took us back to the old house of the Potter family, which is in Godric Valley." "Wow, your house must be very big, Harry," Ronald asked curiously. "I really want to see it with my own eyes." "It's very big, a big manor, and there are house elves." Harry nodded and suddenly teased. "Ian is the head of the family now. If you want to go there to play, you have to ask for the consent of our head of the Potter family." Ronald immediately turned his head to look at Ian and made a nasty request. "Head of the Potter family, Master Potter, can I go to your house to play?" Ian's face darkened. "If you call me like this again, don't even think about going." No, I won't call you anymore." Ronald immediately begged for mercy. "Ian, can I go to the old Potter house to play?" "Yes, but you have to wait until the holiday." Ian agreed readily. "Great." Ronald jumped up excitedly. "I've never been to the manor before." "Okay, don't get excited, Harry, and I still have to go to the restricted area." Ian waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you in detail when I get back." "Okay, then you guys be careful." Ronald nodded immediately. "Don't get caught by Filch." "Don't worry, it won't happen." Harry whispered, "We have the invisibility cloak, we will be fine." The two chatted with Ronald in the lounge for a while. As soon as curfew came, Ian took Harry to the library in the castle. They were going to look for clues about Nicholas Flamel in the restricted area. Although Ian knew that Nicholas Flamel was the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, he still had to pretend in front of Harry. In the restricted area of the library, it was pitch black, and only 2 night owl wizards were looking for something. "Ian, why don't we take oil lamps?" Harry, hiding under the invisibility cloak, whispered, "It's so dark, how can we see clearly?" Ian's mouth twitched and he sprayed venom unconsciously. "Harry, what's the wand in your hand for? Can't you cast a fluorescent spell? Has your brain been stepped on by a troll?" As he said, Ian raised his wand and whispered, "Fluorescent flash." The tip of the wand in Ian's hand suddenly emitted a soft light, illuminating the bookshelves around him. "Sorry, Ian, I forgot." Harry smiled awkwardly, raised his wand and said, "Fluorescent flashing." Suddenly, 2 bright street lights lit up in the restricted book section of the library. With the light, Harry and Ian began to search on the bookshelf. A Guide to Werewolves, Famous Fire Readers, Demons of the 15th Century, and the 13 Clans of Vampires. Flamel, where's the book about Nicholas Flamel?" Harry asked as he searched on the bookshelf. Ian was also searching on the bookshelf, but he did not respond to Harry's words because he saw a book that interested him, A Guide to the Use of Dark Magic. "This book." Ian muttered to himself, reaching out to take the book off the bookshelf. The next second, a terrifying roar that did not belong to humans came from Harry's direction. Then came the sharp voice of the administrator, Mr. Filch. "Who's there?" Harry did not bother to put the book back to its original position and hurriedly threw the book to the ground, covered the invisibility cloak, pulled up Yehui, and was about to leave. Ian grabbed Harry, put his index finger to his mouth, and made a gesture of silence. For safety, he also cast another disillusionment charm on the two of them. Filch held up an oil lamp, the light flickered, reflecting his old face and the small eyes that flashed with suspicion. "Come out, I've seen you." He looked at the place where Harry and Ian had just made a sound, and then turned his head to look deep into the restricted area. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. He did not find the invisible Ian and Harry, but only found the screaming book thrown on the ground. Ian and the other person hid under the invisibility cloak and tiptoed out of the library, trying not to make any sound. As soon as the two came out of the library, they heard Quirrell's stuttering voice and Snape's cold voice as soon as they turned a corner. Harry was almost scared to scream, but fortunately Ian was quick and covered his mouth. "Don't treat me as your enemy, Quirrell. Why are you looking for me?" Quirrell's voice stuttered even more. "You know it well, don't you, Quirrell?" Snape said coldly. He was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed something and looked behind him. Harry was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. Ian could only take Harry and take small steps back, cursing in his heart. Snape must have a surveillance camera installed in his head. The invisibility cloak plus the disillusionment spell can detect them. It's too much. The two of them moved back carefully. Snape had already let go of Killu. He reached out in the direction of Ian and Harry but didn't catch anything, but he still became suspicious. "We'll talk about it another day, Quirrell." Snape stared at Quirrell sinisterly. "When you've decided who to be loyal to, we'll talk about it again." Ian heard this and subconsciously looked at Harry's face. Sure enough, his face caught the excitement of a bad guy. But this can't be blamed on Harry, who made Snape say these specious words. Isn't this rushing to make others suspect him? Ian was complaining when Filch hurried over from the restricted book area. "Good evening, two professors, look at this, I just found it." Filch excitedly showed the book to the two of them. There must be a little wizard who got off the car secretly. Snape stared at the book in Filch's hand with a gloomy face, and the three of them immediately took action separately. Ian and Harry also took advantage of this time to open the door behind them and hide in. "Hutilda," Harry panted, his face pale. "It's so scary, Ian, we were almost discovered." "Yeah." Ian was also a little scared. "We were so careful, but Professor Snape seemed to have two eyes on his back." Harry nodded and looked around. "Where is this?" "I don't know." Ian walked in again. "It looks like a utility room." "Bullshit utility room. This is the little test of the Mirror of Erised that the old bee carefully arranged for you." Ian complained in his heart, and he walked to the Mirror of Erised according to the script set by Dumbledore. The mirror is very impressive, reaching the ceiling with a golden frame and two claw-shaped feet underneath. The top is also engraved with Eris Stella Urhilu 8 by Kafiru 8 and Vos. "Harry, come and see, there is a mirror here." Ian quickly called Harry over. Harry trotted over, looking at the mirror with curiosity, and the next moment his eyes widened in surprise. "Mom and Dad, Ian." Harry looked at the scene in the mirror and couldn't help but take a step forward. James and Lily in the mirror also waved to him with a smile, and Ian stood next to his parents and made faces at Harry. Harry was surprised and happy, and couldn't help but want to get closer and take a closer look. But after taking a few steps, he found something wrong. The parents and brother in the mirror had been standing in the same place and did not get closer because of his approach. Harry was stunned. He turned his head to look at Ian. "What's going on?" Ian did not answer his question, but looked at the mirror with a complicated expression. "Ian, don't you see Mom and Dad? And you, can't you see it?" Harry eagerly grabbed Ian's arm. "Can't you see us in the mirror?" Ian opened his mouth and was about to say something when he heard his system that existed at that time speak. "Beep. Someone is using legilimency on the host." "Beep. The illusion that the host is seeing the Mirror of Erised has been automatically created." Ian's face darkened. He knew it. There was no need to think too much. He guessed that the old bee was hiding in a dark corner, secretly staring at him and Harry. Damn, wouldn't it be sty if you peek into a child's inner world? "I saw it, Harry." Ian took a few steps forward, as if he was confused by the scene in the mirror, with a look of joy on his face. It was a Christmas party. "I saw Mom and Dad, and you, Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger were there, and Hermione and Cassandra, but I don't know why they were holding their children next to me." Hermione and Cassandra. Harry looked at Ian in shock but shook his head and shook off this innocuous little thing. "Ian, this mirror, I don't know what's going on." Ian touched the edge of the mirror. "We all saw our parents and each other, but they were not the same." Harry grabbed Ian's hand and was about to leave. Let's call Ronald to see what he can see. Hey. Before Ian could say anything, Harry put an invisible cloak on him and pulled him out of the room. Ian sighed helplessly. Forget it, let him be. Harry will not give up until he hits the wall. Ronald was indulging in a dream and was pulled up by Harry and Ian one by one. What's wrong? Ronald rubbed his eyes and yawned. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? Get up, Ronald, hurry up, we'll take you to see something good. Harry urged. Ronald was pulled by the two men in confusion and trotted back to the room. What is this? Ronald stood in front of the Mirror of Erised and scratched his head in confusion. Mirror. You two took me to look at the mirror in the middle of the night. This is not an ordinary mirror, Ronald. Harry pushed Ronald in front of the mirror. Look, what can you see? Ronald looked at the mirror in a daze and his eyes widened the next moment. I became the president of the male student union. I am also the captain of the Quidditch team. I hold the Quidditch cup. I am also the prefect. Ronald looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help screaming. Oh my God, I am so awesome. Ronald stared at himself in the mirror blankly and couldn't help touching the badge on his chest that didn't exist. Ian, Harry, this mirror. Ronald looked at Harry and Ian in confusion. Can this mirror show the future? Harry was disappointed when he heard this and forced a smile. How is it possible? Our parents died a long time ago? Ian didn't say anything but just looked at the mirror silently. The mirror reflected his true heart. He sat on the silver-green throne with countless wizards submitting at his feet, and next to the throne his family and friends. Ian looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Look, what's in your mind? Power, status, is that what you want? Do you really want those? Yes, he wants to. Ian looked into his own eyes, and he knew his ambition and desire deep in his heart. Since that night, Harry would drag Ian to see the Mirror of Erised every night. Ian sat in front of the mirror with a nostalgic and sad expression on his face, and he was about to curse in his heart. Enough, it's really enough, 3 days, it's been 3 days. Do you know how he spent these 3 days? Every night the system would make up the illusion that he longed for his family and friends, and he had to pretend to be a pitiful little boy who missed his parents. He couldn't even get 8 hours of sleep. Ian sighed, watching Harry looking at his parents in the mirror obsessively, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Even now that he has his younger brother, he can't satisfy Harry's inner desire for parental love. I guess Dumbledore should come out, so Ian simply stood up and walked slowly to the opposite side of Harry. Harry, we shouldn't come again. Ian looked at Harry with a serious expression. It's meaningless for us to indulge in illusions like this. Harry retracted his gaze from the mirror and looked at Ian. Ian, but this is the closest time for me to my parents. Harry, you have to understand that it's not real at all. Ian interrupted Harry. It's just an illusion, it's not the real parents, we can't live on illusions all our lives. Harry, I admit that the world in the mirror is happy, but this mirror brings us false happiness, it will make us indulge in illusions. Well said, Ian, it seems you are very insightful. Dumbledore walked out of the shadows with a kind smile on his face. Professor Dumbledore, Harry and Ian hurriedly saluted. It seems that you have discovered the function of the Mirror of Erised, which is good. Dumbledore said, Harry, you have discovered the fun of the Mirror of Erised just like those people before. Ian rolled his eyes inwardly but did not show it on his face. He just stood quietly aside and continued to fool Harry with Dumbledore. I'll give you a hint. The happiest person in the world sees himself when he looks into this mirror. Dumbledore said meaningfully, children, the truest happiness is self-satisfaction. Ian sneered inwardly after hearing this. This statement can only deceive young wizards who are not yet adults. If happiness does not rely on comparison, how can it be felt? If everyone in the world can achieve their desires, who will feel happy? Professor Dumbledore, does this mirror reflect our desires? Ian turned his eyes to Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled, yes and no. The mirror reflects what we are most eager and most desired in our hearts. Just like you and Harry, you have never seen your parents, and you long for family affection, so now you see James and the others standing by your side. Ian, and you are obviously more greedy than Harry. Dumbledore said teasingly, you like Miss Granger and Miss Wally, but you don't know how to balance their relationship, so you can see them standing harmoniously with you in the mirror, right? Ian's face flushed when he heard this and he stammered to explain, no, Professor, it was just an accident. Dumbledore smiled and patted Ian on the shoulder. Ian, you have to remember that human desires are endless. This mirror does not give us knowledge or truth. Too many people waste time in front of the mirror and even go crazy because of it. I will find someone to move this mirror away, and you don't have to come again. Dumbledore looked at Harry and Ian. It's getting late, you should go back to bed. Professor Dumbledore, what did you see in the mirror? Harry asked before leaving. Okay, me, I saw myself holding a pair of thick wool socks. Dumbledore said. His expression had a trace of unspeakable pain. Harry and Ian were stunned for a moment, their faces full of surprise. You never have enough socks, do you? Dumbledore sighed. Harry nodded ignorantly, so that's how it is. Ian was not as naive as Harry. He clearly understood that Dumbledore was perfunctorily dealing with them. The old bee definitely did not see any woolen socks. You know, in the UK, woolen socks represent family affection. In fact, Ian was not wrong. Dumbledore saw in the mirror that his family was still alive. His father Percival, mother Kendra, and sister Ariana were all back with him, and Aberforth Dumbledore also recognized his pregnancy again. And, Grindelwald, I have always hoped that someone would give me a pair of thick woolen socks. Dumbledore looked away from the mirror. Hearing this, Ian wrinkled his nose in annoyance. Professor Dumbledore, I will definitely give you woolen socks next Christmas. In fact, the candy you gave me this year is also very good and delicious. Dumbledore smiled kindly and then said, Okay, kids, we should go back. With that, Dumbledore took Harry and Ian out of the room where the magic mirror was placed. The next morning, Ian was woken up by Draco. Draco, you're back. Ian looked at Draco in front of him with sleepy eyes and yawned. You're back early. You don't have classes in the afternoon. Hermione asked me to wake you up. It's a meeting. Draco shrugged. Meeting? What meeting? Ian asked in confusion while getting dressed. Regarding Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said she found clues about him. Draco said Hermione found clues. Ian paused and a proper surprise flashed across his face. Draco nodded. Yes, Hermione said so. She asked us to go to the library to find her. Okay, I got it. Ian nodded. You go first, I'll be there soon. After Draco left, Ian dressed very quickly, washed up quickly, and went straight to the library. At this time, Harry and others were sitting in the corner of the library, staring at Hermione. Hermione slammed a big thick book on the table and said very quickly, It's my fault that you went in the wrong direction. Why is my brain so stupid? A few weeks ago, I borrowed this book for entertainment. Hermione said while flipping through the book, it contains an introduction about Nicholas Flamel. 747. You call it entertainment? Ronald looked at the big thick book in front of him with horror. Hermione glanced at Ronald coldly and continued to read. Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry and the other two asked at the same time. Ian's mouth twitched. Let's not talk about Draco, who fished for 3 days and slacked off for 2 days. Just say that Harry and the other two idiots worked hard for a long time, and in the end, Hermione was the one who helped. The Gryffindor trio is really the future Minister of Magic and her 2 flaws. Come on, don't you 3 read books? Hermione rolled her eyes. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Philosopher's Stone, is a magical substance with amazing functions. It can turn any metal into pure gold and can also create an elixir of life, allowing people who drink this medicine to never die. Forever. Immortal. Ronald murmured with an incredible expression on his face. There is such a thing in the world. Ian pressed his hand and motioned Hermione to continue. Don't interrupt Hermione. Hermione looked at Ian with satisfaction and then said, Today, the only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous French alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Last year, he celebrated and spent his 665th birthday. He lived a long time. Draco smacked his lips. More than 600 years old, he existed in the 14th century. Cassandra nodded thoughtfully at the table. Since Nicholas Flamel is the only maker of the Philosopher's Stone, if he and Professor Dumbledore really have any connection, then the Philosopher's Stone is likely to be in Hogwarts. That's right. Hermione looked at Cassandra with appreciation. I guess that's what Fluffy is guarding. It's the only remaining Philosopher's Stone. Then we'll go find Hagrid tonight. Harry stood up excitedly. We will definitely be able to catch Snape this time. Silence. Madame Pince, the librarian, came over and glared at Harry. Mr. Potter, if you make so much noise again, please get out. In the library, everyone's eyes were on Harry, and Harry sat down awkwardly and smiled awkwardly. Ian and the others looked at each other, all lowered their heads to read books and became quails from the bottom of their hearts. Oh, this book is really good. At the appointed time in the evening, Ian took Draco and Cassandra to the appointed place. I say, with 6 of us, won't we be too conspicuous? Cassandra wrinkled her nose. Don't say anything, I'll cast a disillusionment spell on you. Ian took out his wand and waved it at everyone. That's it, don't worry. Don't say anything or I'll have to do it again. A group of 6 people sneaked to Hagrid's hut. Ian cast a disillusionment spell on everyone and their bodies all turned transparent. In the dark night, no one could find them. Dong, dong, dong. Harry went forward and knocked on the door and Hagrid's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's us, BCBB, Hagrid. Harry shouted hurriedly. Harry, Ian, why are you here? Hagrid opened the door and looked at Ian and others in front of him in confusion. Sorry, don't blame me for being rude, but I don't have time to play with you today. Hagrid said and was about to close the door. We know about the Philosopher's Stone. Several people said in unison. Brother High paused, looking at the little wizards with an expression of seeing a ghost. What are you doing? Hagrid waved his hand. Forget it, come in first. The 6 people entered one after another. Hagrid, Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said as he took off his outer robe. It's been so long, why are you still suspicious of Snape? Hagrid seemed helpless. What on earth made you suspicious of him? Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but we don't know why. Harry still insisted on his point of view. Hagrid didn't believe it at all and waved his hand. It's impossible. Professor Snape is one of the professors responsible for guarding the Philosopher's Stone. He can't steal the Philosopher's Stone. What? Several people exclaimed. Hagrid saw the reactions of several people and realized that he had said the wrong thing again and couldn't help knocking on the door. Ian looked at Hagrid and suddenly thought of an interesting thing. If Lily and James had chosen Hagrid as the secret keeper, Voldemort might not have had to go to the trouble of looking for the child at the end of July, and Hagrid himself would have accidentally revealed the existence of him and Harry. He said that Hagrid must have grown up drinking truth serum. These things are not for you little wizards. Hagrid was so angry that his face turned red because he always let the cat out of the bag. He is a professor. Snape would not steal the Philosopher's Stone. That doesn't rule out the possibility that he stole the stone. Harry, the stubborn man, still refused to give in. Ian stroked Yaya's head and watched the show silently. Yaya is a big black dog raised by Hagrid who looks mighty and domineering. But unlike its deceptive appearance, Yaya is very clingy. Look, after being stroked twice by Ian, he turned around and licked Ronald's face. Hagrid. Hermione's eyes lit up. You said one of the professors. Clever Hermione caught the key words in Hagrid's words, so there are other professors who are also involved in protecting the Philosopher's Stone. What other methods are there, such as spells, magic, etc.? I think it's unnecessary. No one can get past Fluffy. Hagrid seemed very proud of the 3-headed dog. Except for me and Dumbledore, no one knows that through Fluffy B. Hermione was very good at grasping the problem and immediately asked back, you and Dumbledore. Hagrid's face froze, turned his back and muttered in a low voice. I shouldn't tell them, I shouldn't tell them. At this time, the iron pot that was being heated in the fireplace suddenly made a sound, and Hagrid immediately walked to the iron pot in surprise. Okay, Hagrid happily took out the things inside. An egg was taken out of the pot by Hagrid. His cautious appearance made several little wizards curious. Ian and his friends followed Hagrid to the table, staring at the egg with patterns on it. Hagrid, what is this? Harry asked curiously. I know what this is, it's a dragon egg. Draco looked excited as if he had seen some rare treasure. Dragon egg. Hearing this, they came closer. Yeah, 99% rare. Dragons are magical creatures with a 5-star danger rating. They are usually strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, so there is no chance of close contact. This is also a Norwegian ridgeback. Draco carefully observed the pattern of the dragon egg, and his eyes became even hotter. Hearing this, Hagrid patted Draco on the shoulder with appreciation. Not bad, Malfoy boy, you have good taste. Draco almost stumbled and fell to the ground after being patted by Hagrid's strong arm. Fortunately, Harry was quick to support Draco. Ahem. Draco coughed awkwardly twice and immediately changed the subject. Hagrid, where did this dragon egg come from? I won it from a stranger. Hagrid scratched his head in confusion when he said this. I don't know why I feel like he has to lose to me. Ian rolled his eyes. Hagrid really doesn't even understand. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. But Voldemort really spent a lot of money to fool Hagrid and find out how to get through Lu Wei. You know, dragon eggs are rare items. A dragon egg can be sold for at least 5,000 galleons on the black market. Hagrid, are you going to hatch the dragon egg? Ronald asked curiously. Of course. Speaking of this, Hagrid's full beard couldn't hide his smug smile. This is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. When I hatch it, you will see a legendary dragon with your own eyes. Ian curled his lips. Hagrid was too naive. Why didn't he think about it? It takes more than 10 years for a dragon to grow. Can he raise a dragon in school for more than 10 years? Even if Dumbledore agreed, those parents would not agree. With a click, everyone's attention was attracted to the dragon egg. A small hole was broken from the inside of the eggshell and something poked out from it. Everyone looked at the small hole nervously, and Ian was no exception. It was also the first time for him to see a dragon up close, even though it was a Western dragon. A black sharp horn poked out of the eggshell, looking fragile and cute. It's coming out. Draco clenched his fists excitedly. The crackling sound continued to ring, and the crack in the eggshell became larger and larger, and everyone saw the little guy inside. A black dragon that looked like a small lizard poked its head out from inside. Its eyes were not open yet, and it looked stupid and dumb. The dragon staggered a few times and called out to Hagrid a few times. "Oh, look at this little guy." Hagrid's eyes seemed full of maternal kindness. "It thinks I'm its mother, good boy." The 6 people immediately looked at Hagrid with a strange look on their faces. Mother. Ian looked at this 4-legged lizard with wings with an indescribable expression. Merlin's big socks. This thing looks really. I don't know if he can see the dragon of Daxia in this life. That is the real dragon with majestic power. Although Ian doesn't like it, Hagrid likes his little dragon very much, and immediately took out the raw meat and small fish that he had prepared long ago from his pocket to feed it. The little dragon cub smelled the smell of the small fish and immediately opened his mouth, revealing his tiny fangs in his mouth, and swallowed the small fish in one gulp. It's eating fish. Ronald stared blankly at the dragon cub in Hagrid's hand. Hagrid reached out and touched the little dragon. Yes, it's not like Fluffy. Fluffy only likes to eat lamb chops, but Norbert can eat anything. Norbert? Hermione asked doubtfully. Yes, I have named it Norbert. Hagrid looked at the little dragon cub in his hand lovingly. It must have a name, right? After eating the fish, the little dragon coughed twice, which scared Hagrid to think that it was stuck by a fish bone, so he quickly held it in his palm and checked it carefully. The next second, a ball of fire shot out of the little dragon's mouth and went straight to Hagrid's beard. It still needs more training, Hagrid said happily. Hagrid, you have to be careful. The Norwegian Ridgeback not only breathes fire but also has fangs which are highly poisonous. Draco kindly reminded. Ronald looked Draco up and down. How do you know so much? Draco immediately raised his chin and said arrogantly, My family has shares in the Romanian dragon farm. Hagrid saw that Draco seemed to know a lot about dragons and immediately chatted with him. Ian looked at the two of them talking happily and raised his eyebrows. He remembered that some days ago Hagrid was quite prejudiced against Draco, the child of the Malfoy family, but now that they have a common interest they are chatting so happily. Ask for flowers. Is this the power of like-minded people? You like dragons, I like dragons too, and we are good friends. Ian couldn't understand, but Ian expressed respect. Hagrid, how are you going to raise it? You can't raise a dragon in school, can you? Hermione frowned and looked at the little dragon. Cassandra also said, Yes, Hagrid, you should know that the school does not allow you to raise such a dangerous magical creature. Nobel can live with me and won't show up at school. Hagrid said quickly. Hagrid, dragons grow very fast. In a few days your house won't be able to accommodate it. Ian mercilessly broke Hagrid's fantasy. Then, Hagrid looked outside hesitantly. I can put Norbert in the Forbidden Forest. Ian's mouth twitched. He really wanted to ask Hagrid on behalf of the natives in the Forbidden Forest what the hatred was. First, the 8-eyed giant spider with super reproductive ability came to the Forbidden Forest, and then a Norwegian Ridgeback that could breathe fire. This Forbidden Forest has completely become Hagrid's breeding ground. Okay, does he want to eliminate all the animals in the Forbidden Forest? This is impossible, Hagrid. How can a dragon live in the Forbidden Forest? What about other animals? Ian asked back, and it will definitely be discovered. What should I do? Hagrid was about to cry. Nobel baby, I can't let it leave me. When they saw Hagrid's expression, they couldn't bear to say anything and could only rack their brains to find a solution for Hagrid. How about we send Norbert to the dragon farm in Romania? Draco suggested. Our family has shares there. We can ask them to take good care of Norbert. Hagrid looked at Draco hesitantly. Is it okay? Will baby Norbert like the environment there? Yes, yes. Ronald also said quickly. Hagrid, my brother Charlie also works in the dragon farm in Romania. They will definitely treat Norbert well. But Hagrid still looked a little reluctant. Hagrid, you don't want to see Norbert being disposed of by the school, do you? Ian looked at Hagrid. I think you should know how dangerous a dragon is to the school. Hagrid was silent for a long time, then nodded slowly. Okay, then send Norbert to the dragon farm in Romania. With Ronald's brother Charlie around and Draco's family also having shares in the dragon farm, Norbert will live a good life and will be treated well. Draco patted his chest and promised Hagrid, Don't worry, Hagrid, Norbert will live well. Ronald also hurriedly said, Yes, I promise too. Thank you, Draco, Ronald. Hagrid looked at the two of them with gratitude and wiped his tears with his big hands. You must let the dragon farm take good care of Norbert. Ian watched this entrustment from the side. His heart was calm, and he even wanted to yawn. Cassandra quietly pulled Ian's sleeve and whispered, I remember that our original purpose was not to see the dragon. Didn't we say we were going to ask about the Philosopher's Stone? What's going on now? Yeah, I almost forgot the original purpose of our coming here. Hermione also whispered. Ian hooked the little fingers of the two little witches. Hagrid won't say too much, let's stop here today, I'll come back to ask another day. As soon as Ian finished speaking, the three people over there decided with Hagrid on the time to send Norbert away. Then let's meet in the astronomy tower 2 days later that night. Draco said, I will write to my father and ask him to send a professional. I will also write to my brother 280. Ronald also said so. No problem, I will put Norbert in the box and we will send him away together. Hagrid said, his eyes were red again. Ronald and Draco both reached out and patted the half-blood giant. Don't worry, Hagrid, Norbert will live well. Oh, my little Norbert, he is still so young, Ian. This scene of separation of life and death really made him unbearable to watch. After agreeing on the time to send Norbert away, several people left Hagrid's hut together. Ian walked in front with a little witch in each hand. Ian, why didn't you let me continue asking? Hermione looked at Ian in confusion. Aren't we finished asking yet? Hagrid won't say too much. Ian shrugged. We can't get any more answers if we continue asking. That's right, Hagrid's loyalty to Dumbledore is simply blind. Cassandra said, if Professor Snape really wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, even if we put the evidence in front of him, he won't believe that Professor Snape, whom Professor Dumbledore trusts, is a bad guy. Cassandra is right, that's the truth. Ian squeezed Cassandra's hand, so we have to think about this matter carefully, but Hermione wanted to say something else. Don't worry, little Hermione. Ian smiled and pinched Hermione's little face. I know about this matter. Ian said so Hermione naturally wouldn't say anything more. Hermione, don't worry about the Philosopher's Stone for now. The most important thing for us now is to send Norbert away. Draco raised his eyebrows and said, I have written a letter to my father. He will send someone over in 2 nights. Yes, I have to write a letter to my brother as well, Ronald echoed. Ian looked at the excitement of the two and his mouth twitched. He really didn't understand dragon lovers. What was there to like about a dragon that could spit fire and burn them to death at any time? In the next 2 days, several people were preparing to send Norbert away. On Saturday night, the 6 people gathered in the astronomy tower as agreed. Why hasn't Hagrid come yet? Harry said, looking around. Don't worry, Harry, it's just the agreed time. Ian glanced at the time and comforted him. As soon as Ian finished speaking, a figure emerged from the stairs. I'm here, sorry to have kept you waiting. Hagrid said, putting a heavy large crate on the ground. Norbert, my poor baby Norbert, you are leaving soon, 59. Hagrid stopped crying. Ian felt a headache. Norbert is going to the dragon farm to live a good life. You should be happy for him. Yes, Hagrid, Ian is right. Draco also hurriedly agreed. Norbert has gone to the dragon farm. Someone will take care of him. He will live well. I know, but I just can't help crying. Hagrid sobbed. Okay, Hagrid, stop crying. Let's send Norbert away quickly. Ronald also advised. Hagrid heard this, wiped his tears, and opened the big box. Norbert had grown very big, almost filling the whole box. It was curled up in the box, and when it saw Hagrid, Norbert immediately raised his head and rubbed Hagrid's hand affectionately with his head. Hagrid prepared a lot of raw meat and small fish for Norbert to ensure that he had enough food on the way, and also put his favorite blanket in the crate. Hagrid was reluctant to be intimate with Norbert for a long time before closing the lid of the box. Draco looked at the time and urged, let's go, let's send Norbert to the top of the tower and the 2 people we found will take him away. Okay. Hagrid walked in front holding the large crate. Ian and the others followed Hagrid and walked towards the top of the tower. The process of sending Norbert away was smoother than they had imagined. When Draco and Ronald carried the crate to the top of the astronomy tower, the people who were waiting there had already arrived. Master Malfoy, the people Lucius ordered, spoke to Draco respectfully. Draco looked at everyone with a smug look on his face. Ian couldn't stand his pretentious look, so he reached out and hit him on the back of his head, pretending to be pretentious. He wouldn't allow anyone to be pretentious than him. Draco covered the back of his head and looked at Ian with an accusing look. Puchay, there was a clear laugh from the people who came to meet. Everyone looked over and saw a man with red hair and freckles on his face. Hi, everyone. Charlie Weasley smiled and greeted everyone. Charlie, Ronald saw his brother and immediately waved excitedly. Charlie responded to Ronald with a smile, then walked forward and patted the crate. Is this Norbert? Don't worry, Hagrid, we will take good care of it. As Charlie said this, he took out his wand and cast a light spell on the crate, and the heavy box immediately became light. Then I'll leave it to you, Charlie, Hagrid said with red eyes. Charlie smiled, said hello to everyone, and left with Norbert. Watching Charlie and others disappear in the night, Hagrid couldn't help wiping tears again. Okay, Hagrid, don't cry. Ian patted Hagrid's shoulder. Let's go back too. Hagrid heard this, sniffed, and nodded. Ian and others accompanied Hagrid down the astronomy tower, sent him back to the cabin, and then turned and left. Finally, Norbert is gone. Draco stretched. We can also breathe a sigh of relief. Yes. Ronald also echoed, I hope Norbert can live happily in his new home. As the group walked, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It's over. Ian decisively pulled the two little witches back and let the other three stand in front of them. Professor McGonagall looked at the six people with a dark face. Can anyone tell me why you are here? Don't tell me you are here to see the stars. Ian and the others looked at each other, but no one spoke. They couldn't tell Professor McGonagall that Hagrid secretly raised a dragon and sent it away in the dark, could they? What? Are you all mute? Professor McGonagall's face became even uglier. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, you will be put in detention tomorrow. Professor, we have nothing to do with dragons. Ronald blurted out his words in a hurry. Ian and Draco and Harry. No, buddy, you. What dragon? Ronald, are you talking about Draco again? Ian's mind turned and he pulled Draco over. Hey, little dragon, Ronald said he has nothing to do with you. Draco was also smart. He reacted immediately, pretending to be calm, and snorted. Ian, I have nothing to do with Weasley. That's right, I have nothing to do with Malfoy. Ronald also nodded quickly, fearing that Professor McGonagall would not believe it. Professor McGonagall, what are you talking about? What dragon? What has nothing to do with it? Professor McGonagall frowned. I just asked why you are here. What are you hiding? Harry's eyes were erratic. Professor McGonagall, we are just here to watch the stars. We are not hiding anything. I don't care what you are doing. Night wandering is a serious violation of discipline. Professor McGonagall looked at the few people sternly. You six, each of you will be deducted 5 points. What? The 6 people immediately cried. Ian was even more distressed. He worked hard to add points to Slytherin. Cassandra, Draco, Slytherin will be deducted a total of 150 points. But fortunately, Gryffindor also has 150 points. Thinking of that, Ian's mood instantly improved a lot. Not only that, you 6 follow Hagrid to patrol the forbidden area tomorrow. Professor McGonagall added. Another wailing sound. Professor McGonagall looked at the 6 people with a serious face. I hope you can learn a lesson from this incident. Professor McGonagall glanced at the 6 people coldly, then turned and left. Until Professor McGonagall disappeared, Ian and the other 6 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione fell into Ian's arms and said sadly, I have never lost points since I was a child. Ian, I was deducted 50 points this time. Cassandra narrowed her eyes and looked at Hermione. Where Ian couldn't see, the little witch smiled. Damn, Granger is really good at acting. It doesn't matter, it's just points. You can earn them back if you lose them. Ian comforted softly. Hermione muffled him and didn't say anything else. Hermione, you are fine, why don't you look at me? Draco said with a sad face. If my father knew that I was deducted 50 points, he would definitely scold me to death. Ronald suddenly felt that he and Draco had a common topic. My mother is the same, she will definitely scold me severely. Harry looked at Draco and Ronald, who suddenly began to comfort each other and suddenly felt a little amused. What should we do now? Hermione looked at Ian and asked, Are we really going to patrol the Forbidden Forest tomorrow? How can it be fake? Ian shrugged. Professor McGonagall has spoken, we must go. Cassandra was quite calm. Let's go, just treat it as an adventure. Adventure. Draco's voice suddenly rose several degrees. Cassandra, are you mistaken? That's the Forbidden Forest. Who knows how many dangerous creatures there are in it? What are you afraid of? Cassandra rolled her eyes at Draco. There are so many of us and Hagrid is here. What can go wrong? Be sharpest be. Draco muttered and wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ian. Okay, Draco, don't scare yourself. Cassandra is right. There are so many of us and Hagrid is here. Nothing will go wrong. Ian said, holding Hermione and Cassandra's hands. Let's go back and rest first. We have to patrol the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night. Hermione and Cassandra were dragged away by Ian, leaving Harry, Draco, and Ronald looking at each other. Ian, Ronald hesitated. He's always like this. Harry smiled. Let's go back too. Ian took Hermione and Cassandra back to the castle, and then let them go back to their dormitories to rest. He sat on the sofa in the lounge and began to think about patrolling the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night. If he remembered the original plot correctly, they should meet the lingering noseless monster and the centaur Firenze tomorrow. Ian wondered if there was any way to save the unicorn. If he saved the unicorn that was supposed to die, there would be many benefits. The unicorn would definitely not be stingy to give him, the benefactor, some pure and sacred blood and hair. At that time, he could sell all of them or ask Snape to innovate some new potions. Ding detected the host's strong desire, ancient magic, near-death quick rescue spell. Special price 99 heart value, you really know how to pick the time. Ian rolled his eyes but still chose to buy it. Ding, congratulations to the host, purchase successful. Ian's mind suddenly gained a lot of knowledge about this dying quick rescue spell. This spell can revive a creature when it is dying. As long as there is still a breath, this spell can save it. Ian thought that this spell should be able to save the unicorn. Ian was thinking and suddenly felt someone sitting next to him. He looked up and saw Cassandra. Why are you still awake? Ian looked at Cassandra in surprise. Aren't you still awake? Cassandra said lightly. She looked into Ian's green eyes. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about patrolling the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night? Yeah. Ian nodded. I always feel uneasy. Cassandra frowned. It should be fine. Professor McGonagall is not the kind of professor who will put students in danger. Ian didn't speak. Professor McGonagall certainly wouldn't deliberately let them get into danger. If it was the Forbidden Forest at ordinary times, they would certainly not be in danger under the protection of Hagrid. But the problem is that Professor McGonagall didn't know that Voldemort would appear in the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry. Seeing that Ian still looked worried, Cassandra reached out and held Ian's hand. I will protect you. Ian was amused by Cassandra's words. Cassandra, I should be the one protecting you. Ian. Cassandra suddenly moved closer to Ian, and the distance between him and her was only 1 centimeter. The little witch held Ian's face and kissed the corner of his mouth gently. Good night, Ian. After saying that, Cassandra stood up and left. And Ian sat on the sofa in a daze, reaching out to touch the corner of his mouth. There was still Cassandra's warmth there. Has he been teased? Ian's brain was still down. On the other side, Cassandra ran back to the Slytherin girls' dormitory with a ruddy face. Cassandra covered her face and lay on the bed with Ian's dazed look in her mind. What was she doing just now? How could she suddenly do that? But Ian's dazed look is very handsome. Cassandra rolled on the bed for several times before forcing herself to calm down. Forget it, it's just a kiss on the corner of the mouth. They are still young, it's no big deal. Cassandra thought so and closed her eyes. Ian sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time before he stood up and went back to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, Ian tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, with Cassandra leaning in and kissing him in his mind. Hermione had never kissed him so boldly, but Cassandra got there first. Is Hermione considered to be arrogant? Hermione? Yes. Ian was just thinking about it, and he didn't know how long it took before he fell asleep. The next day, when Ian and the other 6 were having dinner in the hall, Ian clearly felt that many eyes were secretly staring at them. Why do Harry and the other 3 look so bad? Ian glanced at the Gryffindor table in confusion. Ian, don't you know? The news of your night out has spread everywhere. Theodore pointed to the Slytherin hourglass. Everyone knows that you have deducted 150 points each for Slytherin and Gryffindor. The people in Gryffindor are, isolating Harry and the others. Theodore tried to choose his words. Ian frowned. Then why didn't anyone in Slytherin target the 3 of us? Blaise walked over slowly with a toast. My dear prefect, you alone have added more than 150 points to the college. What right do they have to blame you? As for Cassandra and Draco, a young lady from the Wally family and a young Master Malfoy who would be so blind to offend them. Ian, that makes sense. So Harry and the others are in a bad situation now, Blaise shrugged. But didn't Hermione also add a lot of points for Gryffindor? Ian frowned and looked at Hermione. The little witch was lowering her head and not speaking. His Hermione is so smart, even though she was teased by Snape in class, she still earned a lot of points for Gryffindor. Of course, Hermione also added a lot of points for Gryffindor, but don't forget that Harry and Ronald hardly added any points for the college before, but often deducted points. Blaise said, and your Miss Know-It-All is a friend of Harry and Ronald, so the Gryffindor students will certainly isolate Hermione. Ian frowned even more. He stood up and looked at the Gryffindor table. There was no one sitting next to Harry and the other 2, and the 3 of them lowered their heads and didn't speak. Ian, what are you going to do? Draco saw Ian stand up and immediately looked at him vigilantly. Nothing. Ian said lightly, you guys eat, I'll go to the Gryffindor table. After Ian finished speaking, he walked straight to the Gryffindor table without waiting for Draco's reaction. Cassandra didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the direction Ian left. Ian sat directly next to Hermione in the surprised eyes of Harry and the other 2. Ian, you... Harry looked at Ian in surprise. Although everyone in Hogwarts knew that they got along well, Ian would never sit at the Gryffindor table so blatantly. The next day, when Ian and the other 6 were having dinner in the hall, Ian clearly felt that many eyes were secretly staring at them. I say, why do Harry and the other 3 look so unhappy? Ian looked at the Gryffindor table in confusion. Ian, don't you know, the news of your sixth-night outing has spread everywhere. Theodore pointed to the Slytherin hourglass. Everyone knows that you have deducted 150 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor respectively. The Gryffindor people are isolating Harry and the others. Theodore tried to choose his words. Ian frowned. Then why didn't anyone in Slytherin target the three of us? Blaise walked over slowly with a piece of toast. My dear prefect, you alone have added more than 150 points to the college. Why do they blame you? We Slytherins are not ignorant of right and wrong. As for Cassandra and Draco, a young lady from the Wally family and a young master from Malfoy who would be so blind as to offend them, Ian, that makes sense. So Harry and the others are in a bad situation now. Blaise shrugged. But didn't Hermione also add a lot of points for Gryffindor? Although not 150 points, but at least 100 points, right? Ian frowned and looked at Hermione. The little witch was keeping her head down and not talking. Hermione is so smart, and she was teased by Snape in class, which was not a big deal for Gryffindor. Of course, Hermione also added a lot of points for Gryffindor, but don't forget that Harry and Ronald hardly added points for the college before, but often deducted points. Blaise said, and your Miss Know-It-All is a friend of Harry and Ronald, so of course the Gryffindor students will isolate Hermione as well. Ian's brows tightened. He stood up and looked at the long table of Gryffindor. There was no one sitting next to Harry and the other two, and the three of them kept their heads down and didn't talk. Ian, what are you doing? Draco saw Ian stand up and immediately looked at him warily. Nothing. Ian said lightly, you guys eat, I'll go to the Gryffindor table. He went to chat with the lions. He wanted to eat braised lion's head. Ian said without waiting for Draco's reaction, he went straight to the Gryffindor table. Cassandra didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the direction Ian left. Ian sat directly next to Hermione in the surprised eyes of Harry and the other two. Ian, you... Harry looked at Ian in surprise. Although everyone in Hogwarts knew that they played well, Ian never sat at the Gryffindor table so blatantly. How was your meal? Ian seemed not to notice the strange looks of the people around him and picked up a toast by himself. Ian. Hermione looked at Ian, her eyes red. Ian couldn't stand Hermione looking at him like that, so he quickly comforted her softly. It's okay, Hermione, we can just add the points back. Well, he has already written down all the things against his Hermione. In 2 days he will put 1,000 people in a sack a day. Ian, you sit here, won't the Slytherin people say anything about you? Ronald asked cautiously. Why do they say that about me? Ian took a bite of toast. I'm the prefect of Slytherin and I often add points for the school. What qualifications do they have? Harry said depressedly. Ian, what do you think we should do? Now everyone is blaming us. Overnight, the Gryffindor students changed their attitude towards him as the savior. He went from being the most popular and beloved figure in Gryffindor to the most hated person in an instant. Wherever Harry went, the Gryffindor students would point fingers at him and accuse him. Don't mind them. Ian rolled his eyes and said loudly enough for all the Gryffindors to hear, as long as you two earn back the 50 points you lost, these accusations will naturally disappear. Harry nodded and suddenly realized something. Wait, why two? Where is Hermione? Ian sneered. Hermione earned more than half of Gryffindor's points by herself. What qualifications do they have to blame Hermione? They always talked about us Slytherins in the past, but at least we Slytherins will not isolate students who have made contributions to the college. As soon as Ian said this, the Gryffindor students around him looked at Ian. However, there were also many sensible little lions who lowered their heads and reflected on themselves after hearing this. If there were no other people around, Hermione would have wanted to hug Ian and give him a big kiss. Ian, thank you. Hermione's eyes were red and her voice was choked. Okay, don't cry. Ian comforted Hermione softly. Don't worry, if Gryffindor doesn't welcome you, Slytherin will welcome you. Don't be sad, Hermione, wait 2 days, I will put those people in sacks and beat them up. Ian lowered his voice and said wolfishly. Hermione, who was originally very sad, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. Then you have to avoid my roommates, they are all comforting me, not like others. Hermione blinked at Ian. Ian looked at Hermione in shock. He thought Hermione would stop him from doing this, but he didn't expect Hermione to ask him to avoid her roommates. This is too cool, point to your roommates and I'll avoid them. Ian said quickly. Hermione pointed to the girls beside her. This is Lavender Brown, Parvati Paddle, Padma Paddle, Isabella Swan. They all smiled at Ian and said hello. Ian also said hello to a few people. He was familiar with these people. Lavender Brown, Ronald's first girlfriend, the Paddle sisters were Harry and Ronald's dance partners at the Goblet of Fire ball, and as for the last one. Ian looked at the strange Gryffindor girl, and when he saw the girl's delicate and beautiful face, his eyes lit up. So pretty, Gryffindor has such a pretty little witch. How come he doesn't know? And she looks familiar, isn't this Christine? Ding, a target for capture is detected. Isabella Swan, the heroine of Twilight. What? Ian's eyes widened for a moment and he asked loudly in his heart, System, are you sure? Isabella Swan, this is the world of Harry Potter, the heroine of Twilight. How could she appear here? Ding, ding, Attish dollar system percent hash. Percentian at 34%, the system can only detect people, not backgrounds. However, this does not affect the capture of dorm students. Ian. Yes, he looked at the beautiful Isabella and fell into deep thought. Ian. Hermione saw that Ian had been staring at Isabella and couldn't help but frowned and whispered. Ian came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Hermione stretched out her hand and pinched Ian's waist hard. Don't keep staring at other girls. Hiss. Ian gasped in pain. He looked at Hermione complainingly. Am I that kind of person? Yes, Hermione said without hesitation. You just stared at Isabella, almost stunned. There is already a Cassandra. Do you want another Isabella? Hermione frowned. Does she have something to do with girls whose names end with la? I just think she looks familiar. Ian rubbed his nose and muttered softly. Hermione snorted coldly. You think all the good-looking girls look familiar? Ian. God knows he is really not that kind of person. Hey you couple Tilda, young couple Tilda, why are you quarreling all of a sudden? Hearing this familiar way of speaking, Ian, Hermione, Harry, and Ronald all looked over. George and Fred walked over with their arms around each other, with teasing smiles on their faces. Hermione's cheeks instantly turned red, but she didn't deny anything. Ian, on the other hand, pinched Hermione's little hand generously and looked at the two of them. Why did you two come to have breakfast just now? You got up so late. Did you go out for a night tour yesterday? How is it possible? How could we go out for a night tour? The twins certainly couldn't admit it in public, but we heard it. Fred shook his head. George added, You six, we were caught for night outings and each of us was fined 5,000. That's too bad. We've never seen such a bad situation. One person was deducted 50 points. 3 people from one college were deducted a total of 150 points. Gryffindor is almost the last one. Listening to the two singing the same tune, Harry and Ronald lowered their heads more and more, wishing they could forget everything on the spot. I heard that you were isolated. George shrugged. It doesn't matter, Fred and I often lose points, we've gotten used to it. Yes, everyone will forget it after a while. Fred patted Harry on the shoulder, small problem. After the 607 twins' jokes, Hermione felt much better and even Harry and Ronald raised their heads. Ian frowned slightly. Didn't his encouragement education just now work? Harry and his friends are more suitable for this kind of joking comfort? I don't understand. Maybe he is not suitable for comforting others. He is more suitable for comforting pretty girls with his handsome face. Thinking of this, Ian stretched out his big hand and gently pinched Hermione's little hand. It feels good and soft. Hermione's cheeks were slightly red and she coughed lightly, indicating that Ian was still there. Ian chuckled and retracted his hand. George and Fred looked at each other and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have discovered something interesting. Ian left after sitting for a while. After all, it was not good for him to sit at the Gryffindor table all the time. But after Ian's experience, the Gryffindor students all retracted their gazes and no longer stared at Harry and the other two like before. Ian sat back in Slytherin. As soon as he sat down, Cassandra said something faintly. You were staring at Isabella just now. Hearing these cold words, Ian panicked and quickly denied, I didn't, I just felt that she looked a little familiar. Hess. Cassandra sneered, you feel that all good-looking girls look familiar. Ian, why does this sentence sound so familiar? He seemed to have heard it before. BCC'd. Cassandra saw Ian standing there in a daze. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Ian's waist hard. Hiss. Ian gasped in pain. He looked at Cassandra complainingly. Why are you pinching me too? Cassandra crossed her arms and snorted. You too, Hermione pinched you just now. Ian touched the tip of his nose and did not deny it. Seeing Ian's reaction, Cassandra became even angrier. She stretched out her hand and pinched Ian again. Ouch, ouch. Ian screamed. He looked at Cassandra and begged for mercy. Miss, let me go. Heh. Cassandra retracted her hand, sneered, and did not embarrass Ian anymore. Ian rubbed his lower back, silently shedding tears in his heart. What sin he had committed today. Hermione and Cassandra did not understand the value of Christine. No, Isabella. Thinking of this, Ian looked up at Isabella at the Gryffindor table again. Well, she was really pretty, but, System, I still want you to explain to me why the heroine of Twilight is a wizard. Ian asked silently in his heart. Ding. In the original world of Twilight, Isabella has an extremely special physique that can block all vampire abilities, such as mind reading, speed enhancement, etc. Ding. Host, in this world, Isabella is a wizard, which is very reasonable. Ian was speechless and actually felt that the system made some sense. Wait, Isabella is here, so other characters in Twilight don't exist too. Ian suddenly thought of a question. Ding, of course, Gia. Okay, now vampires have special abilities, how do you want me to play? Ian rubbed his temples with a headache. Ding, host, the special abilities of vampires are suppressed in the world of Harry Potter, and wizards can completely use magic to resist the special abilities of vampires. After all, the top of this world is magic. After hearing what the system said, Ian was relieved. That's more like it. If the vampire's ability is not suppressed, what else can he do? Once Voldemort is resurrected, he will wave his hand and all the vampires will join the Death Eaters. What kind of savior is he? Hogwarts will just surrender directly. Ian got the exact answer and a big stone in his heart fell to the ground. He hummed a little tune and ate the bacon on the plate. In the potion class, the few people who got Ian's guidance raised their hands desperately to answer the questions, especially Hermione, who wanted to stand on the stool so that Snape could see her at a glance. Harry and Ronald also changed their previous decadence and raised their hands with Hermione. Draco and Cassandra also spoke actively, although they didn't get as many points as Ian. Of course, this is because Snape completely ignored them and he only had Ian in his eyes. Ian, you answer this question. Ian stood up slowly and gave a perfect answer. Very good. Snape nodded with satisfaction. Slytherin, add 10 points. Snape glanced at Hermione, who raised her hand high. For Ian's sake, he resisted the urge to deduct points from Gryffindor and asked Hermione, Ms. Granger, tell me, what is the function of the blood tonic? It can be used to replenish blood for people who have lost blood. Hermione stood up and answered, Snape nodded and said lightly, Gryffindor, add 5 points. Hermione smiled brightly when she heard the extra points. She subconsciously looked at Ian and made a yeah gesture to him. Ian chuckled and winked at Hermione. This scene was naturally seen by Snape on the podium. He snorted and said nothing. Although Harry and the others did not get extra points in the potions class, they were not deducted points by Snape like before. The know-it-all lady who helped the useless dupe prepare for class was a well-known person. Harry and Ronald also passed the following classes with Hermione's notes. Professor Flitwick even gave Harry and Ronald 10 extra points each in the Charms class. This made the two very happy. They had always been lagging behind before, and this was the first time they had scored in class. After class, Harry and Ronald surrounded Hermione and showed her great courtesy. Hermione, you are so amazing, Harry exclaimed sincerely. Yes, Hermione, you are simply our savior, Ronald also echoed. Hermione was a little embarrassed by the praise from the two. She waved her hand and said, It's nothing. As long as you two read my notes carefully, we can get all the canons soon. Harry and Ronald both nodded heavily, indicating that they would study hard. No matter how hard the 6 little wizards tried, they still couldn't survive the night patrol of the Forbidden Forest. Filch, the administrator, was responsible for sending them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and then Hagrid took over. It's a pity that we can't punish students in the old way anymore, Filch said regretfully. In the past, students were punished by tying their thumbs and hanging them in the basement. I really miss those screams. 1. Filch glanced at Ian and softened his tone. Of course, Ian, you must have been connected by them. In the whole Hogwarts, only Ian respected him and often brought dried fish to Mrs. Norris. Mr. Ian Potter would definitely not be as naughty as those little wizards. Ian, who took the lead in making trouble, gave Filch an awkward but polite smile and decided not to explain his strange misunderstandings to Filch. Filch led the 6 little wizards to Hagrid with a threatening voice. 6. Filch paused. 5 troublemakers, Hagrid, Harry and Draco and Ronald. Do you dare to be more hypocritical? Hagrid looked at the 6 little brats he had just met yesterday. It's great to see you again. Not good at all, Draco muttered softly. Okay, it's time for you to go on patrol, Filch urged. Hagrid nodded and walked into the Forbidden Forest with the 6 little wizards. Hagrid walked in front with a lantern. His tall figure was like a small mountain. The 6 little wizards followed behind him like a long black shadow. Come on, kids, don't be afraid. Although there are many dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, as long as you follow me closely, I promise you will be safe. Hagrid said in a rough voice, We have an important mission today. I heard there are werewolves and vampires in the Forbidden Forest. Draco swallowed. Hagrid, what are we going to do? A trace of solemnity flashed across Hagrid's face. A few days ago, a unicorn was attacked in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid suddenly stopped and looked at the silver bloodstains on the ground not far away. He walked over, squatted down, and picked up a long silver hair on the ground. This is the hair of a unicorn. It's still stained with blood. It looks like it was pulled off. It seems that another unicorn is in trouble again. It's seriously injured. Hagrid said seriously, we have to find this poor little guy quickly. Hermione, Cassandra, Ronald, you three follow me. Hagrid arranged, Harry, Draco, Ian, you three go over there and take a look. Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other and looked up at Hagrid. Hagrid, can't we follow Ian? It's better for you two little girls to follow me. Hagrid scratched his head. I heard from the professors that Ian is very powerful. I feel more at ease with the three boys together. Ronald subconsciously pointed at himself. What about me, Hagrid? Sorry, Ronald, I think you are weaker than the three of them. Hagrid said honestly, you should follow me, it's safer. Ronald. Harry and Draco and Ian. Hermione and Cassandra. 0. Although Hagrid was telling the truth, is it really okay to be so straightforward? Ronald glanced at Harry and Draco, who were laughing secretly with resentment, and turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, we want Fang to follow us. Draco said hurriedly. He felt that this big dog should be able to protect the three of them. At the very least, its majestic and domineering appearance could give them a little comfort. Okay, but I have to remind you, Draco, Fang is a coward. Hagrid looked down at Fang, who was drooling. Draco looked at Fang and didn't think that Fang was a coward. Okay, Fang, follow Ian and the other two. Hagrid ordered. Fang understood what Hagrid said, barked at Hagrid twice, then wagged his tail and ran to Draco's side. Then let's go. If you find a unicorn, don't act rashly and come back to me immediately. Hagrid said solemnly. Ian nodded and took Harry and Draco to another path. The forbidden forest was dark, with only the light in Draco's hand emitting a faint light. The branches blocked the sky and blocked the sky tightly. Ian and the other two could only see a small area around them. Ian looked at Harry and the two burdens, then turned his head to look at Fang, who was following them and sticking out his tongue and breathing, and sighed heavily in his heart. He felt Hermione's usual mentality tonight. Draco held the oil lamp, complaining as if to encourage himself. Harry, Ian, if my father knew I was holding the oil lamp, he would definitely scold me. This is a job for servants. Why you want me to hold it? Ian glanced at Draco. No. Draco shook his head like a rattle. Ian, I don't mean that. You two stay behind and don't make trouble for me. Ian rolled his eyes. Just follow me, find the unicorn, and go back to Hagrid quickly. Harry looked around the forbidden forest and asked as he walked, Ian, do you think we can find the unicorn? As long as the three of us follow the blood trail, we should be able to find it. Ian looked down at the silver blood trail on the ground, but be careful, the things that attack unicorns may be very dangerous. Ian, what kind of danger do you think the three of us will encounter? Draco couldn't help asking while holding the oil lamp. Vampires. Werewolves or those scary magical creatures? Harry swallowed and added. Ian looked at them speechlessly. I say you two have too rich imaginations. This is the forbidden forest, Draco and Harry said in unison. Well, you may encounter whatever you said. Ian said helplessly, but believe in my strength, okay? Of course we believe in your strength. Draco and Harry said quickly. They have seen Ian's strength. Whether it is charms or transfiguration, Ian is the best. With Ian around, they are indeed relieved. Harry looked at his calm brother and couldn't help but said, Ian, aren't you worried or afraid? No, what is there to worry about? Ian walked in front with his wand. He was not worried at all, and even wanted to test the strength of the noseless monster later. He was sure that old man Dumbledore had already cast the disillusionment charm and was quietly following them, so there was nothing to worry about. It was just a small adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Just then, a low roar suddenly came from the front, echoing in the silent Forbidden Forest, sounding particularly creepy. What's that sound? Draco froze, and the oil lamp in his hand began to flicker. Fang seemed to sense some danger and hid behind Draco with his tail between his legs, as if he wanted to use him as a shield. Let's go over and take a look. Harry took a deep breath and walked forward a few steps. Before he had walked a few steps, Ian suddenly stretched out his hand to block Harry. Harry didn't know what was going on and looked back at Ian. What's wrong, Ian? Don't go, I found the unicorn. Ian looked coldly at the shadow on the ground not far away, holding the wand tightly in his hand. Ian stared at the shadow on the ground. Of course he knew what it was. Quirrell. To be more precise, it was Voldemort who possessed Quirrell, the lingering Voldemort. Voldemort also noticed the uninvited guests. He didn't care to continue sucking the blood of the unicorn. He slowly raised his head, revealing half of his face that was not clear. Silver blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Draco screamed particularly miserably. He pulled Ian and Harry and wanted to run, but his legs and feet were weak and he couldn't use any strength at all. The moment the shadow raised his head, Harry felt a piercing pain from the lightning scar on his forehead and couldn't help but hold his forehead in pain. Without waiting for the three to react, a green light directly attacked Ian and the other two. Ian looked at the big melon after many years, and his body moved faster than his brain, pulling Harry and Draco barely managed to dodge the spell. No moral ethics, he just came up and bite the big melon. Voldemort used this thing as a weapon to eliminate you. Don't be dazed, you two run, go find Hagrid. Ian shouted at Harry and Draco. Ian pushed Harry and Draco, raised his hand and cast a spell on Voldemort, and by the way he put armor on the two losers. Shattered into pieces, all petrified. Set a trap for the enemy. Seeing Ian cast the spell without magic, Draco finally came to his senses. He struggled for a while and without any nonsense he pulled Harry and ran. Ian, be careful, we will be back with Hagrid soon. Draco struggled to pull Harry up. Ian, Harry didn't want to run away at all. He struggled in Ian's direction. Draco, Ian is still there, my brother is still there. Draco was so anxious that he didn't know where Fangya had run to, and Harry refused to leave. He really deserved to be called Gryffindor, so stubborn. Ian is stronger than the two of us combined. Draco said as he dragged Harry, let's find Hagrid first. The faster we run, the more chances Ian has of surviving. Ian, we have to hurry. Harry cried as he ran as fast as he could. Hagrid, we must find little Hagrid as soon as possible. Voldemort looked at the direction the two men left, stood up shakily, and roared as if he was scolding them for disturbing his meal. He cast several spells in the direction Harry and Draco ran, but they were all stopped by Ian. It seems that Voldemort's main target is still Harry, but think about it, after all, in the beginning, Harry was the savior who survived. Ian watched Harry and Draco run away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at Voldemort and sneered, come on, let me see how strong you are. He didn't believe that he, a man who had lived 2 lives, could not beat a lingering Voldemort. Ian held the wand and shouted loudly, petrified, fall to the ground. Imprisoned quickly, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill him by throwing spells crazily. Ian's spells all fell on Voldemort. Even though his magic power was low now, he still injured the 7A3 nose monster. Rubbish. Ian mocked Voldemort, whose wand almost dropped out of his hand. Voldemort seemed to be angry, and the green light attacked Ian again. Avada Kedavra. Ian was not to be outdone and directly used the crushing spell he had just learned on Voldemort, smashed to pieces. The two of them were in a confrontation and began to output magic power continuously. The two spells formed a lightning-like beam of light against each other, one green and one red, and the forbidden forest was illuminated by 2 strong lights. Ian gritted his teeth and persisted. He could feel his magic power constantly draining away, but he did not dare to relax at all, for fear that he would be bitten by the big melon if he was not careful. Damn, how can the magic power of this noseless monster be so strong? Ian couldn't help cursing in his heart. He felt like a small boat in the sea which could be overturned by huge waves at any time. Is this Voldemort dying soon so he is not afraid of death? His magic power is free, right? Why hasn't old Dumbledore made a move yet? I can't tell that he is dying. Just when Ian was about to give up, suddenly there was a hurried and chaotic sound of horse hooves. When Voldemort saw that it was the centaurs, he didn't want to fight anymore. He burst out his magic power, unilaterally ended the confrontation, and fled in a hurry. Ian looked at Voldemort, who was fleeing in a panic, and he relaxed and collapsed on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. Damn, it almost cost him his life. The centaurs rushed to the scene and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Ian, who was unharmed. Are you okay? The centaur Firenze walked to Ian, his tone full of worry. Ian didn't notice the abnormality in Firenze's tone, patted his clothes, and stood up. He was about to say something when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his face. Ian subconsciously reached out to touch it and saw a trace of blood on his palm. Ian was stunned. He stared blankly at the blood on his hands and then felt the pain on his face. In the confrontation with Voldemort just now, he was obviously not injured. No, he just dodged several spells, so he was fine, but his face was scratched. Voldemort if **ku. %yen yen. Ian's face turned red all of a sudden, and he cursed in the direction where Voldemort ran away. Voldemort, you big fool $%%, you ruined your own face. You want to ruin my handsome face. Ian's mouth was as sweet as honey, if **ku %, at your mother %. Seeing the little wizard suddenly become emotionally unstable, the centaur Firenze went up to persuade him. Stop scolding, he has already run away. F***k, don't stop me, I'm going to scold him to death. Ian was so angry that he jumped up and down. Ian pointed at the bloody marks on his face and was so angry. See. This is the guy who makes me a living. He dared to hit my face. Is he jealous of my good looks? His handsome face, that was his face to seduce the little witch, That was an important item for him to make friends with classmates and gain the trust of teachers. The centaur Firenze looked at the bloody marks on Ian's face, was silent for a while and said, "In fact, your scratches will be in 2 days." Firenze looked at the furious Ian and swallowed the words on his lips. When Hagrid arrived with a crossbow and other little wizards, what he saw was that the centaurs surrounded Ian and talked to each other. Hagrid thought there was a conflict between them and ran over. "Hey, everyone, is there any misunderstanding?" Hagrid hadn't finished speaking when he heard Ian continue to swear. "I'm going to pull out his intestines, tie them to his head, let him live on dragon dung every day, Hagrid." He was stunned, looking at Ian, who was surrounded by centaurs, with scratches on his face and some torn clothes, but he looked aggressive, as if he wanted to kill someone. The centaurs stood aside, helpless, and some even tried to treat Ian's wounds. The centaur leader Ronan saw Hagrid's appearance and guessed that he might have misunderstood and quickly explained. "Hagrid, we are here to save him." Ronan paused. He should have been injured in the face by the guy who attacked the unicorn, so that's why he was angry. "Oh, thank God, it's okay." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that these little guys would encounter some danger. Harry was so excited to see his brother still alive that tears welled up in his eyes. He just took 2 steps forward and was pushed away by Hermione and Cassandra. "Ian," Hermione looked at the scars on Ian's face with heartache. "Your face is injured." Cassandra also looked distressed. It was too much. She had the heart to attack such a handsome face. Ian waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. His eyes revealed a bit of viciousness. "I'm fine, that guy is in trouble. If he dares to joke with his handsome face, he will joke with his dog life. Voldemort, guaranteed death. He will destroy at least one of his Horcruxes a year. You know who the guy who attacked the unicorn is, right?" Hagrid looked at the centaur leader Ronan with a serious face. Ronan didn't say anything, but Firenze looked at the unicorn and said, "It's not a good thing to say the name of that person at this time." Hagrid nodded and looked at the unicorn, whose blood was sucked by Voldemort. "Hagrid, he drank the blood of the unicorn." 5-2 Ian frowned. "Ian Potter, do you know what unicorn blood can be used for?" Firenze looked at Ian. Ian was stunned. "Shouldn't this be asked to Harry? Why did it become him?" Firenze didn't expect Ian to answer him, and he talked to himself. "Killing a unicorn is an extremely cruel thing. Only those who have nothing and want everything will commit such a heinous crime." Ian listened to Firenze's words and said subconsciously, "Unicorn blood can prolong life. Yes, pure blood that can prolong your life." Firenze continued, "Even if you are dying, you must pay a heavy price for it. In order to save your own life, you slaughtered a pure, weak, and helpless life, so from the moment its blood touches your lips, you will have a half-dead creature, a cursed life." Listening to Firenze's words, everyone's expressions were particularly solemn. Harry asked anxiously, "Who would be so crazy?" Firenze noticed Harry then. He looked at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead and was slightly stunned. "Harry Potter, can't you guess?" Firenze said. "Who would choose to live like this?" "Firenze, the guy who attacked the unicorn is also the murderer of our parents, right?" Ian looked at Firenze and said in a low voice. Harry subconsciously touched the scar on his forehead. "You mean the one who killed the unicorn and drank his blood to prolong his life is Voldemort?" Firenze was silent, neither admitting nor denying. "Impossible. Didn't everyone say he was dead? How could he? How could he?" Draco said palely. "Some people say he's dead. I think that's pure nonsense." Firenze looked at Draco deeply. "I'm afraid he doesn't have much humanity left, so he can't die. Voldemort is at the end of his rope now, so he can only fight to the death." Ian walked slowly towards the unicorn. "Killing such a pure creature, Voldemort must be living a life worse than death now. So someone must want to steal." Harry hesitated. "Good luck to you." Firenze looked up at the starry sky. "Before the Star of Destiny has been misunderstood, even centaurs can't avoid mistakes. I hope it will be the same this time. Mars tonight. Wait, what are you doing?" Firenze was halfway through his words when he saw Ian holding his wand and pointing it at the unicorn. Ian ignored him and got the accurate information from the system that Unicorn 12 had only 1 breath left, so he started his great cause of resurrecting the unicorn. "Save the dying, life come back, Ziasu," Ian chanted in a low voice, and the tip of the wand emitted a soft white light and sank into the body of the unicorn. "What is he doing?" Hagrid looked confused. Harry and the others looked at Ian in amazement. It was the first time they saw Ian use such a cool magic. "Is that ancient magic? He is trying to revive the unicorn." Ronan looked at him in shock. "Ian, is he crazy?" "There is indeed a resurrection spell in ancient magic, but it is only a legend. No one has ever learned it, let alone used it. Besides, can ancient magic be used by him at his age? It is extremely obscure magic." Under the gaze of everyone, Ian's resurrection has come to an end. He whispered, "Wake up, pure spirit." The soft white light enveloped the unicorn, and the wounds on the unicorn that were sucked by blood healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The unicorn, which was originally dying, slowly stood up in the shocked eyes of everyone. Although it was still a little weak, it was indeed alive. Really, really resurrected. Hagrid was stunned. Hermione and others looked at Ian in shock. They knew that Ian was very strong, but they didn't expect that Ian was so strong. Even the legendary resurrection spell. The unicorn seemed to know that Ian was the one who saved it, lowered its head and rubbed Ian intimately. This night, Ian was fighting again. Voldemort resurrected the unicorn again, and his magic power was exhausted. Before he could touch the unicorn that only pure girls could get close to, he closed his eyes and fainted. After loading the coins, he fell asleep so cool. Ian, Hermione, and the others shouted in panic. He's fine, but he fainted because of excessive consumption of magic power. Hagrid checked Ian and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's leave here first. Ronan watched Hagrid take Ian away and then looked at Firenze. He is very strong. Firenze looked at the direction where Ian left, his eyes deep. The trajectory of the Destiny Star allowed us to find him, but I can't see through him. Even you can't see through it, Ronan said in shock. Yes, his fate is like a flower in the fog, vague and unclear. Firenze retracted his gaze. Let's go, we should go back. Firenze looked up at the starry sky. Mars was particularly bright tonight, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. If Ian was still here at this time, he would definitely complain. The Riddle man should die, always saying specious things. But unfortunately, Ian was still in a coma. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Ian opened his eyes and saw Hermione and others guarding the bed. Why are you all here? Ian rubbed his temples and sat up. Ian, you scared me. Hermione looked at Ian with red eyes. How can you use such dangerous magic? Although Cassandra still looked noble and cold, her red eyes betrayed her true emotions. You should go to Gryffindor. Slytherin doesn't have a crazy person like you who doesn't care about his life. Harry, as the elder brother, was even more self-blaming. It's all my fault. If I could be stronger. Stop. Ian looked at the self-blaming people and smiled helplessly. I'm fine, right? Besides, I'm very strong. By the way, where's the unicorn? How is it? It's fine. Hagrid left it in the hut. Hagrid said it would be fine after a few days of rest. Hermione poured Ian a glass of water. Don't mess around next time. Got it. Ian responded helplessly. He dared to do that because he had already considered the consequences and tried to be a good guy in front of old Dumbledore. After all, a little wizard who exhausted his magic power to save a unicorn couldn't be a bad guy, right? Ian was talking to Hermione and the others when the door of the ward was knocked. Come in. The door was pushed open and it was Dumbledore and Snape. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Several little guys shouted in unison. Dumbledore smiled and nodded slightly, but Snape pulled a face as if someone owed him 500 gold galleons. Ian, you're awake. Dumbledore smiled and approached Ian's bed. I heard you did something great last night. Professor Dumbledore, I just did what I should do. Ian smiled. You're too kind. No, saving unicorns is a great thing. Dumbledore shook his head. If it weren't for you, the song unicorn would probably be in danger. If Mr. Potter could be less of a hero, he wouldn't run to the hospital wing every other day. Snape sneered and interrupted Dumbledore's words. Ian heard this and shrugged helplessly. Professor Snape, I don't want to either. You'd better not want to. Snape glanced at Ian coldly and threw him another bottle of potion. Thank you, Professor Snape. Ian took the potion and smelled it. He knew that it was a potion to restore magic power, and it was the kind without side effects. Tusk, the old bat who said one thing and thought another. Severus, don't scare our little Ian anymore. Dumbledore smiled and joked, then turned to look at the others. Children, Ian and I have something to say alone. Can you go out first? Hermione and the others heard this and left the ward obediently, and also closed the door for them considerately. Dumbledore and Ian were the only ones left in the ward. Ian, I came here this time mainly because I have something to ask you. Ian heard this and his heart moved. He guessed what Dumbledore was going to ask, but his face remained calm. Professor Dumbledore, please ask. Where did you learn the resurrection spell you used last night? Dumbledore looked at Ian sharply. You should know that it is ancient magic, and it is a legend in ancient magic. Sure enough, the old bee came to ask this. Professor Dumbledore, you know, Harry and I went back to the old Potter house a few days ago. Ian had already thought of an excuse. In the basement 380 of the old Potter house, I found some ancient magic books and scrolls, and the resurrection spell was learned from those scrolls. As he said, he took out a sheepskin scroll that looked very old from his pocket. This sheepskin scroll was given by the system to ensure that the old bee could not see any clues. Because I am the head of the Potter family, these ancient magics are not allowed to be taught to Harry. Ian said and sighed, I know this spell is very dangerous, but when I saw the unicorn dying, I thought of giving it a try, and I didn't expect it to be successful. Dumbledore took the parchment scroll and frowned as he looked at the obscure ancient magic words on it. I have taught myself some ancient runes, so I can basically read the text on it. Ian said, pointing to the text on the scroll. Ian, this resurrection spell cannot be used easily. Dumbledore was silent for a long time before he spoke. You were successful last night and there was a lot of luck involved. I know, Professor Dumbledore. Ian responded obediently, I will use it carefully in the future. No, Ian, you shouldn't use it again. Dumbledore shook his head. This spell involves the mystery of life and death, which is not something you can master now. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Ian responded obediently, but he didn't care in his heart. Products produced by the system must be fine products. It's good that you understand. Dumbledore said, returning the parchment scroll to Ian, keep this scroll safe and don't take it out casually in the future. Ian heard this and solemnly put away the parchment scroll. Rest well, I won't disturb you. Dumbledore said and got up and left the ward. Looking at Dumbledore's back, Ian's eyes flashed with a cunning. Humph, you want to trick me? No way, the old bee left and Ian didn't stay in the hospital wing for long. He drank the potion given by Snape and couldn't wait to return to the castle. After returning to the castle, Ian took Hermione and the others to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement is located on the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry of the troll beating up Barnabas. When the user concentrates on the required venue and walks through that wall 3 times, a very smooth door will appear on the wall, allowing you to enter the Room of Requirement. Ian discovered this room very coincidentally and reasonably a few days ago. Ian, why did you bring us to the 8th floor? Draco pouted. I don't want to go to the Gryffindor lounge to discuss things. Ian heard this and smiled mysteriously. Who said I would take you to the Gryffindor lounge? With that, Ian took the others to the opposite side of the tapestry of the troll beating up Barnabas. Isn't there only one tapestry here? Harry scratched his head. Ian, where are you taking us? Don't worry, you'll know when you see it. Ian said, concentrating on the Room of Requirement, and then walked through the wall 3 times. A smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall that was originally plain. What's going on? Hermione looked at the door in front of her with a little surprise. When did a door appear here? Ian pinched Hermione's little face and explained kindly. A few days ago, I was thinking about where I could use it as a base for our conversation. I walked here and found this room. I call it the Room of Requirement. As long as you concentrate on the venue you need, it will become what you imagine. Really. Draco was a little skeptical. Then I wonder if it can also turn into a room full of gold galleons. Hearing this, Ian gave Draco a slap without hesitation. Can you think of something serious? Draco covered his head that was hit and closed his mouth aggrievedly. Okay, let's go in. Ian said and pushed open the door of the Room of Requirement. Several people entered one after another, and Harry was the last one to enter. As soon as he entered the room, the door behind him disappeared, replaced by an ordinary wall. Wow. Harry looked at the extremely luxurious room in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. The room was decorated with silver green and golden red, and it looked full of 2 completely different styles of Gryffindor and Slytherin, but surprisingly harmonious. In the center was a large round table, and several soft sofas were placed around the round table, which looked very comfortable. So beautiful, Cassandra couldn't help but exclaim. Needless to say, Hermione, her eyes were shining with excitement. This is the room I imagined according to our preferences. Ian said, pointing to the bookshelf not far away. Hermione, Cassandra, I know you 2 love reading, so I put a bookshelf on purpose. Letter 3005, Ian, you are so nice. Hermione hugged Ian with emotion. Cassandra nodded proudly. Very good, as long as you like it. Ian smiled and pulled Hermione and Cassandra to sit on the sofa. Okay, let's talk about business. Draco and Harry also gathered around, and several people sat on the sofa looking at Ian seriously. Everyone knows that the shadow yesterday was Voldemort. Ian said solemnly, and his target is the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing the 3 words Voldemort, Draco couldn't help shuddering. For him, Voldemort is a nightmare. Draco's face was pale. Ian, Voldemort, the mysterious man, is really still alive. Do you think that night Ferenza and I were joking? Ian rolled his eyes. Which guy is 100% Voldemort? He is really still alive. Draco muttered to himself. Voldemort, you know who. Cassandra pursed her lips. He must be in bad condition. He is very weak, otherwise he would not suck the blood of the unicorn. Hey, everyone, we have been wrong all along. Harry suddenly spoke. We thought Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone for himself, but in fact he did it for Voldemort. He used the elixir to restore Voldemort's vitality. Is the you-know-who coming back? Ronald's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Ian, Harry, will he want to kill you? Ronald, if Ian hadn't pushed me away, if Voldemort hadn't found the opportunity, I would have been a corpse. Harry forced a smile. It's not just the two of us, Harry. Ian looked at Draco. Draco, do you still remember the crazy broom at the beginning of the school year? Draco was stunned by the question. I remember, what's wrong? Voldemort wants to kill you too. Ian dropped a bombshell. What? Draco stood up from the sofa, his face full of panic. This doesn't make sense. Ian, you two are saviors. It's normal for him to want to kill you, but Ian interrupted Draco directly. Draco, don't forget that the Malfoy family used to be Death Eaters and followers of Voldemort. After Voldemort fell, your father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, claimed that he was under the control of the Imperious Curse and donated a large sum of gold galleons to the Ministry of Magic, which is how he escaped trial. Draco, to Voldemort, your Malfoy family is the one who betrayed him. Do you think he will let you, the only heir of Malfoy, go? Ian's tone was aggressive and Draco was frightened and fell on the sofa. Draco opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Harry patted Draco on the shoulder. Draco, Ian doesn't want to scare you, he just wants you to recognize the current situation. Draco smiled bitterly. I know, I just can't accept it for a while. Reality is so cruel, Draco. Ian sighed. What we have to do now is to unite and find a way to deal with Voldemort together. Ian, you... Draco widened his eyes. Voldemort's ambition is not just to kill a few of us. Ian's eyes were firm. He wants the entire wizarding world to crawl at his feet. Draco, there will be no way out if you follow such a person. Damn, believe it quickly. Then complete the level-breaking game set by the old B. End this stupid first grade. Starting from next year, he will destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes every year. B******D. The B******D who is jealous of his handsome face. Don't think it will be easy. Thinking of this, Ian subconsciously touched his right cheek. When he touched the tiny scar that had not yet recovered, Ian became even angrier and he increased his deception of Draco. Draco, we must unite to protect the people we want to protect our family and friends. Ian's expression was serious and serious. Although he has now fallen to the point of relying on unicorn blood to maintain his life, if he succeeds in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, it will be a disaster. A nightmare. Draco was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Ian, you are right, we should unite and work together to deal with that devil. Very good, Draco. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. Don't worry, you won't lose if you follow me, believe me, you will be the best Malfoy family head in history. Hey, Ian, why do you only let me make the decision, and there is Cassandra, why don't you ask her? Draco was in the mood to joke at this time. No need. Ian glanced at Cassandra beside him and smiled. Cassandra will only choose me. Besides, the Wally family is neutral and they are not Death Eaters. Cassandra didn't speak but raised her chin proudly, but her red ears betrayed her. Hermione snorted and grabbed Ian's sleeve. I will also choose you unwaveringly. Of course, Hermione, I have never doubted you. Ian rubbed Hermione's hair and smiled gently. Harry and the other two looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Well, they became the background again. Okay, since everyone has reached a consensus, let's think about how to deal with Voldemort together. Ian coughed lightly and brought the topic back. If you want to deal with Voldemort, the most important thing is not to let him get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry clenched his fists. We must protect the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione also nodded. That's right. As long as Voldemort can't get the Philosopher's Stone, he can't recover his full strength, so it will be easier for us to deal with him. But how can we protect the Philosopher's Stone? Ronald scratched his head. We can't stay in the basement all the time, can we? Everyone, don't forget, who is the wizard that Voldemort fears the most? Hermione's words reminded everyone. Professor Dumbledore, Cassandra blurted out, the one that the devil fears the most is Professor Dumbledore. That's right, it's Professor Dumbledore. Hermione smiled slightly. Professor Dumbledore is the only wizard that Voldemort fears. As long as Professor Dumbledore is around, Voldemort dares not act rashly. Besides, didn't Hagrid say that the professors also set a trap and Voldemort will not easily get the Philosopher's Stone? Cassandra also calmed down. We just need to strengthen our defenses and prevent Voldemort from taking advantage of it. That's right, as long as we unite as one, we can definitely protect the Philosopher's Stone. Ian's eyes were full of determination. Everyone nodded. They must protect the Philosopher's Stone and never let Voldemort succeed. As the end of the semester approached, the Night Walk Six were either keeping an eye on Snape's movements or preparing for the final exams. Even Hermione and Cassandra, who were strong, actively joined the review. Only Ian was not worried about the final exams. After all, it was nothing to be afraid of for him. He was more concerned about the challenges of the next school year. In the final exam of charms, Ian scored full marks with absolute standards, and Professor Flitwick gave him an extra 20 points. For transfiguration, Ian immediately turned the teacup into a snuff bottle with exquisite patterns and gave it to Professor McGonagall, earning another 20 points. As for potions, there was no need to think too much. As soon as Ian finished, Snape gave him full marks without even looking at it. Of course, the potions Ian brewed did exceed the standard. Only in History of Magic, on the night before the exam, Ian, like most people, diligently memorized notes in the common room, although he memorized Hermione's notes. As expected, he successfully got 10 zeros. Ian put his hands in his pockets and raised his chin slightly. Oh, first in the grade, let's drink some water. Third in the grade, not bad. Cassandra also smiled. I was second. Originally, I thought the Hogwarts exam would be very terrible, but it turned out to be quite fun, Hermione said with a smile. She got O in every subject, and when she was still reviewing, she helped Harry and Ronald so that they also passed the exams smoothly. Although the two did not get O, they also got E in every subject except for potions. Hermione, that's for you. Potions is simply the nightmare of my life, Ronald said with a bitter face. He barely managed to avoid failing the course until the last moment. Harry had the same expression. I was thinking if I had entered Slytherin, would Snape not target me so much? No, he would target you in a different way. Ian said coldly, you should be thankful that you didn't enter Slytherin, otherwise Professor Snape, as your dean, would have more ways to discipline you. Harry shuddered subconsciously and talked about the Philosopher's Stone again. Ian, I still think we should go to the trapdoor to have a look. Professor Snape, whom you suspect, hasn't taken any action, so why go there? Ian glanced at Harry speechlessly. The game hasn't started yet. How can you keep thinking about playing it in advance? I heard from my father that Professor Snape was one of the followers of the mysterious man, but he later betrayed the mysterious man, Draco whispered. Now I think that maybe Professor Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ian looked at the platinum head with an indescribable expression. Great job, Draco, you didn't lose face. Draco, why don't you just call out that guy's name and call him you-know-who? Harry asked in a strange way. Hermione also noticed this problem. Except for her and Ian, everyone else would call Voldemort you-know-who. After the fall of you-know-who, there were rumors that you-know-who cast a spell on his own name to accurately know the location of the person who called his name. Draco looked at Harry as if he was looking at a fool. Hermione was born a muggle and didn't know about this. You and Ian are just out of hatred and stubborn. Draco pointed at the three of them who had lived in the wizarding world since childhood. Look at the three of us, we never call him by his name directly. Hermione frowned. This rumor is really weird. Ian knew that the rumor was true, as reflected in the original plot. In the 7th grade, Harry and the other two shouted Voldemort's name stubbornly, exposing their positions several times. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, they would have died countless times. As the six talked BCDG, they walked out of the castle, and Hagrid's hut was not far away. At this time, Hagrid was singing and combing the unicorn's hair, and he looked in a good mood. Since the unicorn was resurrected by Ian, it often came to Hagrid's hut, hoping to meet the handsome savior. Of course, Ian did not forget to care about the unicorn from time to time and got a lot of good things from it. The tears of the unicorn can detoxify, the hair can be made into a wand, and the blood is even more precious. Every time the unicorn gave him these things, Ian would sigh and say, I didn't save him wrongly. Don't you think it's strange? Harry looked at Hagrid and suddenly said, why Hagrid wanted a dragon, and he happened to meet someone with a dragon egg, who would walk around with a dragon egg. Harry became more and more excited as he spoke and walked towards Hagrid with a few people. It's really strange. Hermione also thought of something and immediately responded to Harry, let's go ask Hagrid. Hagrid saw a few people coming and immediately greeted them with a smile. Several people responded one after another and then sat down around Hagrid. Wiley immediately asked his question. Hagrid, do you still remember what the person who gave you the dragon egg looked like? Hagrid recalled and then said, I don't know who he is. He was wearing a black robe that covered his entire face. Harry immediately looked at Ian. He said there was something wrong. That man was wearing a black robe. How could a man wearing a black robe be a good person, Snape? The sharp sword is invisible, hanging the golden bell upside down. Hagrid, did that man say anything to you? Ian gently stroked the back of the little unicorn and asked. Of course. Hagrid suddenly became excited. He asked me if I had raised any special magical animals, and I talked to him a lot. Hermione immediately realized that something was wrong when she heard this. Hagrid, is he very interested in Fluffy? That's true. Hagrid scratched his head. He asked a lot of questions about Fluffy. I told him that the trick to interacting with animals is to know how to make them quiet. For example, Fluffy will fall asleep immediately as long as he is given some music. Hagrid was still talking and laughing with the 6 people. As soon as he said this, his expression suddenly changed. He let it slip again. The 6 people got the exact answer and turned around and ran towards the castle. Hagrid stared blankly at the direction where the little wizards left, shaking his head. I shouldn't say it, I shouldn't say it. Ian ran slowly at the back. He felt helpless when he saw the 5 people in front of him running fast. Really, run slower, why are you in such a hurry? The game won't start until tonight. Forget about the 3 guys above Harry, why are Hermione and Cassandra also interested? Harry said as he ran. Voldemort has already known the method through Fluffy. We must find Professor McGonagall immediately, otherwise the Philosopher's Stone will be in danger. Things shouldn't be that bad. Draco comforted Harry, but his speed was no less than Harry's. Don't forget, there are other mechanisms left by Professor Dumbledore. Even if Voldemort knows the method through Fluffy, he may not be able to get the Philosopher's Stone smoothly. Harry thought about it too. How could the mechanism left by Dumbledore be so easy to crack? But what if Snape and Voldemort are working together? Don't forget that Snape is also one of the professors who set up the mechanism. Hermione proposed another idea. Hermione is right, we have to hurry. Harry couldn't refute this point, so he could only speed up his pace. They had to find Professor McGonagall as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall was correcting homework in the office, and suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. Come in, Professor McGonagall's voice came from the office. Harry and the other 6 hurriedly pushed the door open. Professor McGonagall, what's wrong? Why are you 6 out of breath? Professor McGonagall looked at the 6 troublemakers in front of him strangely. Professor McGonagall. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, we have to see him now, Harry said anxiously. I'm afraid not, Professor Dumbledore is not here. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses and said in a good mood, he received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic by Owl and immediately set off for London. He left, but this matter is extremely urgent. Harry was panicked when he heard that Dumbledore was not there. Professor McGonagall frowned. What happened to make you 6 so panicked? It's not us, it's the Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall, Ian said anxiously. Sure enough, after hearing about the Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall's expression immediately became solemn. How do you know this? Professor McGonagall asked a series of questions. It's not important, Professor McGonagall. Harry didn't answer Professor McGonagall's question. He only cared about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. Professor, we have reason to believe that someone tried to steal it tonight. I don't care how you guys know about the Philosopher's Stone, but it is well protected. Professor McGonagall's face suddenly changed. You students had better go back to the academy now. This is not something you little wizards should care about. Professor, the Philosopher's Stone is really in danger now. It's Snape. Harry wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, do you know what you're saying? A professor at Hogwarts can't do such a thing, but Harry wanted to say something else. Professor McGonagall waved his hand. You guys now immediately right now, go back to Gryffindor and Slytherin. At Professor McGonagall's strong request, the 6 people had to leave the office in disgrace. Harry looked depressed. What should I do? Professor McGonagall doesn't believe what we say. This is normal, after all, we don't have any evidence. Ian could understand Professor McGonagall's thoughts. It would be strange if you just believed it. The person Hagrid met was definitely not a stranger, it was Snape. Harry clenched his fists. A black robe is his symbol. He must have known how to get through Fluffy. Ian's mouth twitched. He really felt wronged for their dean to bear this big black pot. But Dumbledore is not here. Hermione had just finished speaking when a faint voice came from behind. Good afternoon. The 6 people turned around and saw Snape in a black robe standing behind them, his face gloomy and terrible. Professor Snape, good afternoon. Ian pulled a few people and greeted them sleepily. Snape saw Ian, his expression improved for a moment, but then he looked straight at Harry. Harry Potter, it's such a nice day, but you didn't go out for a walk but stayed in the castle instead. You'd better be careful. Snape paused and chose a suitable word. Otherwise, others will think you are tempting our Slytherin students to do bad things. We didn't. Hermione just opened her mouth and Ian quickly interrupted. Professor Snape, we're going for a walk now, bye. After saying that, Ian turned around and walked away with the 5 people, not daring to stop at all for fear that the snake field would spit out more liquid. Ian slowly stopped until he was out of Snape's sight. Everyone, will go under the trapdoor tonight. Harry said firmly. Tonight. Draco hesitated. You mean tonight the 6 of us will fight against the mysterious man or Professor Snape? Ronald didn't indulge Draco at all and immediately said, Don't forget, Ian was able to hold on for a long time in the hands of the mysterious man, and he didn't fall into a disadvantage. Malfoy, are you afraid? Draco's face flushed instantly. Who said I was afraid? Let's go, then it's settled. Harry made the final decision. Why are you so late? Ian leaned against the door and looked at the Gryffindor trio who hurried over. Draco couldn't help but complain, if you three are any later, the opportunity will be gone. We were discovered by Neville. Harry explained, so we can only knock him down first. Take him down? Ian looked at Harry in confusion. Ronald pointed at Hermione with a strange look in his eyes. Your Hermione petrified Neville completely. Ian was surprised. Physically knocked him down. You know, although Hermione is sometimes very smart, she is also really scary. Ronald shrugged and complained. Okay, let's go in quickly. Harry interrupted everyone's chatter. If we go too late, the Philosopher's Stone will be stolen. Allahu open. Ian unlocked the door with an unlocking spell and pushed the door open carefully. As soon as the door was opened, several people heard deafening snoring and beautiful music. Looking at Fluffy, who had been knocked down by the automatic harp, Ian's expression suddenly became heavy. It seems that someone has come earlier than us. Then we have to move quickly, Harry said, motioning everyone to remove Fluffy's paw from the trapdoor. With the concerted efforts of 6 people, the big paw of the 3-headed dog was lifted up little by little. Ian opened the trapdoor and looked down. It was dark and he couldn't see the situation clearly. Asterisks. Harry took a deep breath. I'll go down first. If there is any danger, you turn around and run. Do you understand? Ian never forgets his personality in such a small matter and stopped Harry at that time. At least I can fight that devil back and forth. Ian rolled up his sleeves. I'll go down first and you will follow, that's it. After saying that, before the others could react, Ian jumped down, not caring about whether there was any danger in the darkness. As soon as he jumped down, he felt that he had landed on something soft and slippery. It was a devil's snare. Ian, several people exclaimed, come down quickly, I'm fine. Ian's voice came from the darkness with a hint of echo. Hearing Ian's words, Harry no longer hesitated and jumped down second. He's fine, let's go down quickly. Then came Hermione and Cassandra and finally Ronald. But unfortunately, Ronald was scared down by the 3-headed dog. When Ronald was ready to jump down, Lu Wei woke up and saw the uninvited guest who had come in at some point and roared. Ronald was so scared that his feet slipped and he fell directly into the cave. How is it? Is everyone okay? Ian asked. The voices of several people came from all around, but they were not heavy. Only Ronald, his voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his lips and teeth. I said. Ronald swallowed his saliva. You didn't find that the things on your body have been tightening? I feel like I'm suffocating. After hearing what Ronald said, several people realized that the vines that trapped them were constantly tightening, squeezing their breathing space. This is a devil's snare. Hermione recognized the vines that trapped them. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the tighter it will be. Relax. As long as you relax, it will loosen. Relax, you sound so relaxed. Ronald's voice was a little tearful. I feel like it's going to wrap me up like a mummy. Hermione was a little speechless. Please, relax, just relax. Ian was the first to stop struggling, and slowly he felt the vines loosening until he fell completely. Hermione and Cassandra also escaped from the devil's snare and fell into Ian's warm embrace. Then it was Harry, but he was not so lucky and fell on his butt. After all, his brother was busy checking the condition of the 2 little witches. The 4 people's feet were already on the ground, and only Draco and Ronald were still howling on the devil's snare. There was an unpleasant scream in his ears, and Ian pulled out his wand with an indifferent face and pointed it at it. Fluorescent flash. A strong white light shot out from the tip of the wand. When the devil's snare met this strong light, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, and it was frightened and frantically loosened the vines. In less than 5 seconds, Draco and Ronald fell down and fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much, this damn thing. Cassandra hugged her arms and looked down at the 2 people lying on the ground. You two, don't you pay attention in class? We even touched the devil's snare in the herbology class, and you too. Hermione shook her head, looking disappointed. Ian kicked the 2 people twice. Hurry up, we have to keep going. The 6 people continued to walk forward, passed through the only corridor, and came to the second checkpoint. Listen, what's that sound? Cassandra, who had the sharpest ears, was the first to hear the strange sound. Several people shut their mouths and listened carefully to the sound in the air. It seems to be the sound of wings flapping, Hermione said uncertainly. Just walk forward and you'll know. Ian said, opening the door first and coming to the second room. There were countless birds flying in the sky in the room. Looking carefully, those birds that made the sound of wings fluttering were keys. You can only move forward, not backward. Ian looked at the passage behind him and then at the door opposite. Ronald just lost face in the devil's net, and now he wants to show off in front of his friends. He walked to the door, pulled out his wand, and aimed at the lock. Allahu open. Unfortunately, not everyone is Ian Potter, and the door didn't react at all. Ronald looked at the ground awkwardly. I just want to try. This door has been cast with multiple layers of protection spells, and the unlocking spell 187 is useless. Ian walked around the door and came to a conclusion. So, how do we get through? Draco looked at the group of keys flying in the air and swallowed. Ian folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the wall, and tapped the ground with his right toe in a regular pattern. The key that can open this door will fly over. Ian used the flying spell on the densely packed keys, but it was completely useless. Not to mention the real key, no key flew into Ian's hand at all. The flying spell is useless. Ian put down his wand, pointed to two brooms not far away and said, "It seems that we can only fly up to find it. So, we need to find the right one among these keys and insert it into the keyhole," Harry said. "That's right." Ian nodded. "This is the task of the second level. So many keys, at least 1,000, how long will it take to find them?" Ronald looked up at the flying keys in the sky and said in despair, "This door is so old and there is rust on the lock, so the key must be an old-fashioned one, old and rusty." Cassandra walked to the door and carefully observed the position of the lock. "Look, there, the one flying up." Harry pointed to the top of the room and said loudly, "I saw it." Hermione frowned. "You have to fly up to get it, which is not an easy task." For a moment, the eyes of the 5 people were on Ian. Ian helplessly held his forehead. "Why are you looking at me? I'm not a seeker, Harry, Draco, you two each have one, go up and find it." He didn't expect that after the Gryffindor trio became the troublemaking 6, this level would be humanized and there would be an extra broom. Tusk, old Dumbledore is quite meticulous. After hearing Ian's words, Harry and Draco hesitated and didn't act immediately. "What are you two worried about?" Ronald patted their shoulders. "Don't worry, Snape is so old and blurry he can catch the key, so you two, the youngest seekers in 100 years, will have no problem." Snape, God strikes without a trace, hanging upside down. Harry and Draco looked at each other, nodded, and each rode on their brooms. As soon as the two rode on their brooms, the group of keys rushed towards them like crazy. Harry and Draco kept dodging the attacks of the group of keys and flew upwards. "See." Harry shouted, "It's there." Draco also saw the key. "I saw it too, it flew too fast." The two rode on their brooms and kept chasing the key in the air. Draco was responsible for driving away the keys around Harry because he provided an environment that was convenient for catching the secret key. Soon, Harry caught the key and he threw it down with all his strength. "Ian, go for it." Ian jumped up, caught the key, and quickly ran over to open the door. "Hurry, Ian, hurry." Ronald stared at Harry and Draco, who were still in the air nervously, fearing that the group of keys would shoot at them. Ian inserted the key into the keyhole and the door slowly opened. He shouted to the air, "Harry, Draco, hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the two little witches and kicked Ronald by the way and entered the safe area. Harry and Draco also followed with a dive and flew into the door. Ian seized the opportunity and closed the door at the moment when the two flew in. There was a crash behind the door. "It's terrible." Draco looked at the pile of keys inserted in the door and said with lingering fear. Harry also panted and nodded. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked with concern. "It's okay." Harry and Draco shook their heads at the same time. Ian looked at the dark passage ahead and said, "Don't be in a hurry to rest, let's go quickly, who knows what the next level is." The 6 people walked forward along the passage, turned a corner, and came to the 3rd room. The dark environment made Cassandra very uncomfortable. She held Ian's hand tightly and wrinkled her nose. "I don't like this environment at all. Is this a cemetery?" Hermione looked at the stone statues around her and said with some doubt, "No, this is a big chessboard." Ronald said firmly. As soon as Ronald finished speaking, the lights around him lit up, allowing the 6 little wizards to see the environment clearly. "The door is there, let's go." Harry pointed to the door blocked by the chess pieces and was about to walk over. Ian stood there, looking at Harry leisurely. As soon as he approached the chess pieces, those chess pieces that looked like soldiers drew out their double blades and took attacking postures. "Have you lost your mind in the 2nd level?" Ian couldn't help but give Harry a slap on the head. "Do you think we can get through so easily? Then how do we get through?" Draco looked at the chessboard in front of him and thought of the door full of keys. "I don't want to go back to grab the keys again." "Oh, I think we need to go through this game to get to the door." Ronald swallowed and said. Ian crossed his arms and said, "This level depends on you, I know nothing about chess." Ronald's IQ was rarely online. He quickly analyzed the rules. "We need to become chess pieces and complete the chess game on their behalf. As long as we get to the end, we can get to the door." Harry, you stand on the opposite grid, Ian, you. Ronald arranged for several people to represent a chess piece, and he himself got on the horse and became a knight. Now, Ronald looked at the white side on the opposite side. The war has begun. Draco looked at Ronald with a pale face. We are not playing real chess, are we? Ronald said nothing but controlled a pawn to the opposite side. Pawn, go to d5. Under Ronald's command, the pawn moved to the position of d5, just opposite the white pawn that had just moved. The white pawn immediately drew out its double blades and slashed at the pawn that landed on d5. In an instant, the attacked pawn was torn into pieces and fell to the ground, stirring up a puff of dust. Draco, I think you are right, 0-2. Ronald swallowed and tried to calm himself down. This is playing real wizard chess. The five people's eyes were all on Ronald and their expressions became solemn. On the chessboard there is winning or losing. Under Ronald's command, several pawns began to move one after another. Bishop, go to c3, rook, go to e4, pawn, go to b5. The chessboard seemed to have become a real battlefield. Every move was full of danger. No matter whether it was the white side or the black side, as long as they stood on the opposite side, the chess pieces would draw their weapons without hesitation and go to the opposite side. At this time, Ronald looked very different from usual. He was observing the chessboard attentively, like a general commanding a war. Under Ronald's command, many white and black chess pieces fell down, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. The chess pieces of both sides were getting fewer and fewer, and the debris was getting more and more. Finally, after the white king killed a black chess piece, the field suddenly became quiet. No, wait. Harry finally understood as he watched the chess piece fall. Harry, it seems you understand. As long as I make the next move, the queen will eat me, and then you can checkmate the opponent's king. Ronald looked at Harry solemnly. Ronald, no, this won't work. I understand what you mean. Draco also understood and shouted immediately, I know Harry's chess piece can't be moved, but my pawn can. Ronald, don't be impulsive. Wait, what are you talking about? Hermione didn't understand the conversation between the three people at all. Harry took a deep breath, his eyes reddened. Ronald is going to sacrifice himself. There must be another way, Hermione said anxiously. We can definitely find another way, Ronald, you. For a while, several people were trying to persuade Ronald to think of other ways, and Ian followed suit. Do you still want to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Ronald took a deep breath. This is the only way. Don't stop me anymore, Harry. This is the calendar of the factory. Ronald smiled with relief. Harry, Ian, I know very well that you two should keep moving forward. Not me, not Draco, not Hermione and Cassandra, but you two brothers. Ronald looked at Harry and Ian, his voice firm. You have to face that person, so you must not fall down now. Harry was silent, his eyes reddened, staring at Ronald, unable to say a word. Only by moving forward can you go further. Ian looked at Ronald sitting on the horse calmly. Ronald, don't worry and finish this game of wizard chess that belongs to you. You will be fine. Ronald smiled and said nothing, just said, Of course, Ian, I believe you. After that, Ronald rode his horse and walked towards the chessboard. His expression was very decisive. Knight, go to h3. As soon as Ronald finished speaking, the horse under him neighed to the sky and rushed to the position of h3. The White Queen slowly approached Ronald's knight, raised her long heavy sword high, and stabbed it into the stone horse under Ronald. The knight was killed by the queen and shattered into stones on the ground, and Ronald also fainted among the stones. Ronald. Several people looked at Ronald lying on the ground worriedly. Don't move, the game is not over yet. Ian stopped them and turned to look at Harry. Harry, it's your turn. Harry nodded, walked firmly to the White King and sentenced him to death. Checkmate. The White King took off the crown on his head and threw it at Harry's feet, loosened the sword in his hand and fell to the ground. They won. The white chess pieces bowed and retreated, making way for the door. Several people immediately ran to Ronald to check on his condition. He's fine, just fainted. Ian checked Ronald and took out a bottle of recovery potion for him to drink. Ronald soon woke up slowly under the effect of the potion and opened his eyes. I'm okay. I brought the potion. Facing the surprised eyes of the five people, Ian shrugged. It's better to be prepared. Cassandra stood up and patted the dust on her body. Let's go to the next level. Draco, Harry, you hold Ronald. Ian gave a few instructions and walked in front. Let's go quickly. The five people followed Ian and trotted across the chessboard. What else can come next? Draco looked ahead, his face gray and black. This is already the third level. We have passed Professor Sprout's mechanism, that devil's snare. Ian said as he walked. It must be Professor Flitwick who cast the magic on those keys, and Professor McGonagall was the third level, deforming the chess pieces and making them alive. Then there is only Professor Quirrell's magic and Snape's. Cassandra stopped halfway through her words. Ian naturally took over Cassandra's unfinished words, and Professor Snape said up, "I guess it's a potion." The 6 people walked down and pushed open the next door. As soon as they entered, a disgusting stench hit their noses, and they had to lift up their clothes to cover their noses. Seeing this, Ian quickly cast a sense-destroying spell on several people, temporary loss of smell. The sense of smell of several people disappeared, and they could no longer smell the stench, which made them feel much better. They put down their hands and saw the scene in front of them clearly, a troll. This troll was bigger than the one knocked down by Ian on Christmas. It lay motionless on the cold floor, unconscious, with a bloody lump on its head. Ian waved his wand and curled his lips slightly. "It seems that I don't have to duel with the troll this time." Hermione patted her frivolous boyfriend. "Hurry up and go to the next level. It's better if you don't have to deal with the troll." The 6 people passed through the troll room, came to the next door, and pushed it open. What came into view was a table with 7 bottles of different shapes on it. "It looks like the last level." Ian pointed to the 7 bottles of potion, Snape's level. As soon as the 6 people crossed the threshold, a flame suddenly rose behind them, blocking the way back. This flame was unusual, it was purple. At the same time, the door leading to the front also had black flames. Ian and 500 others were trapped in the middle. "There is a hint." Hermione grabbed the parchment next to the bottle and read the words on it aloud. "Danger is in front of you, safety is behind you, 2 of us can help you. Drink them, 1 will lead you forward and the other will send you back to where you came from. 2 of them contain nettle wine and 3 contain assassins waiting in line. Choose unless you want to stay here forever." We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, they are actually standing to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles on the left and right are different. If you want to move forward, they will not be useful to you. Third, you will find that the bottles are of different sizes. There is no death hidden in giants and dwarfs. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although they look different, taste the same. After reading the 4, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. "I have to say, this is too clever." Hermione's eyes were shining. "This is not magic, this is logical reasoning, a riddle." Ian stared at the 4 bottles with interest. Only the half-blood Prince Snape could come up with such a puzzle. If it were another pure-blood wizard, it would be impossible to come up with such a brain teaser. Many of the greatest wizards have no ability to reason logically, so they are trapped here forever. Cassandra stood beside Hermione and read the last sentence of the parchment. "What about us? Can't we get out either?" Harry frowned and asked. "Of course not," the 2 little witches said at the same time. "Everything we need to know is written on this paper." Hermione pointed to the parchment. 7 bottles, 3 are poison, 2 are wine. 1 can allow us to safely pass through the black flame and the other can allow us to return through the purple flame. Ronald scratched his hair. "But how do we know which one is which?" "Give me a minute," Hermione said. She read the parchment and muttered, "No matter how cunningly the poison hides, it actually stands to the left of the nettle wine." She picked up a bottle on the right. "This is definitely not wine, and it can't be poison if it passes through the black flame, so it can't be it." Hermione began to pace back and forth, muttering something as she walked. "Neither the largest bottle nor the smallest bottle, the second on the left and the second on the right, taste the same." Cassandra also picked up the smallest bottle thoughtfully. "I know." Hermione and Cassandra shouted at the same time. The 2 smiled at each other and picked up the bottles they identified. "This." Hermione picked up the 3rd bottle on the left. "This can pass through the black flame. Let us move on and get the Philosopher's Stone." "And this one can pass through the purple flame and take us away from here." Cassandra picked up the 1st bottle on the right. "Are you sure?" Ronald asked hesitantly. "Of course," the 2 little witches said in unison again. Ian took the 2 bottles of potion and stuffed the one that could leave into Hermione's hand. He grabbed Cassandra's hand and overlapped it with Hermione's hand. "Hermione, Cassandra, take Ronald and Draco. You leave first. Harry and I will find you as soon as we get the Philosopher's Stone." Ian looked at the 2 little witches with a serious expression. Hermione shook her head stubbornly and was about to say something when she was interrupted by Ian. "Be obedient. If you are here, I have to distract myself to protect you." Cassandra let go of Ian's hand and looked at him straight. "We came together and we have to go together." "Yeah." Hermione rarely choked Cassandra. "Let's go together. No matter which of you 2, you will not be Voldemort's opponent." Ian has always been gentle to pretty little witches, and if you 2 are here, my mind will be diverted for the most part. Listen to me, there are 2 brooms in the flying Kai room. Draco is very good at Quidditch. He can take Ronald, who is not in good condition. Cassandra, you and Hermione together. Ian took a deep breath and looked at the 2 little witches steadily. They will carry you through the trapdoor, pass by Fluffy, go directly to the owl shed, find Themis and Hedwig, and send a letter to Professor Dumbledore. We need him to rescue. Believe me, whether it is Voldemort or someone else inside, I can temporarily contain them. Harry also pointed to the lightning scar on his forehead and said, "That's right, don't worry, I escaped once by luck, and Ian was not at a disadvantage in Voldemort's hands. We can turn danger into safety." Hermione wanted to say something else but was pulled by Cassandra. "Let's go," Cassandra said briefly, pulling Hermione towards the purple flames. Ronald and Draco followed quickly, and the four drank the potion in Cassandra's hand, and their figures disappeared in the black flames in an instant. Ian watched the purple flames gradually extinguish and retracted his gaze. "Voldemort, cub, your father is here. Let's go, Harry." Ian picked up the potion that could pass through the black flames and drank it in one breath. He felt a chill on his warm stomach. Passing through the black flames, they fell to the ground unscathed. The two successfully came to the last room, and there was a huge mirror in the middle. It was the Mirror of Erised. In front of the mirror stood a man, not Snape nor Voldemort, but Quirrell with a huge purple turban. Professor Quirrell. Harry looked at the man in front of him in shock. No, this is impossible. Snape should be. He could never have imagined that the man behind the scenes was Quirrell, not Snape as he had always believed. Yes, Snape does look like a bad guy. Quirrell sneered. His voice was no longer stuttering like before, but became cold and hoarse. So with him around, who would doubt but? Poor Professor Lowe. But that day during the Quidditch match, Snape wanted to kill me. Harry still couldn't figure it out. He subconsciously looked at Ian beside him. Ian shook his head slightly at him. "You're wrong, kid. I wanted to kill you. Crazy broom, troll, Quidditch, it was all me." Quirrell grinned. "Believe me, if Snape's robe hadn't suddenly caught fire and blocked my view, you would have lost your life long ago. No matter how much he chanted the counter curse, it was useless. Did Snape save me? The spell he chanted was a counter curse." Harry muttered to himself. Ian shrugged. "I told you Professor Snape is not a bad guy. You don't believe me at all. Snape had already noticed me on Halloween. I let the troll in, but Snape didn't fall for it." Quirrell looked at Ian and the others viciously. Everyone else was busy in the basement, but he actually ran directly to the 4th floor to stop me. It's all because of him that my plan failed. After that day, he no longer trusted me. He didn't let me stay alone, but I have never been alone, not alone. Quirrell turned around and stared at the mirror. As long as there is the Philosopher's Stone, Lord Voldemort will be able to make a comeback. At that time, all those who disobey him will die. The moment Quirrell turned around, Harry felt the lightning scar hurt. Ian dragged Harry behind him. He clenched his wand tightly, staring at Chi-Lu's movements without blinking. Quirrell's tone gradually became excited. "What is this mirror used for? Why did Dumbledore put it here? I saw my desire in it. I have the Philosopher's Stone, but how can I get it? Use those two boys, use them." A weak, hoarse voice like a snake came from behind Quirrell's head. Quirrell turned around with a ferocious expression and looked at Ian and the others. "You, come here, come quickly. I'm going to F***G9***. Ian didn't waste any words, and a petrification spell went towards Quirrell. Petrification. Quirrell dodged Ian's spell and was about to attack the two, but was interrupted by the voice behind him. "Don't use spells, catch the boy." Quirrell heard this and immediately gave up the spell and rushed towards Harry. Ian's expression was solemn. He pushed Harry away and rushed towards Quirrell. Smashed to pieces, a spell sprayed out from the tip of Ian's wand, hitting Quirrell directly. Armor protects. Quirrell was just defending but did not actively attack Ian. Harry pulled Ian and turned to run, but was blocked by a circle of fire summoned by Quirrell with a snap of his fingers. Ian said, "Tusk, this pirated fire, want to learn from Grindelwald?" "Okay, stop, let me talk to them, let me do it." Quirrell hesitated, but... "Master, your condition is not very good. I still have this little strength, let me do it." Quirrell began to slowly untie his turban, revealing his head. It was 10 twisted human faces. The moment Harry saw this face, the scar on his forehead suddenly hurt like fire. "Voldemort, you have become a parasite." Ian looked at the face with a serious expression. Voldemort smiled sinisterly. "The blood of the unicorn can prolong my life, but it cannot give me a body. However, there is another thing that can fulfill my wish. Ian Potter, you are a student of Slytherin." Voldemort called out Ian's name in a hoarse voice. "You performed very well in the Forbidden Forest, and you are extremely talented, just like me in the past. Believe me, as long as we cooperate, the whole world will surrender to us." Ian snorted coldly. "You are not afraid of slipping your tongue when you say this. You are just a remnant soul now, trash." Harry also clenched the wand in his hand and stared at Voldemort coldly. It's you who killed our parents, now you even want to seduce my brother. Harry Potter, don't you want to see your parents? Help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I can revive them." Voldemort showed a weird smile on his face. What a touching reunion scene, don't you want to see them? As Voldemort bewitched, two figures emerged in the mirror. They were Tom and Lily. Harry, don't believe him. Ian pulled Harry behind him. He can't revive the dead at all. The people in the mirror are not my parents, but your desire. Harry also reacted. Yes, Ian said that the dead cannot be resurrected, and the professor also said that the dead will not appear in the world in any form other than ghosts. Voldemort's expression suddenly darkened. Potter, two damn Potters, damn them just like your parents. Shattered to pieces, fainted, flaming, eliminate your weapons. Ian threw out several spells in a row, pulling Harry out. Harry, run. Voldemort was forced back several steps by Ian's spell, and he roared, Quirrell, catch them, don't let them run away. Quirrell heard this and immediately chased after Ian and the others. Ian and Harry dodged left and right in the room, trying to find a breakthrough, but the flames were too fierce and they couldn't find a way out at all. What a powerful strength, what a wonderful magic. Abandon your brother, we can create a greater world. Voldemort, damn it. Ian gritted his teeth and used a spell he created, Strangle. Avada Kedavra. Just like the Forbidden Forest that night, two spells of different colors collided with each other, forming convection. Harry also took this opportunity to throw a spell at Voldemort frantically. Expelliarmus, all petrified. Voldemort had eaten a few years more than Ian and Harry. He waved his hand and flipped Harry to the ground, and then increased the output of magic to Ian. Ian really couldn't hold on any longer, rolled to the side and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ian, Harry screamed and immediately struggled to crawl to Ian's side and helped him up. I'm fine, Harry. Ian spat out and wiped the corner of his mouth, staring at Voldemort, who was getting closer and closer to them. Voldemort walked towards the brothers with a grim smile, stretched out his hand to Harry and lifted him up. Harry, hit him with your hand. Hit him in the face. Ian shouted at Harry. At the critical moment of life and death, although Harry didn't understand, out of trust in Ian, he raised his hand without thinking and slapped Voldemort in the face. No, pa, pa, pa. A few crisp and loud slaps sounded, and Voldemort was slapped in the face by Harry several times, and the whole person was stunned. As a wizard, he never thought that someone would fight him in close combat and use physical attacks. Before Voldemort could react, the place where he was touched by Harry began to heat up, as if burned by a raging fire, with a sizzling sound, bursts of green smoke, and turned charred in an instant. Ah! Voldemort screamed and immediately let go Harry, curled up on the ground and rolled around madly. It was unclear whether the heart-wrenching scream belonged to Voldemort or Quirrell. Harry also fell to the ground, and he looked at his hands in confusion. I hit him. Don't talk nonsense, keep hitting him. Ian got up from the ground, stepped on Voldemort's back, grabbed his arm, and tried desperately to pull him off the back of Quirrell's head. Harry, don't let him run away. Harry came to his senses and immediately stepped forward to help. The moment Harry touched Quirrell's body, the eyes and servants changed again. After struggling for a while, Quirrell's body turned into black ash and scattered all over the ground, leaving only a robe. He's dead, Voldemort is dead, Ian, we have avenged our parents. Harry said and began to cry. Dead. Ian didn't let down his guard at all. He remembered that in the original plot there should be a person hidden in the running clothes. Where is Voldemort's remnant? Sure enough, the next second, the black mist formed by Voldemort's remnant soul emerged from his robe, rushed towards Ian and the others, and fled in panic. At the moment when Voldemort knocked him down, Ian had only one thought in his mind. Damn it. Voldemort, you are playing tricks on me. Ian woke up again, and the first thing he saw was the familiar pure white ceiling. Ian Potter was an old customer of the hospital wing. Ian, huh. Ian looked at the bed next to him and saw his useless cheap brother. He immediately showed a concerned expression. Harry, are you okay? Harry had a bandage on his hand and his face was a little pale. I'm fine, Ian. Is Voldemort not dead? He escaped. Ian sat up and leaned against the pillow, but we hurt him badly. He shouldn't be able to do evil in a short time. Harry was a little disappointed when he heard it, so we still can't avenge our parents. Harry, sooner or later there will be a chance. Ian patted Harry's shoulder and motioned him to look at the pile of gifts surrounding the two beds. Look, many people gave us gifts. Harry was immediately attracted by the colorful gifts. He curiously opened the gifts, and even the sadness on his face was dispersed a lot. This is from Hermione, Cassandra, Draco, and Ronald. While unpacking, Harry suddenly laughed. In addition to Slytherin, people from the other two colleges also gave me gifts. Hey, when did I have so many friends? Harry was a little confused. I have friends from all 4 colleges. Ian raised his eyebrows and opened a few comforting letters written by the little witch, but the little witch gave more. Ian, you are really popular. Harry looked at the fragrant letters in Ian's hand with some envy. Ian smiled noncommittally and opened the next gift, which was from Miss Isabella Swan, a handmade chocolate. Harry came over immediately. Ian, are you familiar with Miss Swan? The boys in Gryffindor are discussing who is prettier between her and Hermione. I'm not very familiar with her either. Isabella is Hermione's roommate. Ian took a bite of the chocolate, but it is likely that we will be very familiar with each other in the future. It has to be ripe. Isabella Swan is a nice name, but Isabella Potter is better. I wonder if the wizarding world is monogamous. Ian bit the chocolate while thinking about the marriage law of the wizarding world and imagining the future. Ian, I have chocolate too. Harry suddenly exclaimed. It was given by the younger sister of the Paddle sisters. Wow, there is also a big bag of candy. It seems that you two brothers have gained a lot. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Ian turned his head and saw that it was Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Ian shouted obediently. This old bee, he saw a piece of crimson clothes before he fainted, and the bag belonged to this old man. He was sure that Dumbledore must have used the disillusionment charm to stare at them at that time, probably because he was afraid that the training was not done well and really killed them. Good afternoon, children. Dumbledore walked slowly to the beds of the two. So many gifts, it seems that they are all sent by your friends and admirers. Admirers? Harry scratched his hair shyly. I have admirers. Although it is a secret, what happened between you two brothers and Professor Quirrell in the classroom on the 4th floor has spread like wildfire. Dumbledore said with a smile, so the whole school naturally knows about it. Ian shook his head helplessly. I guess it must be Draco and Ronald who are the big mouths who spread it everywhere. I think you are right. Harry nodded in agreement. Professor Dumbledore, are Hermione and the others okay? Ian suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. They are all fine. Miss Granger and Miss Wally are both very smart little witches. Dumbledore smiled. They have been asking about your situation and told me that they hope you can notify them as soon as you wake up. That's good. Ian was relieved when he heard it. Harry also smiled. It's good that they are okay. You also have two friends, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, who care about you two very much. Dumbledore looked at Harry and said in a gentle tone, friends will make our lives more meaningful, right? Ian and Harry both nodded in agreement. Professor, how is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. We only defeated Voldemort, but we did not find the BCFI Philosopher's Stone. Don't be nervous, kids, the Philosopher's Stone is good. Dumbledore picked up a chocolate frog. Remember what I said, the happiest person in the world sees himself in the mirror. So, only those who want to get the Philosopher's Stone but don't use it can get the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erised. Dumbledore said with a smile, in fact, the whole thing is within my plan, and you have always cooperated with me, two good children. Professor Dumbledore, you are too kind. Ian rubbed his nose guiltily. To be honest, he really wanted the Philosopher's Stone not for immortality but to turn stone into gold. Luckily, before Voldemort used them to take the Philosopher's Stone, he took action first, otherwise he would not be able to get the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror. The Philosopher's Stone is completely safe because it has been destroyed. Destroyed? Ian and Harry shouted in unison. Ian immediately stood up, his tone somewhat anxious. Professor Dumbledore, that is the last Philosopher's Stone in the world. If it is destroyed, wouldn't Nico Flamel die? Why destroy it? You don't know how to cherish it at all. Nico Flamel doesn't need it, you can give it to him. My friend Nico and I discussed it, and we both think that it is the safest way to do it. Dumbledore sat down beside Ian's bed, staring at the little wizard with wise blue eyes. He will die, but he has enough elixir to keep him alive until he finishes his own business. I know that this seems incredible to young people like you, but for Nico and Perenelle, death is actually like going to bed after a long day. Moreover, to those who are very clear-headed, death is nothing but a great adventure. Ian still felt a little sorry. Professor, that is the only remaining Philosopher's Stone in the world. It is really a waste of resources. Dumbledore shook his head. Ian, you know the Philosopher's Stone is not such a wonderful thing. With it, no matter how much wealth you want to have or how long you want to live, you can get what you want. Isn't that good, Professor? Harry asked doubtfully. No, children, these two things are what humans want most, but the problem is that humans just like to choose things that are least beneficial to them. Dumbledore sighed. My explanation may not make you really understand the truth, but I hope you remember that for those who are very clear-headed, death is nothing but the first great adventure. Ian and Harry both fell into deep thought. Dumbledore looked at the two little wizards and hummed a little song with a smile. Professor, although the Philosopher's Stone is gone, will Voldemort come back? Harry asked solemnly. Ian chuckled. Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort will definitely find other ways to make a comeback, right? Yes, children. Dumbledore's expression also became serious. He didn't disappear, he is still hiding somewhere, maybe looking for a body willing to share with him. He is not really alive, so he can't be killed. He was only concerned about slipping away at the time and didn't care about Quirrell's life or death. He was ruthless to his enemies and his followers. Ian nodded. He had to learn from the lesson of this Dark Lord. He had to be ruthless to his enemies, but he had to be gentle to his followers. Professor Dumbledore, I have a few more questions. Harry raised his hand. Can you give me an answer? I want to know the truth. The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, which needs to be treated with extreme caution. Dumbledore sighed. However, I will try my best to answer your questions, unless I have a good reason to keep my mouth shut. In that case, I hope you can forgive me. Of course, I can't lie to you. Harry raised his head with a serious expression. Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort killed our parents back then, but he wanted to kill Ian and me from the beginning. Until today, he still wants to kill us. Why? Professor Dumbledore, I haven't found the truth of this matter from anyone or in relevant materials. Ian also looked at Dumbledore, frowning slightly. We don't understand what Voldemort's purpose is. I can't tell you about this for the time being. Dumbledore sighed heavily. When you grow up a little, you will know, okay? Ian and Harry looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. Professor, second question. Harry took a deep breath. Why can't Quirrell touch me? Ian asked me to attack Quirrell with my hands, and he turned into a pile of black ash. When Dumbledore heard this question, his sharp eyes suddenly looked at Ian, but he quickly concealed it. Ian looked at Dumbledore's eyes, secretly complained in his heart, and his face was as calm as before. Dumbledore retracted his gaze and explained Harry's question. Harry, your mother died to save you. If there is something Voldemort doesn't understand, it is love. He didn't realize that the deep love that Lily has for you will leave its mark on you. It is an ancient spell, not a scar, not a visible mark. Dumbledore's tone became heavy. Being loved so deeply by someone, even if the person who loves us is dead, will leave us an eternal amulet. It is hidden in your skin. Harry subconsciously touched the lightning scar and sobbed softly. So that's the reason. Harry, it's for this reason that Quirrell or Voldemort can't touch you. Quirrell's heart is full of hatred, greed, and ambition. He sold his soul to Voldemort and became Voldemort's body. Dumbledore gave the sad little wizard enough respect and looked out the window. When he touches you, the love spell will show its power. Voldemort will not be able to bear such great pain, and John Liu will die. So there is a powerful ancient magic flowing in Ian and Ian's body. Harry wiped his tears. Is it my mother who is still protecting us? Yes, Harry, that's love. Dumbledore looked at Harry with a smile. Your mother saved you and Ian with love. Ian tried to dispel Dumbledore's suspicion just now, also pretended to be sad and lowered his head. I know. What? On the day I returned to the old house, I saw it in the ancient magic parchment scroll collected by my family. Ian's eyes were red all of a sudden. The blood protection spell used by my mother is an ancient magic, a sacrificial magic in the name of love, and it is the most powerful defense. Harry and I both have blood protection spells, so I know that Voldemort can't touch us, and we are absolutely safe under the protection of my mother's love. Dumbledore listened to Ian's reasonable explanation, and his expression became a little more loving. I have always believed that love is the greatest magic. Ian looked at Dumbledore's reaction and felt relieved. It was a close call, and he was fooled. Fortunately, he returned to the old house at that time. Sure enough, no matter where you are or what position you are in, you must remember one sentence. You can't go wrong with caution. The third question, Professor, do you know who gave me the invisibility cloak? Harry sniffed, and his originally hoarse voice returned to normal. Ian also took out the alchemical necklace from his neck and asked curiously, and this necklace of mine, Professor, thanks to it, I have avoided many of Voldemort's spells. That invisibility cloak. Dumbledore's expression suddenly became nostalgic. This is what your father gave me. He told me that if anything happened to him, this cloak would be given to you, Harry. As for Ian's alchemical necklace, this is what your father asked me to do. Dumbledore reached out and touched it. He told me that the Potter family's invisibility cloak is only given to the eldest son of each generation. He felt that he owed you a lot, so he asked me and Nico to make this necklace together. Ian held the necklace in silence, which gave Dumbledore the feeling that Ian was very touched. But in fact, Ian was just thinking about whether he could let the system cope a few out. He could give Hermione and Cassandra and Isabella, one for each person. There is one last thing, Professor. Dumbledore looked at the little wizard lovingly. Go ahead, kids. Snape, why does Professor Snape protect me when he obviously hates me? Harry frowned slightly. I don't understand, Professor, why. Back then, James and Severus did dislike each other and fought back and forth. Dumbledore sighed softly, but later, James did something that Snape could never forgive him for. What was it? James saved Severus' life. Dumbledore's tone was long. Human emotions are really interesting, aren't they? Harry and Ian looked at each other, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Professor Snape couldn't stand owing your father James a favor like this. The reason why he tried every means to protect you this year was because he felt that this would make him and your father even, and no one owed anyone anything. Then he can feel at ease to relive his hatred for your father. At this point, Dumbledore's words seemed to be a little helpless. But he hates me so much, but he is so nice to Ian. Harry was even more confused. Ian rubbed his nose awkwardly. Is there any way? Who made him look more like Lily's mother? Oh, Merlin's big socks praise Lily's mother. Dumbledore looked at Ian's face that looked like his deceased mother, hesitated for a moment and said, because your mother Lily is a good friend of Severus and their relationship was always good at the time. What? Ian and the others were very surprised. Ian secretly criticized the ambiguity in Dumbledore's words. Is that a good friend? Severus is a complete licker of Lily. But Ian can understand that Dumbledore can't expose their professor in front of the two 11-year-old wizards. Professor Severus Snape used to be a licker of their mother, right? Everyone who has seen Ian says that Ian looks a lot like his mother, and I look exactly like my father when he was young. Harry murmured, so this is the reason why Professor Snape has a completely different attitude towards you. No, you have another thing that looks a lot like your mother Lily. Dumbledore pointed to Harry's eyes, these green eyes. Eyes, Harry subconsciously touched his eyes. Yes, Lily's eyes. Dumbledore's voice became very light as if he was recalling, he was looking at Lily through you two brothers. Harry was shocked, he. Ian was sure that if Harry knew the love Snape had for Lily, he would be even more shocked. Okay kids, do you have any other questions? Dumbledore stood up and picked up a bag of strange-tasting beans. Would you like one? When I was young, I ate one that tasted like shit. Harry waved his hand. No, Professor, I don't have any other questions. Ian raised his hand curiously. Professor Dumbledore, how do you know it tastes like shit? Could it be that Dumbledore has tasted it? Hiss, so terrible. Dumbledore glanced at Ian lightly until Ian scratched his head uncomfortably, then he retracted his gaze. Well, you know, young people are always a little curious. Harry, Sigma, Ian. You are such a ruthless person, you Dumbledore. You have this kind of curiosity. You will succeed in everything you do. Have a good rest, children. There will be a dinner tonight. Tomorrow you can go home. Dumbledore walked out the door carelessly with two different looks. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore turned around and looked at Ian. Ian looked straight into those blue eyes. Professor, see you at the dinner. This year the college cup will still belong to a Slytherins. Dumbledore was stunned, then laughed. See you tonight, children. After that, Dumbledore turned and left the medical wing. Madame Pomfrey, the school doctor, is a kind woman but very strict. Ms. Pomfrey, only 5 minutes. Harry pleaded, that won't work either. Madame Pomfrey directly rejected Harry. Ian also wanted to see Hermione and Cassandra, whispering, but you also let Professor Dumbledore in, because he is the headmaster. Madame Pomfrey said confidently, you two lie down and rest, you need to rest. We will just lie down and do nothing, Madame Pomfrey. Ian blinked his beautiful green eyes and acted cute. Please. One trick to eat all the freshness anyway. When he was in the orphanage, those sisters and aunts would agree to him every time. Sure enough, Madame Pomfrey was defeated. She couldn't stand the cuteness of children, not to mention that Ian was so handsome and cute. Okay, I'm really scared of you, but you can't move around, understand? Okay, Madame Pomfrey. So Harry and Ian met Hermione and others. Ian, Hermione, and Cassandra trotted in. The two wanted to throw themselves on Ian, but because of the wounds on his body, they had to give up. Ian, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Hermione sat on the bed holding Ian's hand, her eyes full of worry. Ian held Hermione's hand in return. Don't worry, Hermione, I'm fine. How can you be okay? When Professor Dumbledore brought you back, there was blood on the corners of your mouth and collar. Cassandra suppressed her smile. I was so worried. It's really okay, Cassandra. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Ian said and was about to get out of bed and turn around. Ian, lie down, quickly move. Hermione and Cassandra quickly held Ian down. Ian had to give up and lie back on the bed. Okay, I won't move, don't worry. Harry and the other two looked at each other at this scene, and Harry wanted to ask Hermione and Cassandra, do they remember that he was also injured? Are they no longer friends? Harry deliberately coughed twice. Hermione and Cassandra then remembered Harry beside them and hurriedly said a few words of concern. Harry, how are you? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry, are you okay? Cassandra also asked. Harry waved his hand. I'm fine. What happened after you two passed through the black flame? Ronald asked hurriedly. Draco couldn't help nodding. That's right, we only know that Professor Quirrell died and the rest is not clear. So you two are talking nonsense everywhere. Ian glanced at Draco and Ronald. Draco touched his nose embarrassedly. We just exaggerated. I'll be damned if I believe you. Ian glared at Draco. So what happened? Hermione interrupted the quarrel between Ian and Draco. Harry and Ian looked at each other, and finally Harry spoke up and told everything that happened after the Black Flame. Of course, Harry concealed the matter of Severus and their parents. When they heard that the face under Quirrell's turban was Voldemort, they all exclaimed. "You see, I said Professor Snape was definitely not a bad person." Draco said smugly, "You still don't believe me. Come on, hindsight." Ronald rolled his eyes. "I don't know who finally believed that Snape was your godfather." Draco was speechless. After all, Ronald was telling the truth. "So you two defeated Voldemort?" Hermione got the point. "You can say that." Ian nodded, "But Voldemort is not completely dead. Yes, his residual soul is still outside." Harry added, "But he can no longer use the Philosopher's Stone to reshape his body. So, the Philosopher's Stone is really destroyed." Cassandra, like Ian, felt it was a pity. That Nicholas Flamel, who lived for more than 600 years, is also going to die. Hermione sighed. "Facing death is a terrible thing." "That's what I said." Harry seemed to have met a confidant, but Dumbledore thinks, he said, "for people with a very clear mind, death is just a great adventure in the square." Ronald curled his lips. "Sometimes I really think Dumbledore is weird, like an old madman." Several people nodded in agreement. Sometimes they couldn't understand Dumbledore's train of thought. "What happened after you passed through the purple flame?" Ian asked. "After we returned, we were going to rush to the owl shed to contact Professor Dumbledore, but we ran into Professor Snape in the hallway." Hermione said, glancing at Ian. "He asked us if Ian was already on the 4th floor. Then he ran to the 4th floor like crazy." Cassandra continued, "We didn't know what happened, but we hurried to follow him. When we got there, we found that Professor Dumbledore was already there." Draco said, "Ian, you didn't see that Professor Snape's eyes were red at the time, and he was desperately pouring potion into your mouth." "I thought he was pouring poison into you at the time. After all, he looked really anxious." Cassandra said faintly. "Snape is indeed worried about Ian," Harry said with a strange look on his face. "He now feels that it is the credit of his green eyes that Snape didn't beat him to death." "Then what?" Ian asked. "Then Dumbledore let us go back first." Ronald spread his hands. "Then Madame Pomfrey took us to the hospital wing." Ian and Harry looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They were really too impulsive this time, and it can be said to be reckless. "Ian, the impulse is yours and the personality is mine." If Dumbledore hadn't been staring at him, he would have played such a childish game with a few 11-year-old children just to maintain his personality. Ian, Harry. Hermione looked around and whispered, "I always feel that Professor Dumbledore did it on purpose. He gave Harry the invisibility cloak on purpose. Everything seems to be guiding us on purpose." Cassandra's expression was very solemn. "If that's the case, then I think Professor Dumbledore is really a bit scary. I mean his calculations." Ian looked at the two little witches in surprise. Dumbledore was right, they were both very smart. However, Ian didn't mean to speak for Dumbledore. He thought there was nothing wrong with what Hermione and the others said. To be honest, if anyone thinks that Dumbledore, the white devil who can defeat Grindelwald, terrify Voldemort, and even the Minister of Magic has to rely on him, is a kind old man, then they are totally wrong. This old man is so scary. Professor Dumbledore does intend to guide us. Harry sighed, but his original intention is good. Yes, he taught us a lot of useful principles, didn't he? Ian saw this and said quickly, "Besides, I think he did the right thing." "Harry and I will have to face Voldemort sooner or later. This is inevitable." "Yes, he did teach you two a lot of useful principles." Draco rolled his eyes, "But could you please not let us practice them?" Several people laughed, even Hermione and Cassandra couldn't help laughing. "Okay, this matter is over." Ian stretched, "Finally I can have a good sleep." "Yes, we still have to attend the College Cup dinner in the evening." Harry also said with some anticipation, "I don't know which college will win the College Cup. Anyway, it will definitely not be our Gryffindor." Hermione rolled her eyes. Ronald also had a bitter face. "We are the last one." Draco raised his eyebrows. "Our Slytherin is the first again this time for 7 consecutive years, 7 consecutive championships." Ian and Cassandra also proudly puffed up their chests. "Yes, that's right, we are Slytherin students." Seeing Ian's look, Hermione covered Ian's face with her hand. Seeing his smug look, she wanted to hit Ian now. "Why don't you kids go back to rest? It's been 15 minutes. At this moment, Madame Pomfrey came in and glared at a few people. "Especially you, Ian, Harry, you two need to rest." Ian and Harry smiled awkwardly and said nothing. "Okay, leave quickly, the two of them need to rest." Madame Pomfrey kicked Hermione and the other 4 out like chickens. "See you tonight, guys." Ian waved and lay back on the bed with Harry. The two slept soundly until the night and felt that their vitality was almost restored. As night fell, the castle was decorated with lights and was very lively. All the little wizards were happy about the arrival of the holiday, except Ian and Harry. Ms. Pomfrey, Professor Dumbledore has allowed us to go to the college cup dinner. Ian and Harry had just slipped out of bed when they were caught by Madame Pomfrey. I know. Madame Pomfrey pointed outside the door. Someone is here to see you again. Ian and Harry looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Who is here? Ian looked outside the door. Before Ian finished speaking, Hagrid came in sideways. Every time Hagrid walked into the room, he looked like a giant. He sat down next to Harry, took one look at the brothers, and started crying sadly. It's all my fault. This idiot, I'm an idiot. Hagrid covered his face with his hands and cried. I told that B*** D how to get through Fluffy. I told him. He knew everything except this, but I told him. Ian opened his mouth and looked at Hagrid in shock. No, buddy, you started with 0 frames. You almost died, all for a dragon egg. I will never drink again. I should be kicked out and be a muggle for the rest of my life. Hagrid trembled with sorrow and regret, and big tears seeped into his beard. Hagrid, don't cry. Harry panicked and hurried to comfort Hagrid. Ian also nodded to comfort him. Hagrid, don't blame you, that's Voldemort. Even if you don't tell him, he will always find out. But you two almost died. Hagrid sobbed, don't say that name, he is the mysterious man. Hagrid, what can Voldemort do? Harry shouted loudly, and after seeing Hagrid was frightened and panicked, he softened his tone. Ian and I met him, called his name in front of him. Ian even said he was a rubbish. Okay, Hagrid, don't cry. Ian patted the half-blood giant on the shoulder. Come, eat some strange beans. Professor Dumbledore said that he ate something that tasted like dog shit when he was young. I won't eat it, you eat it. Hagrid wiped his tears. I brought you a gift. Ian sat up straight immediately, looking at Hagrid expectantly. What gift? Acromantula venom or unicorn hair or dragon skin and dragon blood? Will it be rock skin cake? Harry's smile froze when he thought of the taste of rock skin cake. No. Hagrid took out 2 books with beautiful covers from his arms. Dumbledore gave me a day off yesterday and asked me to sort it out. Of course, he should have fired me. Ian raised his hand and stopped Hagrid's self-pity. Okay, I won't say anything more. Hagrid whispered, this is for you, Ian. Harry. The two took Hagrid's gift and opened it curiously. It was full of photos. On every page, smiling and waving at him, were their parents, Lily Potter and James Potter. I sent an owl to Lily and James' old classmates to ask them for the photo. Ian, Harry, do you like it? Harry was speechless, and Ian looked at Hagrid with gratitude. Thank you, Hagrid. This is really the best gift we have ever received. Harry nodded vigorously. Hagrid, we are going to the dinner. Ian carefully put the book in his pocket. Do you want to go with us? No, you go. Hagrid shook his head quickly. I am a sinner, I shouldn't. Hey. Don't say that. Harry and Ian interrupted Hagrid in unison. Hagrid wanted to say something, but was pulled out of the door by Ian and Harry. Hagrid, we have to leave quickly. The dinner is about to start. That's right, Hagrid, don't think too much. Facing Voldemort directly is actually not that bad. Harry and Ian pulled Hagrid and trotted all the way to the door of the hall. The hall was decorated with green and silver, representing Slytherin, to celebrate their winning of the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. On the wall behind the guest of honor, there was a huge banner with a Slytherin snake painted on it. The little wizards from the 4 houses had already taken their seats and were talking happily. As soon as Ian and Harry walked in, the hall suddenly became silent, and then everyone suddenly started talking loudly again. The 2 brothers deliberately ignored the burning eyes and sat in their own houses. Prefect Potter, I heard that you defeated Professor Quirrell. Prefect Potter, how are you? Ian, are you feeling better? As soon as Ian sat down at the Slytherin table, the little snakes came up and asked in a flurry, I'm fine. Ian smiled at the little snakes. I'm fine, I can't be better. I'm telling you, you don't know, Ian is amazing. He's not at all inferior to Quirrell in a fight. Draco was talking excitedly, as if he had defeated Quirrell himself. Ian smiled and listened to Draco's boasting for a while, then interrupted him. Okay, Draco, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Very good, Draco, you said it very well, praise him more. The situation at the Gryffindor long table was exactly the same as that on the Slytherin side. Harry was praised by everyone, and the savior was once again sought after by Gryffindor. After a while, Dumbledore stood up and waved to everyone, and the noise in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed. Dumbledore said happily, before you enjoy these delicious dishes, I must trouble you to listen to the clichés of an old man like me. What a wonderful year it is. Your little brains must be richer than in the past. Dumbledore smiled. There is a whole holiday waiting for you, so that you can digest those things before the next semester starts and free up your mind. Now, as far as I know, we must first hold the award ceremony for the College Cup. The specific scores of each college are as follows. Fourth place, Gryffindor, 400 points. Third place, Hufflepuff, 402 points. Ravenclaw, 405 points. Slytherin, 410 points. A thunderous cheer and stomping sound suddenly broke out on the Slytherin dining table. Draco even knocked the table hard with his high-footed wine glass to express his joy. Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin. Dumbledore looked at the green all over the hall and praised. Ian secretly rolled his eyes when no one noticed. Fortunately, he brought Cassandra and Draco to participate in this level-breaking game. Otherwise, the Slytherin College Cup would have been given to Gryffindor by Dumbledore. A real man is born in the world, how can he be depressed and inferior to others? Ian Potter must be the most shining one in Hogwarts. However, the most recent events must also be taken into account. Dumbledore suddenly changed the subject. The hall became very quiet, and the rampant smiles of the Slytherin snakes also subsided a little. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have the last few points to distribute, let me see, that's right, that's right. First of all, Mr. Ronald Weasley. When Dumbledore called his name, Ronald's face suddenly turned red, almost catching up with the color of his hair. He won the most exciting game of wizard chess in Hogwarts in many years, and I rewarded Gryffindor College with 50 points for this. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became weird. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The College Cup is going to be replaced. Gryffindor, 50 points, have they welcomed spring in Gryffindor. Slytherin, damn Dumbledore, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to cover up our College Cup? No matter what the students of the other three colleges thought, the little lions of Gryffindor immediately cheered loudly after being confused. Gryffindor's cheers almost overturned the enchanted ceiling, and the stars above their heads seemed to be shaken slightly. Ian could even hear Percy Weasley at the Gryffindor long table telling other prefects loudly, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother, Ronald Weasley. He successfully passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array." Ian looked at the listless Slytherin and shook his head silently. This is just the beginning. You know, in the original plot, the old bee really spared no effort to give Gryffindor extra points tonight. I say, why are you sad? Ian patted the platinum head speechlessly. We went together, how can we not get extra points? Draco also reacted, scratched his head and laughed twice. Yes, I forgot. Ian, don't pay attention to him, he is just a fool like Ronald. Cassandra drank a sip of pumpkin juice elegantly and complained. The Slytherins around the three people also reacted when they heard this. Yes, even if Dumbledore gave extra points, Slytherin would also give extra points. They are still the first, no impact. The second item belongs to our Gryffindor Miss Hermione Granger and Slytherin Miss Wally. The two of them faced the fire and calmly made logical inferences. I will reward Gryffindor and Slytherin with 50 copies each. The Gryffindor classmates around the Gryffindor trio were all ecstatic, jumping up and down at the dining table. They had risen a full 100 points. They had surpassed Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. And this time the Slytherin snakes were no longer depressed. When they heard the score, they immediately cheered loudly like the Gryffindors. Theodore and Blaise shouted loudly to the Gryffindor table, "There's also a share for us. Don't forget that Cassandra is also very smart." Cassandra raised her head proudly. That's right, she is as smart as Hermione. Third place, Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. 980. Dumbledore looked at the Slytherin table. You have performed a wonderful Quidditch together and demonstrated excellent flying skills. I will reward Slytherin and Gryffindor with 50 points each. Draco immediately raised his chin and told everyone without hiding it, that's right, Malfoy, one of the youngest Seekers in 100 years. Of course, Harry Potter also showed his fearless courage and extraordinary courage in the end, for which I will give Gryffindor an extra 40 points. Harry stood up excitedly, and he alone added 90 points to Gryffindor. A full day. The hall returned to silence and everyone's eyes were focused on Ian. Dumbledore also smiled at Ian and said slowly, of course, and our Mr. Ian Potter. He led the whole process well, used excellent spells to complete the test of the Devil's Snare, showed the precious quality of never leaving his friends in the chess game, and showed courage that was no less than Gryffindor at the last moment. A very good little wizard. Ian blushed rarely and thought to himself, Old B, if you can talk, please say more. So, I decided, for Ian Mr. Potter is excellent, add 100 points to Slytherin. The whole hall was in an uproar and Ian was surrounded by the Slytherin crowd. Ian Potter, Ian Potter, Ian Potter. The noise was deafening. The noise in the hall was deafening. Those students who could still count their scores in their heads while shouting their throats hoarse knew that Slytherin was now 610 points, only 20 points behind Gryffindor. There are many kinds of courage, Dumbledore smiled. We need superhuman courage to deal with our enemies, and it also takes great courage to stand our ground in front of our friends. Therefore, in the end, I will reward Mr. Neville Longbottom with 20 points. If someone stood outside the hall at this moment, they might have thought there was an explosion here. The cheers at the Gryffindor table were getting louder and louder. 610 points. They are the same as Slytherin. 610 points, they tied. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione immediately stood up and cheered loudly, only to see Neville's face pale with surprise, and he was immediately drowned by the crowd who rushed up to hug him. He never won a point for Gryffindor. Ian, who was sitting in Slytherin, frowned. Although the old bee did not deprive Slytherin of the House Cup, he tied the score to build momentum for Harry and added 20 points to Neville, who did not contribute at all in the challenge. Harry's extra 40 points were because he dealt with Voldemort. Ian turned his head and looked at Dumbledore, who was smiling at the teacher's seat. The old bee seemed fair, but this kind of fairness itself was unfair. Ian understood that Dumbledore would not watch only himself get praised while Harry, the savior from Gryffindor, was suppressed by his Slytherin brother in the 10th year. But Ian still felt unhappy in his heart. What he wanted was to be unique, not the same as others. Okay, we are going to share the House Cup with Gryffindor. Draco pouted. Ian nodded and looked at Snape in the teacher's seat. Although he was a little unhappy, he reluctantly accepted the outcome and shook hands with Professor McGonagall in a friendly manner. This means, Dumbledore had to shout loudly to drown out the thunderous cheers, we need to make some small changes to the decorations here. He clapped his hands, and immediately half of the green hanging ribbons turned bright red and the silver turned gold. The huge Slytherin snake became smaller and there was a majestic Gryffindor lion beside it. Dumbledore raised his goblet high. For the outstanding performance of the two colleges, I propose a toast to celebrate. The Gryffindors immediately raised their goblets. Cheers, cheers. Humph, share the college cup. The Slytherin snakes all grumbled angrily. They had won the College Cup championship for 7 consecutive years, and they just shared it with others. This year's College Cup came to an end. Although Slytherin and Gryffindor won the College Cup together, Ian's outstanding performance still made him gain great reputation in Hogwarts. Ian, Professor Dumbledore asked you to go to the principal's office. The password is Olean Snow. After the dinner, Professor McGonagall suddenly stopped Ian, who was going back to the college. Okay, Professor. Although Ian was puzzled as to why Dumbledore asked him to go to the principal's office, he immediately agreed. He walked out of the hall quickly, crossed the entrance hall, walked up the marble stairs, and came to the door of the principal's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Lemon Snow, Ian said to the stone statue at the door. The stone statue suddenly came alive and jumped to the side, revealing a spiral staircase. Ian walked up the stairs quickly and came to the principal's office. Professor Dumbledore. Ian stood at the door of the office and looked inside. Ah, Ian, you're here. Dumbledore, who was sitting behind the desk, raised his head and looked at him through his half-moon glasses. Sit down. Ian sat on the chair in front of the desk, looking at the smiling Dumbledore, and felt a little nervous for some reason. Hiss. Why does this old man look at him like that? Ian, I asked you to come to the office mainly because an old friend of mine wants me to ask you if you are willing to learn some special skills from him, Dumbledore said slowly. Ian raised his eyebrows in confusion. Special skills? Professor Dumbledore, your old friend is Nicholas Flamel. You should be familiar with him. Dumbledore said with a smile. He learned that you little wizards protected his Philosopher's Stone, so he wanted to ask you if you are willing to learn alchemy. Ian was stunned, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. Nicholas Flamel, that's Nicholas Flamel. If he learns alchemy, he will never lack money in his life, let alone other things. Dumbledore saw Ian's stunned look and smiled and said, Ian, what do you think? Of course I do. Ian came back to his senses and immediately said, I am very willing to learn alchemy from Mr. Nicholas Flamel. I will tell Nico your answer. Dumbledore reached out and took a handful of candy and handed it to Ian. Have some candy, this is a new product of Honeydukes. Thank you, Professor. Ian took the candy and asked, Professor, I am not the only one who saved the Philosopher's Stone. If it is because I fought Voldemort in the end, then it is 1 + 4. Ian was very curious. Why didn't Harry receive Nicola's invitation? Because Nico thinks that you are more talented than Harry. Dumbledore explained, not every little wizard can learn ancient magic. So that's how it is. Ian nodded in understanding. He said, how could Dumbledore miss Harry, the savior of Gryffindor, for such a good thing? It turned out that Nicholas Flamel didn't like him. Ian, you can say that you are the most talented child I have ever seen, even better than Voldemort back then. Dumbledore said with emotion, his tone suddenly a little nostalgic. Even I and my friends from a long time ago didn't say that they could learn an ancient magic in the 1st grade. Ian blinked his eyes. He naturally knew who Dumbledore was talking about, his old lover, Gellert Grindelwald. 2 months of infatuation, a century of unspeakable. I want to be modest, Professor, but I am still a little complacent after being evaluated like that by you. Ian grinned and said half-jokingly, who told me to be so outstanding? Haha, confidence and strength are the most rare qualities at your age. Dumbledore laughed. Ian, you really deserve to be complacent. I believe you will achieve great things. Voldemort is terrible, but he did do a great thing, and my friend from a long time ago also did a great thing. Ian was silent. He understood Dumbledore's point. This smart old man was hinting that he should not go astray. Professor. Ian raised his head and looked straight at Dumbledore. There's nothing wrong with magic, and there's nothing wrong with dark magic. The wrong thing is the people who master it, right? Dumbledore looked at Ian steadily and then laughed. You're right, Ian, magic is not black or white. Only the people who use it are good or bad. Well, it's getting late. Your friends should still be waiting for you in the hall. Go back quickly. Dumbledore said with a smile, I'll take you to France to see Nico in a week. Okay, Professor. Ian stood up from his chair and bowed slightly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore watched the little wizard walk to the door step by step, and saw him suddenly turn around and look at him, feeling a little surprised. Professor Dumbledore, the big things that Voldemort and your friend did were to revolutionize the wizarding world and abolish the statute of secrecy, right? Dumbledore did not answer Ian but just smiled at him. Ian looked at Dumbledore deeply, turned around and walked out of the headmaster's office. After Ian left, Dumbledore sat alone behind his desk, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the direction of the forbidden forest outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. Do you think I should go see him? Will he see the future of this child, or the future of the wizarding world? The portraits on the wall were silent. They knew that Dumbledore had made his own decision. After Ian returned to the hall, Hermione and others surrounded him. Ian, what does Professor Dumbledore want to see you about? Hermione asked curiously. Ian smiled slightly and deliberately kept it a secret. Guess, is it because of our protection of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry guessed, half right. Ian raised his eyebrows. Nicholas Flamel wants to take me as his apprentice. What? Hermione and the others exclaimed, attracting many people to look at them. The 6 people quickly came to the corner of the auditorium and discussed in a low voice. Ian, that's Nicholas Flamel. Ronald looked at Ian with envy. He wants to take you as his apprentice. Ian, you are going to be a big shot. Ian shook the alchemy necklace on his neck. See, when I learn alchemy, I will give you one of these things for Christmas. This is not important. If you can create the Philosopher's Stone like Nicholas Flamel, Draco joked, give us 1 Philosopher's Stone each, that's enough. Harry and Ronald couldn't help but nod. Right, heth. Ian's mouth twitched. You 3 are dreaming. Is the Philosopher's Stone so easy to make? The Philosopher's Stone is piled with human lives. Nicholas Flamel was able to create the Philosopher's Stone, in large part because of the background of the Great Plague in the Middle Ages. The Plague of the Black Death killed 25 million Europeans, accounting for 1/3 of the total population of Europe at that time. The number of deaths was too high, so he could use it to make the Philosopher's Stone. This is not the Middle Ages with plague, nor is it a world war. Where can he get so many dying lives to make the Philosopher's Stone? After playing for a while, Ian took Cassandra and Draco back to the Slytherin common room. Ian, you really won't come to my house to play during the summer vacation. Cassandra looked at Ian with some disappointment. You didn't invite me to visit your manor. Ugh. Draco also nodded. That's right, you can come to my Malfoy manor to have a look. I have white peacocks at home. Ian touched his nose awkwardly. Next time, I will definitely go back to Manchester with Hermione first. Cassandra, you know, since I was 7 years old, Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger have always raised me as their own son. For me, that is home. After listening to Ian's explanation, Cassandra's disappointment finally dissipated a little, and she nodded gently. Okay. Seeing that Cassandra was still a little depressed, Ian smiled and comforted her. I will definitely invite you to the Potter Old House next Christmas or Easter holiday. Besides, you can also come to Manscut to play with me and Hermione. Yes, Zhao. Humph. I don't want to go to her to play. Cassandra snorted and muttered softly, I want to spend time with you alone. What did you say? Ian didn't hear Cassandra's words clearly and asked subconsciously. Nothing. Cassandra shook her head and stood up from the sofa. Ian, it's getting late. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. You should also rest early. Good night. Well, and Draco, you too. Draco, you took me with you, what? Am I also a part of your play? Let's go back to sleep. Ian pressed the platinum head and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Why are you staring at Cassandra? Look at your pansy Parkinson. Draco /A/heartbroken. The real heartbreak is not a quarrel. No matter how sad Draco was, Ian had already returned to the dormitory to sleep. Late at night, Ian lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Dumbledore was still very defensive against him. The last thing he said today about Voldemort and Grindelwald seemed to be unintentionally raised, but it was actually a test of him. Fortunately, he has 30 years of life experience in his 2 lives, so he can calmly face Dumbledore, the old fox. If he was really an 11-year-old wizard, Ian was sure that he would never be as calm as today. He might really express some of his thoughts about the future under Dumbledore's intentional guidance. At that time, what awaits him may not be such a gentle test as now. Tusk, what a scheming chicken bulito. It seemed that all of a sudden the little wizard's wardrobes were empty and everything was packed into suitcases. At 9 o'clock, the little wizards of Hogwarts had already boarded the Hogwarts Express. They talked and laughed all the way, watching the countryside outside the window become greener and neater. As the train passed through Muggle towns, they ate Beebs beans, took off their wizard robes, and put on jackets and short tops. The school notice had also been sent to every student, warning them that they were not allowed to use magic during the holidays. I still want to learn more spells at home. Hermione sighed a little disappointedly and stuffed standard spells, elementary, into her backpack. I can use my father's wand, and the Ministry of Magic's Healed can't work on adult wizards. Draco said proudly, when I learn a new spell, I'll show it to you when school starts. Draco, you'd better behave yourself and stop doing mischief during the holidays. Ian teased Harry's little green snake twice and said, Draco curled his lips when he heard this. Ian, I don't think you will be obedient and not use magic during the holidays. This is not like you at all. So I decided to use this summer vacation to learn silent and wandless casting and strive to be able to use them basically in the 3rd grade. Ian shrugged and said nonchalantly, in this way the Ministry of Magic will not find out about healed. 3rd grade. Draco widened his eyes. Ian, you have to learn it in the 3rd grade. I know you are a genius, but this is too fast. Fast? It's okay. Ian tilted his head in confusion. It's only in the 3rd grade that it can be used basically. Is this fast? You know, in the fan fiction he read in his previous life, those predecessors who ignored the rules of the world and traveled through time and space were already able to use wandless casting proficiently in the 1st grade. If he can be like those predecessors, he can really use wandless casting in the 1st grade, even weapons of mass destruction such as Avada Kedavra. Why does he need to pretend to be a good boy in front of Dumbledore? He still needs to think about destroying a Voldemort's Horcrux. He would just pull Dumbledore off the headmaster's seat, do it himself, and then slap Voldemort to death, the kind that couldn't be deader. Of course, this is just a thought. It's not even 500 yuan. Draco looked at Ian speechlessly. Do you know how difficult it is to cast a spell without a wand? Many adult wizards can't even master it. Someone will learn it. Since they can learn it, so can I. Ian smiled slightly and said confidently, Professor Dumbledore said that I am the most talented little wizard he has ever seen. Even that demon can't compare to me, who can learn an ancient magic in the 1st grade. Okay, talent is always different. Draco rolled his eyes. Harry on the side also came over. Ian, I understand silent casting, but what is wandless casting? Can you cast spells without a wand? That's right, Harry. When your magic control reaches a certain level, you can cast spells without the help of a wand. Ian nodded. Powerful wizards like Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall can easily cast spells without a wand. That's amazing. I wonder when I can be like them. Harry said with longing, why don't I take advantage of this holiday to learn silent and wandless casting and try to use them before the 3rd year? Ian is fine, but you. Cassandra mercilessly broke Harry's fantasy. Harry, you haven't even learned how to cast spells with a wand and you want to cast spells without a wand. I think you should get less sleep. Harry immediately wilted, and even Ronald beside him couldn't help but show a sympathetic look. Hermione also agreed with Cassandra. That's right, Harry, you should do it step by step. Don't think about riding a rocket like Ian, we can't catch up with him. They don't think that Harry, as the future big brother, can master wandless casting in the 3rd grade like Ian, a real super genius. It's good enough for Harry to completely master silent casting in the 6th grade. Okay, I know. Harry sighed and accepted this reality helplessly. Ian spread his hands and showed innocence. Harry, this is not my brother who deliberately hit you, don't look at me like that. Everyone burst into laughter, and even Harry couldn't help but smile. Amid the cheerful laughter, the train slowly drove into King's Cross Station. It took a long time for all the little wizards to walk out of the platform. A shriveled old guard was guarding the partition wall, allowing only 3 or 4 people to pass at a time, so that they would not burst out of the solid wall at the same time and attract the attention of the Muggles. You must come to our house this summer vacation, Ronald said while pushing the luggage. All of you must come, I will send an owl to invite you. Several people agreed except Draco, who looked gloomy. I won't go. If my father knew that I went to the Weasleys' house, he might kill me. Okay then. Ronald was a little disappointed but also understood. After all, the relationship between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy was not very good. When the two met, they were like two barrels of explosives, which would explode at any time. It's okay, you can all come to play with me and Hermione. You are always welcome in our house. Ian said with a smile. Draco, your father will never stop you from playing with me. At least not now. It will not be until the 5th grade, when Voldemort is resurrected, that Olivius Malfoy will stop their friendship. Of course, whether Draco listens or not is another matter. Hermione also nodded repeatedly. Yes, you can come to our house, we can go to the playground. Believe me, you will definitely have a novel experience. Then I will definitely go, Ronald said immediately. Draco and Harry also nodded repeatedly. Only Cassandra had a gnashing expression. Our home, our home. Even though she knew that Ian and Hermione were childhood sweethearts, their feelings were naturally different, and the boy she was attracted to had already regarded the Grangers as his own parents. But when she heard the two of them subconsciously talking about our home, she still felt a little blocked in her heart. Ian naturally noticed Cassandra's expression and sighed slightly in his heart. But he couldn't say anything. He would not make Hermione sad in order to comfort Cassandra. Although he was a scumbag, he was a very principled scumbag. Cassandra, will you come to play with me and Hermione during the holidays? Ian turned his head to look at Cassandra and asked with a smile. Cassandra's expression had eased and she snorted softly. Since you sincerely invite me, I will go there reluctantly. The group walked towards the partition wall, talking and laughing, and people kept squeezing past them, and some of them said goodbye to Ian and his brother. Prefect Potter, see you at the beginning of the school. Prefect Potter, bye. Ian, Harry, the national page. Ronald looked at the waves of little wizards who greeted the brothers and couldn't help but smack his lips. You two are really famous. Obviously, Ian is more popular. Harry pointed to the little witches who came over to talk to Ian but just nodded to him. They don't have me in their eyes, only Ian. Cack, Draco shook his head silently. Believe me, sometimes being too popular with girls is not a good thing. Harry and Ronald, listen to what you're saying. Look at you two. Draco took action directly and directed their sights to Hermione and Cassandra. The two little witches were looking at Ian with a sneer on their faces. Even though the two did not speak, they still felt the biting cold. Harry and Ronald shuddered at the same time and showed sympathy to Ian. It takes skill to play two women at the same time. If it were them, they would have been beaten to death by the two girls long ago. Isabella, you are from America. Ian looked at the girl in front of him curiously. Then why did you come to Hogwarts? Isn't Ilvermorny good? Ian, just call me Bella. Isabella blinked at Ian. Although I am from America, my mother is British, and I think Hogwarts is better than Ilvermorny. When Professor McGonagall came to my house, he told my parents that Hogwarts was the best magic school in the world, and the professors at Ilvermorny did not refute it. Isabella smiled helplessly. I think this is very telling. Besides, I've always wanted to come to England. I want to see what my mother's hometown looks like, so that's the case. Ian nodded gently to show his understanding. So what do you think of England after seeing it? Ian asked curiously. Very good, both the scenery and the people are great. Isabella smiled, especially Hogwarts, I really like it. I live in a small town in Washington state, a rainy town. Isabella looked up at the sky. The weather in England is very good, I like it very much. I like rainy days very much. If I have the chance, I must go to the town you mentioned to take a look. Ian said with a smile. He had to go and see the vampires and werewolves there. If there was a chance, Ian would bring them all together before the war to fight against the noseless monster. Ian believed that the peace-loving magical animals in the town of Forks would certainly accept his threat with pleasure. No invitation. After all, once Voldemort is resurrected, the peace-loving people in the wizarding world will have a hard time. It is better to join forces to kill him. Who said that Voldemort only harmed Britain in his heyday? Although he is not as powerful as the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, who has spread throughout Europe and the United States, he has also harassed the American wizarding world. People in the American wizarding world must also hate Voldemort. Then it's a deal, Ian, you must come to my house if you have the chance. Isabella said with a smile. Although the town of Forks cannot compare with a big city like London, it also has its own flavor. Okay, we can communicate this summer and you can introduce Forks to me. Ian smiled and patted Themis' cage. I asked Themis to help me deliver the letter. It can fly back and forth in less than a day. Isabella also gestured to Ian to look at her owl. Mia can also, it's my owl. The two of them talked happily, and they didn't notice that Hermione and Cassandra's faces were getting darker and darker. Ian, we should go, Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously. Hermione took Ian's arm and pulled him to her side. If there is anything, let's talk about it when school starts. Ian was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that Hermione was jealous and immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go. He waved at Isabella. Bella, see you at school. Goodbye, Ian. Isabella looked at Ian, who was being pinched by two little witches in confusion. Why did they pinch Ian? Did Ian do something bad? Bella was confused, Bella was at a loss, and Bella expressed that she didn't understand. Ian also noticed Bella's puzzled look and immediately turned his head and glared at Hermione and Cassandra. Hey, we're outside, give me some face. Ian complained in a low voice, there are so many people. The two then let go of their hands and instead put their arms around Ian's arms, looking at Isabella as if to declare sovereignty. Isabella was even more puzzled, but she didn't delve into it. Instead, she said goodbye to them before rushing through the partition wall. See you at school, everyone. See you at school, Bella. Several people waved at Isabella. Seeing Isabella disappear, Cassandra pinched Ian's soft waist. Well, Ian, you are really popular. That's right, Bella keeps talking to you, she is obviously my roommate. Hermione also pinched Ian hard. Tell me, what is your relationship? Relationship? Ian's mind suddenly twitched. It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. The two little witches narrowed their eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Isabella, who had passed through the wall, seemed to hear a scream and she looked back in confusion. Is it an illusion? She seemed to hear Ian's voice. She must have heard it wrong. Isabella shook her head and hurried out of the station at the urging of her parents. Ian, are you not doing well in Hogwarts? Why is your face so pale? Mrs. Granger looked at Ian with a worried look. Ian swallowed his saliva and faced the kind eyes of the two little witches, forcing a smile. I'm fine, Aunt Granger, I'm fine. Mrs. Granger nodded doubtfully and then looked at Cassandra. Hermione, Ian, this is the Cassandra you mentioned in your letter, right? This child is so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Aunt. Cassandra smiled gracefully. I am Cassandra Worley, a friend of Hermione and Ian. A very good friend. Cassandra deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words Ian's friend and pinched Ian hard where no one could see. Ian grimaced in pain but did not dare to scream so as not to worry the Grangers. Mom and Dad, this is Harry, Draco, Ronald, all of whom are our good friends. Hermione pulled Harry to his parents. Harry is Ian's twin brother. My child, my poor child. Mrs. Granger looked at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead and hugged him distressedly. You must have suffered a lot. Harry was rarely hugged so closely. He scratched his head shyly. No, I'm doing well, ma'am. I haven't thanked you yet, you and Mr. Granger have been taking care of Ian. Silly child, why thank you? Just call me Aunt Granger. Mrs. Granger interrupted Harry. Harry, if you want, you can live with us. Yes, Harry, I think you will like Manchester, Mr. Granger also smiled and said, although our family is not a wealthy family, it is more than enough to support a child. That's true. Mr. Granger is a dentist and Mrs. Granger is a lawyer. Both of them are high-income earners. Harry was stunned when he heard this and then his eyes turned red. This. The Grangers panicked instantly. Harry, what's wrong with you if you don't want to? Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, Harry. Ian shook his head a little helpless. Harry is quite emotional. Harry couldn't help nodding. Ian is right, I am more emotional, Aunt Granger. I am willing to go. Great. Hermione cheered. This way Harry doesn't have to go back to his aunt's house. Yes, Harry lives with us and Ian and Harry can be taken care of. Mr. Granger also nodded and said, then it's settled, Harry. When we wait for your aunt and others to come, we will tell them to pack up your things directly and go home together. Harry nodded repeatedly. Tears were about to flow out. The few people talked for a while and the Walleys, the Weasleys, and the Malfoys arrived one after another. Ian, Harry. Mrs. Weasley rushed over and hugged the two of them. Oh my God, you have experienced too much this year, especially you, Fern. Mrs. Weasley, thank you for the sweater you gave me. It's very comfortable and beautiful. Ian smiled obediently. As long as you like it, I tell you, Ronald and our family is grateful for your care. Mrs. Weasley let go of the two and looked at them with gratitude. Especially you, Ian. I've heard that if it weren't for you, Ronald, Mrs. Weasley, you are too kind. We are friends with Ronald. Ian waved his hand quickly. It is normal for friends to help each other. Harry didn't know what to say, so he could only nod his head. Yes. Two good children, you can just call me Aunt Molly. Your mother Lily and I are very good friends. Molly Weasley said with a smile, if you have time in the future, come to our house. Although we have many children, it is definitely lively. Mom, I have already invited Harry and Ian. They will come during the holidays. Ronald poked his head out from the side. Right, Harry, Ian. Yes, Aunt Molly, we will definitely go. Harry nodded vigorously. Mom, we should go. Dad is going to fight with Malfoy. Ronald saw the sparks when his father and Malfoy looked at each other and quickly pulled Mrs. Weasley away. "Goodbye, friends," Ronald waved to the few people. "Everyone, I'll leave first." Draco also saw this scene, waved awkwardly. Goodbye. After that, he ran to the big Malfoy. "Donald, is this the pureblood family you mentioned?" Mr. Granger frowned. "Our wizard families like them so arrogant?" Donald Wallace, who was talking to him, nodded slightly. "Lucius Malfoy can only represent themselves. Our Wallace family, as well as Ian and Harry's Potter family, including the Weasley family just now, are still very happy to make friends with Muggles." Mr. Granger was relieved. "That's good. I was worried that Hermione would be bullied at school." "Don't worry, it won't happen. Hogwarts is a very safe place," Mr. Wallace said with a smile, "and I think the Malfoy kid has a good relationship with your Hermione." "That's right, the children have a good relationship." Mr. Granger also laughed. "I said, are you okay?" A rough voice came from behind everyone. A red face with a lot of beard around the chin, who looked like he was in a hurry. It was Vernon Dursley, and Petunia and Dudley were standing behind him. "Boy, what are you dithering about? Come home with me." Vernon shouted with his eyes wide open. "Don't embarrass me here." Harry pursed his lips and met Vernon's eyes. "Uncle Vernon, I'm not going back." "What did you say?" Vernon's eyes widened. "You're not going back, what do you mean?" "What did that old madman who can do magic teach you?" "Hello, I guess you are Ian and Harry's uncle, Mr. Dursley." Mr. Granger stood up and blocked Harry. "I want to talk to you about Harry's matter." "Yes, Ian is a child. We have been taking care of him since he was 7 years old, and we have always treated him as our own son. Harry is Ian's biological brother, and we will also." "What, Mrs. Granger?" was interrupted by Petunia's scream before she finished her words. Petunia came to him anxiously. In front of Ian, she grabbed his shoulders and slowly reached out to touch the boy's face, tears falling silently. Red hair and green eyes, looks very similar to Lily, 90% similar. "Aunt Petunia, I'm Ian." Ian was startled by Petunia's reaction but still greeted her obediently. Let's go home." Petunia grabbed Ian's arm and pulled him out of the station. "Vernon, take Harry and Dudley with you, let's go home." The Grangers stopped her. "Where are you taking Ian?" "Ian," Hermione also looked worried. "I am his aunt. I will be responsible for the child's daily life." Petunia screamed. "His mother is my sister, but Ian is our child, Mrs. Granger was also anxious. "Although you are his aunt, you have never taken care of him." "Who said that? I will take him home and take good care of him," Petunia said and gave Vernon a look. Vernon immediately understood and stood in front of Petunia. "Yes, we will take him home and take care of him. We are his relatives." "You guys." The Grangers were so angry that they couldn't speak. If they really had to argue, they couldn't win against their Aunt Petunia. "Aunt Granger, Aunt Petunia, let's go back and talk about these things first." Ian looked around at the other people's looks, and he was so embarrassed that he almost tapped his toes on the ground. "There are too many people here." "That's right, let's go back and talk." Vernon also reacted, pulling Dudley out. "Let's go home and talk slowly." The group returned to number 4, Privet Drive, and Ian and Harry followed the 4 adults into the living room. Hermione was left in the car by the Grangers, and Inley was driven to the room by the Dursleys. "We will never give in to Ian and Harry, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but say as soon as she entered the house. "Ian has lived in our house since he was 7 years old. He has been our child for a long time. He is my nephew. My sister's blood flows in his body." Petunia glared back without showing weakness. "And Harry must live with us. They are my sister's children. We must take care of him." "Harry, you take care of Harry, Mrs. Granger seemed to have heard something funny. "Don't think I don't know that Harry has been locked in the cupboard under the stairs since he was a child. Tell me, this is taking care of him." "So what?" Petunia's face flushed. "At least we gave him a home. He didn't starve to death outside." "You," Mrs. Granger was so angry that she couldn't speak. "Stop arguing." Ian rubbed his temple. "Stop arguing, okay? Ian, you tell me who you want to go with." Petunia and Mrs. Granger looked at him at the same time. "Ian." "Aunt Petunia, I have long regarded Aunt Granger and Uncle Granger as my biological parents." Ian walked silently to the Granger couple. "Ian, I didn't know you were still alive. When they sent Harry here, they said that you and Lily died together. They didn't tell me that you were still alive." Petunia became emotional. "If you were sent here at that time, I would definitely take good care of you." "I know, Aunt Petunia." Ian looked into Petunia's eyes and said seriously, "But I already have my own family now. The family I found by myself is not only Harry, Aunt Granger, Uncle Granger, but also Hermione. They are my family." Petunia opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She suddenly found that the nephew she thought was dead had grown into an independent teenager with his own thoughts and family he could trust. "Please give me flowers." "No, blood protection charm, yes." "Only I can protect you too." Petunia grabbed the last straw. You two still have blood protection charm on you. Dumbledore said that as long as you live in a place that has Lily's blood and can be called home, you will be protected from the harm of that Kudu and his men. You will be safe, Aunt. Harry and I are brothers with blood ties and the blood protection charm will not fail. Ian lowered his head. He had mixed feelings about his Aunt Petunia. On the one hand, it was true that Harry was not a good person. She habitually ignored Harry because of her jealousy of her sister and fear of magic. On the other hand, she knew that Harry was a dangerous person, but she still insisted on letting Harry stay and didn't throw him out to fend for himself. Petunia opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Aunt Petunia. Harry also looked at Petunia. I want to live with Ian right in Manchester. Petunia looked at Harry and Ian in front of her, her eyes slightly red. Have you two really decided? Yes, Aunt Petunia. Harry and Ian nodded at the same time. Penny lost all her strength at once, covering her face and crying. Vernon put his arm around his wife's shoulders. He had never seen his wife so helpless before, and his tone was a little angry. Petunia, those two little bastards can leave if they want to. I've wanted to kick Harry Potter out for a long time. Number. Vernon, Petunia was silent for a long time before she spoke in a hoarse voice. My sister is a wizard and our whole family is happy for her, but I'm not. I wrote to Dumbledore and he rejected my request to go to Hogwarts. 0. From that day on, perhaps out of jealousy, I only had deep fear and disgust for Lily's magic. My relationship with Lily was not that bad before we got married. Later, Vernon and I met Lily and your father James. He was so arrogant and so arrogant. Petunia paused for a moment and continued. We parted unhappily. Lily cried very sadly. We almost stopped communicating, even though I still knew that Lily loved me so much. Penny tried her best to control her tears and looked at Harry. Later, Dumbledore sent you here. The wizarding world killed my sister, so I don't want you to go there to die again. One Harry, that night in Godric Valley, not only did you and Ian lose your mother, I also lost my sister. I'm not saying this to ask you to forgive my harshness. Penny took a deep breath. I just want to say that I will always miss your mother, my sister, my only sister. Harry stared at Penny in a daze. He never thought that one day he would hear these words from Penny's mouth. Ian, you. Penny turned her head to look at her little nephew who looked exactly like her sister. Her lips moved a few times, but she only said one sentence. You look like Lily, like her. Thank you for taking care of Ian for so many years, thank you. Penny turned her head to look at the Grangers and bowed deeply. Just now, please don't mind. The Grangers waved their hands quickly. We will treat both children as our own. Okay. Ian, Harry, you two go. Petunia wiped her tears and turned to leave. Let's go. Vernon, who had always been very tough, stared at Ian and the others with complicated eyes. He stared. Well, if you decide, go with your new guardian and live your wizard life. He always hated magic, but he actually said the word wizard life in the wizarding world. Go. Mr. Granger gave Harry an affirmative look. Harry went upstairs silently and came to his room to pack his luggage. In fact, there was nothing, just two well-fitting clothes. Are you never coming back? Harry turned around and saw Dudley standing at the door, staring at him with a complicated face. Harry nodded but didn't say a word. He dragged the suitcase and walked out of the room. Goodbye, Dudley. Harry said softly as he passed by Dudley. Harry turned around and looked at Dudley. I never thought you were a fool, nor did I think your existence was superfluous. Dudley pursed his lower lip and whispered, Goodbye, Harry. When the Grangers walked Ian and Harry out of the room, Vernon did not come out to see them off. If possible, come and see your aunt every holiday. When the door was about to close, Ian heard Vernon's voice behind him. We will. Ian turned his head and looked at this middle-aged man who hated wizards but had an indissoluble bond with wizards. Goodbye, Uncle Vernon. Goodbye. The door was closed and Petunia's suppressed crying came from behind the door. Let's go, Harry. Ian looked at Hermione sitting in the car and the girl looked at him with sparkling eyes. Let's go home. Ian welcomed his first wizard's summer vacation. Although the school left him summer homework, it was not particularly heavy. He also had a lot of time to explore magic and had a very happy time. Harry was also very happy. On the one hand, he was happy because he could live with his brother Ian. On the other hand, Harry finally felt the care from his family. The Grangers really regarded him as a member of the family, and he felt unprecedented warmth. Aunt Granger, I will take care of myself. I think I have stuffed enough food. Ian helplessly watched Mrs. Granger stuff snacks into his suitcase, muttering, Eat more and you are too thin. The suitcase was already filled with daily necessities. If this suitcase was not covered with a traceless retractable spell, Ian reasonably suspected that his suitcase would be burst by Mrs. Granger. Ian, you must promise your aunt not to forget about food and sleep once you learn magic, okay? Mrs. Granger stuffed the last snack into the suitcase while giving Ian many instructions. Okay, Aunt Granger, I will eat on time and go to bed on time. Ian reluctantly assured Mrs. Granger and Mr. Granger beside him also patted his wife's 700 shoulder, signaling her not to worry anymore. Ian, I can't bear to leave you. Hermione hugged Ian's waist with red eyes. You are going to France to study with Nicholas Flamel for a month. We have never been apart for such a long time. Ian hugged Hermione back, gently stroked her dark brown hair and smiled to comfort her. Okay, don't be sad, Hermione. When Nicholas Flamel and I get familiar with each other, if I go to France again, I will take you with me, okay? Hermione sniffed, looked up at Ian, and there were still crystal tears in the corners of her eyes. Really? You will take me with you? Of course, I promise. Ian stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Hermione's eyes. Okay, then you have to write to me every day. Hermione knew how precious it was to be able to study with Nicholas Flamel, so even if she was reluctant, she didn't play tricks to make Ian give up going to France. She couldn't disturb Ian's alchemy study. I will write to you every day, okay? Let Themis deliver it. Ian smiled gently. I will tell you what happened every day. Themis, what do you want to ask? It is a golden eagle, but a certain Potter is really a bad person. Writing letters every day will tire Themis. Hermione shook her head. Although she also hoped to get news from Ian every day, she felt more sorry for Themis. Just write one letter every 3 days and I will write back to you. Ian smiled and agreed. Okay, then write one letter every 3 days. As for whether he would write every day, only he knew. Harry patted Ian's shoulder. Ian, take care of yourself in France. I will write to you. It's okay, just one letter a week. Ian waved his hand. Hermione's letter is more important. You can wait a while. Harry, although I really don't want to disturb you to say goodbye, but we should go, Ian. Hearing the familiar voice, the 3 little wizards looked at the door in unison. Professor Dumbledore, I'm ready. Ian picked up the suitcase. Let's go, Nicholas Flamel is waiting for us. Professor Dumbledore smiled and motioned Ian to hold his hand. The space suddenly began to distort and the familiar pulling feeling came again. When Ian regained the sense of entity, he was already standing in 10 unfamiliar places. Before he had time to look around, Ian began to hold the wall and retched. He could still hold on to the last apparition. Why is it so uncomfortable now? As if he saw Ian's confusion, Dumbledore explained, the last apparition distance was very short. This time it is an intercontinental move, so the reaction will be greater. Ian made an okay gesture and continued to hold the wall and retched. He felt that he was about to vomit out all his internal organs. A white, thin hand suddenly appeared in Ian's sight, holding a bottle of potion in his hand. This is a potion to relieve discomfort. I think you will need it. Ian raised his head and saw an old man with an old face but vigorous spirit standing in front of him. Mr. Flamel. Ian took the potion, thanked the person in front of him first, and then drank it. The cool taste slid down his mouth and Ian felt much more comfortable. Thank you very much, Mr. Flamel. Ian stood up and thanked Nicholas Flamel. You're welcome, Ian. Nicholas Flamel waved his hand. Don't call me sir, just call me teacher. Ian changed his words. Okay, teacher. Okay, Nico, since Ian is here, I'll leave first. Professor Dumbledore said goodbye to the two. I'll leave Ian to you. Don't worry, Albus. Nicholas Flamel patted Ian's shoulder. I will take good care of him. Professor Dumbledore nodded and disappeared. Let's go, Ian. Nicholas Flamel turned around and took Ian to the house. Let's go to lunch first. Perenelle knew you were coming and cooked. After dinner, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Ian followed Nicholas Flamel step by step and began to look around. It was an ordinary suburban cottage with simple furnishings. It was impossible to tell that a master alchemist over 600 years old lived here. If it wasn't Nicholas Flamel's home, Ian would have thought it was a muggle's house. Are you disappointed? Nicholas Flamel suddenly interrupted Ian's observation. My house doesn't match your imagination. Ian nodded honestly. There is a little bit. I thought your house would be filled with all kinds of alchemical products. Haha, you are not the first person to think so. Nicholas Flamel laughed heartily, but we are just ordinary people and houses are just used to shelter from the wind and rain. There is no need for those fancy things. Ian nodded thoughtfully. I understand, teacher. Nicholas Flamel patted Ian's shoulder with satisfaction. A young man is teachable. Okay, let's go to eat first and see what delicious food Perenelle has made. Nicholas Flamel took Ian to the dining room. The table was already filled with a variety of dishes which looked very appetizing. Perenelle, Ian is here. Nicholas Flamel shouted to the kitchen. I know you take Ian to sit down first and there is a soup that will be ready soon. As the voice fell, an old lady wearing an apron came out with a bowl of soup. Ian quickly stood up and greeted the old lady. Mrs. Flamel, hello, I am Ian Potter. Perenelle placed the soup bowl on the table and looked at Ian with a smile. Hello, Ian, you can call me Perenelle. Albus and I have mentioned you, saying that you are a very talented little wizard. Professor Dumbledore is too kind. Ian scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I still need to learn more from wizards like you and Mr. Flamel. Okay, don't stand, sit down and eat. Nicholas Flamel invited Ian to sit down. Ian, try Perenelle's cooking. She conquered my stomach with a bowl of soup back then. Ian smiled and agreed and began to taste the dishes on the table. Ian picked up a piece of chicken closest to him, put it in his mouth and chewed it, then widened his eyes. The chicken was tender and juicy, exuding a faint aroma and mixed with some tastes he couldn't describe, stimulating his taste buds. How is it? Perenelle looked at Ian expectantly. Very delicious. Ian gave a thumbs up. I have never eaten such delicious chicken. Your cooking skills are really unique. Haha, if it's delicious, eat more. Perenelle was praised by Ian and kept picking up food for Ian. She really liked this handsome and sweet-talking little wizard. After a meal, Ian felt that he was so full that he couldn't walk. Okay, Perenelle, Ian just finished his meal and needs to digest it, so don't talk to him. Nicholas Flamel patted Ian on the shoulder. Let's go, Ian, I'll take you to your room. After saying goodbye to Perenelle, Ian followed Nicholas Flamel upstairs. Ian, this is your room. Nicholas Flamel pushed open a door and motioned Ian to go in. I don't know much about your preferences as a child, and I don't know if you will like it. Ian pushed the door open and entered, and what came into view was a warmly decorated room on 4-1 daytime. There were various paintings hanging on the light green walls, and the curtains were also in the same color, which looked very comfortable. A large bed was placed in the center of the room, covered with soft bedding and pillows. Various magic items were neatly placed throughout the room, including an alarm clock that could spit fire dragons, a magic book that could fly, and a feather pen that could write automatically. Ian could be sure that this room had been carefully decorated. I like it very much, thank you, teacher. Ian turned his head to look at Nicholas Flamel and said sincerely, as long as you like it. Nicholas Flamel smiled and nodded. If there is anything missing in the future, tell me. Okay, if I need anything, I will definitely ask you. Ian smiled. Ian, take a rest first and we will start the class after you have rested. Nicholas Flamel said and turned to leave the room. Ian nodded, and after seeing Nicholas Flamel off, he closed the door. He walked to the bed and lay down, slowly closing his eyes. Nicholas Flamel and Perenelle are both easy to get along with, and he should have a good study life here. After an unknown amount of time, Ian, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a knock on the door. Ian sat up dazedly and yawned. Who is it? Ian, it's me. Nicholas Flamel's voice sounded outside the door. How did you rest? If you rest well, we will go to class. Ian rubbed his eyes and remembered that he was not at home but in France at Nicholas Flamel's home. I have rested well, teacher. Ian quickly got up from the bed, walked over and opened the door. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, let's go. Nicholas Flamel smiled and shook his head and took Ian downstairs. The living room downstairs has completely changed under Nicholas Flamel's operation. The originally warm living room has become a small magic classroom, with illustrations of various magic theories hanging on the walls and various magic books and alchemical products on the table. Ian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is even better than the room of requirement. You can easily turn your living room into a professional magic classroom. This is the charm of alchemy. Don't stand there, Ian. Come and sit down. Nicholas Flamel called Ian to sit down at the table. Ian sat down obediently, then looked at Nicholas Flamel, waiting for him to speak. Ian, I know you have good grades in Hogwarts and you have a solid grasp of the theoretical foundation of magic. Nicholas Flamel looked at Ian and spoke slowly, but alchemy cannot be mastered by theory alone. You need to practice, try, and innovate constantly. Ian nodded to show that he understood. He also knew that alchemy is a very practical magic. Only by practicing constantly can you truly master it. Ian, what do you think alchemy is? Tell me what you think. Nicholas Flamel looked at Ian, his eyes revealing some expectations. Ian frowned. He didn't know much about alchemy. The only two alchemy products he had come into contact with were the Philosopher's Stone and the necklace on his neck. I think alchemy is a science that explores the essence of matter and changes the form of matter through magical means. Ian thought for a while and expressed his thoughts. Through research and experiments, alchemists can transform one substance into another or even create a completely new substance. In simple terms, it is the evolution of various metals. Ian concluded. Nicholas Flamel listened to Ian's answer and showed a satisfied smile on his face. You are right, Ian. Alchemy is indeed a science that explores the essence of matter. However, alchemy is not a simple transformation of matter, nor is it a simple gold making. Nicholas Flamel changed the subject and his face became serious. You know, alchemists pursue medicine and the ultimate goal is to pursue immortality. Longevity, magic. Ian muttered to himself with a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, I made the Philosopher's Stone for longevity. Nicholas Flamel nodded. This is the ultimate goal of alchemists and the real charm of alchemy. Ian nodded, not quite understanding, and he felt as if he had touched the door to a new world. Alchemy is very similar to Muggle chemistry, isn't it? Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. Ian looked at Nicholas Flamel in surprise. Do you know chemistry? Of course I know that chemistry and alchemy are actually similar in many ways. Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. It's just that chemistry pays more attention to the properties and laws of change of substances, while alchemy pays more attention to the transformation and creation of substances. However, alchemy involves many magical elements and mysterious powers which cannot be explained by chemistry. Nicholas Flamel added. Ian nodded and had a deeper understanding of alchemy in his heart. My previous view of alchemy was too one-sided and superficial. There is a book I want to give you. Nicholas Flamel said, picking up a heavy book from the table. I can become an alchemist, all thanks to it, the Book of Abraham of the J**WS. This is a large ancient book. The cover is not made of paper, it feels like a soft bark, and the surface is tightly wrapped with thick brass and exquisitely bordered. Ian took the book and felt it sink in his hand. He almost lost his grip. Ian opened the book. The pages were in groups of 7 with a total of 21 pages. On the first 7 pages there was a cane with 2 snakes wrapped around it, 10 of which were devouring the other 10. On the second 7 pages, which was page 14, there was a cross, but it was not Jesus who was nailed to the cross but a snake. On the third 7 pages, which was page 21, there were several clear springs emerging from a desert, and many snakes emerged from the springs. Abraham the Jew, prince, priest, master of astrologers, wise saints, dedicated to the Jewish people scattered in Gaul. Ian murmured a few lines written on the first page. These strange words were re-annotated by Nicholas Flamel and translated into French in the intervals. Then there are some fiercely worded spells in which the word Maranatha appears from time to time. The spell roughly means that except for the priests and the scribes responsible for copying, anyone who reads the book will be cursed terribly. Nicholas Flamel is more than 600 years old, but he still remembers the contents of the book clearly. In the blanks of the pages, there are the operating methods of metal evolution and the meaning of the questions that need to be reviewed. Ian looked carefully and found that it was indeed the case. The blanks of the pages were filled with various strange symbols and patterns, and there were some texts that he couldn't understand for explanation. Fortunately, Nicholas Flamel made comments on it. Do you understand what you see? Nicholas Flamel smiled. Teacher, in this first picture, the snake swallowed another snake. Does it refer to the fusion of matter? Ian said carefully. Nicholas Flamel's eyes lit up. Good, go on. Encouraged, Ian became bolder. The second picture, the snake is nailed to the cross, which should represent the decomposition and corruption of matter or the sacrifice and transformation in the alchemical process. Nicholas Flamel's smile became bigger and bigger. The last page, the snake emerges from the spring, which represents the birth of new matter, that is, the completion of alchemy. Ian said his guess. That's right, that's right. Nicholas Flamel patted the table excitedly. You really have a talent for learning alchemy, Ian. Ian touched his nose embarrassedly. I also guessed based on the pictures in the book. I don't know if it's correct. It's not easy for you to see these in such a short time. Nicholas Flamel did not hesitate to praise. Nicholas Flamel turned to the 4th and 5th pages. And. Ian then noticed that in addition to the 3 pictures just now, there were also 4 pictures on the 4th and 5th pages. The first picture on the 4th page showed 2 people, one wearing a hat and holding a double snake staff in his hand. The knowledgeable Ian quickly recognized that this was Hermes in Greek mythology and Mercury in Roman mythology. He was waving a snake staff and posing for a fight, and he was fighting the first winged old man, who was flying in the air with an hourglass on his head and holding a knife to cut off Hermes' feet. These 200 old men are the god of agriculture, who symbolizes lead, and Mercury on the ground symbolizes Mercury, and the wings on his head represent volatilization, referring to the use of lead to remove the volatilization of Mercury. Nicholas Flamel pointed to the picture and gestured. Ian looked at the second picture. What do you think of this picture? The second picture on the 4th page is colorful. On the top of a mountain, there is a beautiful flower. The flower stem is blue, the flowers are white and red, and the leaves are golden. Below the picture is a griffin and a dragon building a nest on the hillside. Ian obviously understood the meaning of this abstract picture. He pondered and said, The flowers of different colors on the mountain represent the use of different substances, and the only golden leaf represents the final generation of substances. Nicholas Flamel nodded, turned to the 5th page, and motioned Ian to continue. This little wizard surprised him so much. This is the apprentice he has been looking for. The first picture on the 5th page is a garden with a strange oak tree planted in the center of the garden. The reason why it is strange is that it is hollow, and a rose tree full of roses grows in the hollow part. There is also a fountain under the tree. The spring water sprayed is white liquid. The white spring water flows to the distance. A group of blind people squatted on the ground and groped everywhere, but they couldn't see or touch anything. The garden symbolizes the laboratory, the hollow tree refers to the flask, and the blind people are metaphorically those fake alchemists or those who are still looking for raw materials. In fact, the real raw materials are right beside them, but they often slip away without their awareness. Ian's interpretation became more and more fluent, and he gradually understood the meaning behind the obscure patterns in the book. Well said, Ian. Nicholas Flamel did not hide his admiration. Then take a look at the last picture. The second picture on the 5th page shows a king holding a big knife and ordering soldiers to kill many babies. The mothers of the babies kneeled in front of them and begged bitterly. There were some containers similar to buckets and crucibles next to them. The blood of the babies was collected in them, and the sun and the moon were bathing in the blood. Ian shook his head. I don't understand this picture, teacher. It doesn't matter, Ian. The meaning of this picture is indeed more complicated. Nicholas Flamel said slowly, if you are familiar with the Bible, you will probably know that this is the scene of King Herod slaughtering the Holy Child. The blood of the Holy Child is a kind of nitric acid, and the sun and the moon represent gold and silver respectively. These two immiscible substances must be fused with nitric acid to produce the final Philosopher's Stone. Ian's eyes lit up when he heard it. Philosopher's Stone. Yes, Ian, the Philosopher's Stone, the raw material for making the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel's face showed fascination. Unfortunately, it can't be made now. Why, teacher? Ian asked knowingly. Because the birth of the elixir of life requires a lot of vitality to support it. Nicholas Flamel's face became solemn. Such a magic potion is against nature and is not allowed. Life force. Ian looked at Nicholas Flamel in surprise. Teacher, then you, Nicholas Flamel understood what Ian had not said. He smiled and stroked the back of the book. Ian, this book took me 21 years to decipher. On the way to decipher this book, I met a Jewish researcher named Master Kenchais who lived in Lyon. Nicholas Flamel seemed to be pulled into his memories all of a sudden. Kenchais recognized that this Jew Abraham was one of the earliest scholars of the Jewish mystical system Kabbalah. On the 2nd page of this book, Abraham advised his people to stay away from evil, especially idolatry. He called on them to wait for the coming of the Messiah with pious patience, because the Messiah will defeat all the secular kings in the world, come with the glory of heaven and bless his people until eternity. Page 3, Abraham went on to say that he would teach the enslaved tribesmen how to create wealth to help them cope with the heavy taxes imposed on them by the Roman emperors. Turning stones into gold is not the greatest use of the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel smiled. I know that when I come into contact with ancient and mysterious knowledge, this knowledge may bring destruction and the price is not small. But I still did it, regardless of Paranol's dissuasion. I resolutely did what the book said. I took after all the costs. I finally succeeded. January 17, 1382, that was a Monday. Near noon, I successfully transformed half a pound of mercury into pure silver, and Paranol witnessed this moment. Nicholas Flamel fell into memories with a dreamy look on his face. I personally tested its texture, and later sent it to other authoritative appraisals, and finally confirmed that it was purer than the silver produced in natural silver mines. At 5 p.m. on April 25, 1382, in the same room, I made a red Philosopher's Stone and used it to make gold that was purer than ordinary gold. It looks better, feels softer, and is more ductile. Nicholas Flamel looked at Ian. Do you know what I was thinking at the time? Ian shook his head. I don't know, teacher. I thought at the time the red Philosopher's Stone, I succeeded, I strangled fate by the throat, I became immortal. From today on, every alchemist will remember my name. Nicholas Flamel's face showed a fanatical look. But Ian, I didn't get immortality, it was just longevity. I did get a lifespan of more than 600 years through the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's fanaticism faded, replaced by an unspeakable fatigue. Taking the elixir of life can indeed make me immortal, but it requires taking it for a long time, and as we get older, our bodies become weaker. Remember what I just said about the elixir of life requiring vitality? Ian nodded under Nicholas Flamel's gaze. In the 14th century, the plague was rampant. More than 25 million people died in Europe because of the Black Death, equivalent to one-third of the total population of Europe. Nicholas Flamel lowered his eyes. Making the elixir of life requires a lot of vitality, the vitality of human beings. It can be said that I deprived those people of their last few days of life. Ian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Nicholas Flamel as if he had just met Nicholas Flamel for the first time. Shocked, right, Ian? Nicholas Flamel smiled bitterly, but this is the biggest secret of the elixir of life. Now do you understand why the elixir of life can no longer be made? Nicholas Flamel looked at Ian. Ian didn't say anything, just nodded silently. I understand, teacher, but you still have the last piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Why don't you use it to make the elixir of life and continue to live? Because I'm thinking, is this kind of longevity really what I want? Nicholas Flamel shook his head with a wry smile. Watching the people close to me leave one by one, watching the world change, is this kind of longevity really right? More than 600 years, Ian. Nicholas Flamel looked at Ian. More than 600 years I have lived enough, and Nicholas Flamel touched his chest. Perenelle and I are very tired. Ian looked at Nicholas Flamel's hunched back and suddenly realized that the alchemist in front of him, who was famous in Europe, was just an old man who had lived for more than 600 years. Even with the help of the Philosopher's Stone, his and Perenelle's bodies have become old under the erosion of time. Ian, I give this book to you, hoping that you Lee can inherit my legacy and let it continue. Nicholas Flamel solemnly handed the book in his hand to Ian. Ian took a deep breath and respectfully took the book in Nicholas Flamel's hand with both hands. I will, teacher. Also, even if you make the Philosopher's Stone one day, don't make the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel's expression suddenly became serious. That is not a field that humans should touch. Ian looked at Nicholas Flamel's serious expression and nodded solemnly. I understand, teacher. Nicholas Flamel patted Ian's shoulder with relief. Ian, remember, the elixir of life is just a lie. The true meaning of life is not the length, but how you spend it. Ian deeply engraved Nicholas Flamel's words in his heart. He looked at the book in his hand and felt that his hands were heavy. This is not only a book, but also a legacy. In the room, Ian fell into deep thought over a notebook thicker than the Jewish Book of Abraham. This notebook is the alchemical runes summarized by Nicholas Flamel, based on the Jewish Book of Abraham. Since that day, Ian officially became Nicholas Flamel's disciple and followed him to learn alchemy. Nicholas Flamel also gave Ian his lifelong research efforts. The first task is to learn all the runes in this notebook. Ian looked at the dense runes on the notebook and felt overwhelmed. These runes are not only complex but also obscure. Even with Nicholas Flamel's explanation, Ian still found it very difficult to understand. Moreover, alchemy is different from other magic. As long as other magic is understood, as long as the structure of magic is understood and the principles of magic are known, no matter how complex the magic is, it can be easily learned and released. But alchemy is not like that. Alchemy requires long-term practice and needs to carve runes again and again, until muscle memory is formed to ensure that there will be no mistakes when making alchemical props. Once an error is made in the process of making alchemical tools, not only will the alchemical tools fail to be made, but also an explosion may occur in serious cases. Therefore, Ian could only carve runes over and over again and practice alchemy. Under Nicholas Flamel's teaching, Ian made rapid progress. He not only mastered low-level alchemical runes, but also learned some intermediate alchemical runes. Seeing Ian's progress, Nicholas Flamel was very pleased. He knew that he had not made a mistake. Ian had a high talent in alchemy, and his future achievements in alchemy would not be lower than his. Time passed quietly as Ian learned alchemy. Ian, come to dinner. Okay, Grandma Perenelle. Ian walked downstairs holding a notebook. Because Ian was really handsome, cute, well-behaved, and sensible, and Perenelle and Nicholas Flamel had no offspring, they treated Ian as their grandson and asked Ian to call them Grandpa and Grandma directly. After Ian went downstairs, he carefully placed his notebook on the desk before going to the kitchen to wash his hands and eat. At the table, Perenelle kept picking up dishes for Ian, asking him to eat more. The dishes in Ian's bowl were piled up like a hill. Ian, eat more, you look so thin. Perenelle said distressedly, don't be so anxious about studying. It's not good to forget about food and sleep, just like your grandfather Nico used to do. I don't want you to be like him and not cherish your body. I know Perenelle is your grandmother. Grandma doesn't want to control you, she just wants to care about you. Perenelle looked at Ian's well-behaved appearance and touched his head. Don't become an alchemist madman like Nico. Ahem. Nico Flamel coughed twice in embarrassment. I'm right, you're a crazy alchemist. Once you didn't eat for 3 days and you're not afraid of dying from studying. Perenelle rolled his eyes at Nicholas Flamel, not giving him any face. Nicholas Flamel smiled awkwardly and didn't refute Perenelle's words. He is indeed a crazy alchemist. For alchemy, he can forget about sleep and food and ignore his own body. But it is also because of his madness that he can achieve such a high achievement in alchemy. But now, he cares more about the time with Perenelle. As for alchemy, it has long been ranked behind Perenelle. Perenelle also understands this, so she just complained a few words, but she was not really angry. Ian, you go home for your birthday tomorrow and I will give you a month of rest. Nicholas Flamel suddenly said, don't think about alchemy for this month and come to study next summer vacation. Okay, it's Grandpa. Ian nodded and agreed. He had indeed not been home for a long time. Not only did he miss Hermione, but Hermione also missed him. The next morning, Nicholas Flamel used the door key to send Ian back to Manscut. The door key is a ring. On the first day of Ian and Nico's study, Nicholas Flamel gave Ian the door key and taught him how to use it to facilitate Ian's return. Ian stood at the door of his house looking at the familiar scene, and a sense of intimacy surged in his heart. He took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. I'm coming. Accompanied by a familiar voice, the door was opened and Hermione appeared at the door. Seeing Ian at the door, Hermione's face suddenly showed a surprise. Hermione. Ian also smiled, opened his arms, and hugged Hermione tightly in his arms. You are finally back, I missed you so much. Hermione buried her head in Ian's arms, hugged Ian's waist with both hands, and her voice was a little choked. I miss you too, Hermione. Ian patted Hermione's back gently and said softly. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to merge each other into their bodies. It was unknown how long it took before the two slowly separated, but their hands were still tightly holding each other's hands, as if they would disappear if they let go. Okay, let's go in first. Ian took Hermione's hand and walked into the house. The Grangers were very happy to see Ian come back, especially Mrs. Granger, who looked Ian up and down and kept saying that he had lost weight. Harry was also very happy. He thought Ian would spend the summer vacation at Nicholas Flamel's place and would not come back. Ian, you're not leaving today. Hermione looked at Ian, her face full of expectation. No. Ian smiled and shook his head. Grandpa Nico gave me a month's leave and asked me to come back for my birthday. That's great. Hearing Ian say this, Hermione smiled immediately. So how are you doing with alchemy? Harry asked curiously. Not bad, Grandpa Nico said. I'm making rapid progress. Speaking of alchemy, Ian couldn't help but show confidence on his face. Ian, your birthday is tomorrow. What gift do you want? Mrs. Granger looked at Ian and asked softly. Harry chose a t-shirt. What about you? What do you want? I don't want anything. I want to eat the mango pudding you made. Ian said with a smile. Okay, I'll make it for you tomorrow, Mrs. Granger agreed with a smile, but you have to choose another gift. Mango pudding is not a birthday gift. Then I want a t-shirt too, Aunt Granger. Ian thought for a moment and said, just the same as Harry's. Okay, Mrs. Granger smiled and nodded. Then I'll buy you two a t-shirt tomorrow. Ian, Harry, you two have birthdays tomorrow. Do you want to invite friends to your house for a party? Mr. Granger looked at Ian and asked with a smile. Is it okay? Harry looked at Mr. Granger expectantly. Of course. Mr. Granger smiled and nodded, but you have to confirm the number of people first and then tell me so I can prepare enough food. I'm going to ask Ronald and the others, Harry said immediately. Then go ahead, Harry. Mr. Granger said with a smile. Ian, you just came back. Take a rest first and wait for Harry to come back, and then you can confirm the party together. Okay, Uncle Granger. Ian nodded in agreement. Harry ran into the room excitedly and wrote to Ronald and the others. For some reason, he and Hermione had not received any letters or replies from their friends for a month. Now they could only let Ian use his golden sculpture Themis to deliver the letters. Ian sat on the sofa and chatted with the Grangers. He told the Grangers about his daily life of learning alchemy from Nicholas Flamel, and the Grangers were amazed. Although they knew that Ian was very talented in alchemy and had made considerable achievements, they were still shocked to hear Ian talk about it in person. Not long after, Harry ran out of the room with several letters in his hands and his face full of excitement. Ian, I have finished writing to Ronald and the others. You can let Themis deliver the letters. Harry looked at Ian and said anxiously, Huh. Ian was a little surprised. Where is Hedwig? Why don't you use Hedwig to deliver the letter? We haven't received any letters or replies in this month. Hermione frowned. I suspect someone doesn't want us to contact our friends, so they intercepted our letters. We wrote many letters to Ronald and others this month and sent them out by owl, but there was no reply. Harry added, and whether it's Ronald, Draco, or Cassandra, they didn't reply, which is very abnormal. Hermione nodded. We can only receive your reply in letters. Maybe because we live together they were not intercepted. It's indeed a little unusual. Ian nodded slightly, his face becoming serious. Now that you mentioned that, I remembered that, except for you two, no one else has written to me. Ian has been in France for too long, and just now he remembered that the second grade is about to start. Judging from this situation, it is probably that Dobby, the elf of the Malfoy family, has begun to intercept Harry's letters and doesn't want them to return to Hogwarts. It seems that someone does not want us to contact our friends. Ian pondered, but it doesn't matter, I'm back now, they can't intercept our letters anymore. Ian, what are you going to do? Hermione looked at Ian curiously. I'll ask Themis to deliver the letter in the evening. Ian smiled slightly. I want to see who is so bold as to intercept our letters. Okay. Harry immediately handed the letter to Ian. We will know who is behind it tonight. No problem. Ian took the letter and put it in his pocket. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's think about how to celebrate the birthday tomorrow. Hearing what Ian said, Harry and Hermione immediately put the letter behind their minds and began to discuss tomorrow's birthday party with great interest. They discussed which friends to invite, what food and games to prepare, and the atmosphere was very lively. Granger and his wife also joined the discussion, giving Ian and his family advice, and the family was having a great time. As night fell, Ian and the other two stood in front of the window, looking at the dark night sky, and reached out of his pocket to take out the letter Harry gave him. He whispered, Themis. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a huge golden eagle appeared outside the window, its head close to the window, and rubbed Ian's cheek affectionately. Help me deliver these letters to Cassandra, Draco, and others. Ian stroked the feathers of the golden eagle and said softly. Themis chirped softly and gently nudged the letter in Ian's hand with her head, indicating that she understood. Is this really okay? Hermione was a little worried. We don't know who is intercepting our letters. What if Themis is in danger? Don't worry, Hermione. Ian smiled confidently. Themis is a golden eagle, one of the most powerful birds of prey in this sky, and there are not many people who can threaten it. Harry shook the flying broom in his hand. Yes, we will follow Themis later to see who is doing it. Okay, Hermione was relieved when she heard that. Ian tied the letter to Themis's leg and patted its head gently. Go, Themis, deliver the letter to Cassandra and the others. With another soft cry, Themis flapped its wings and flew high, turning into a golden light and disappearing into the sky. Ian and the other two immediately rode on the flying brooms, followed Themis and chased after her. Themis was very fast, but Ian and the other two rode the Nimbus 2000, which was also not slow. Ian. Hermione sat behind Ian, hugged his waist, and whispered, Who do you think is intercepting our letters? I don't know. Ian shook his head slightly, but I think we will have the answer soon. Ian and the other two followed Themis not far away, passed through the city, flew for a while, and came to a remote suburb. At this moment, something strange happened. A small figure suddenly rushed out and tried to catch Themis. He had 2 big ears like a bat and a pair of protruding green eyes as big as tennis balls. That was Dobby, the elf of the Malfoy family. Ian frowned slightly, watching Dobby trying to catch Themis again and again, but Themis easily dodged him. What is that? Hermione pulled Ian's sleeve tightly. His nose looks like Pinocchio in the fairy tale book. He is a house elf. Harry looked surprised, but is he wearing a pillowcase? Harry noticed that the elf was wearing an old pillowcase with several holes on the arms and legs. It's no wonder Harry was surprised. He had seen house elves before, but the house elf of the Potter family, Lombard, was not like the one in front of him. Lombard always wore human clothes that were a few sizes smaller and never came out wearing dirty old pillowcases like this elf. It seems that our letters were intercepted by him. Ian frowned slightly, watching Dobby trying to catch Themis again and again. He whispered to Harry and Hermione, Let's go, let's catch him and ask him what's going on. As he said that, Ian took Hermione and rode on a flying broom and rushed towards Dobby. Dobby tried to catch Themis again and again but failed again and again. He was very anxious. Suddenly he saw Ian rushing towards him and panicked. Whose elf are you? Ian looked at Dobby and asked in a deep voice, Why do you want to intercept our letters? Dobby can't say. Dobby screamed and turned around and ran away. Petrification. Ian drew out his wand and pointed it at Dobby. A white light shot out. Dobby was petrified immediately and the whole elf was fixed in place, maintaining the posture of running away, unable to move. Ian, you are too strict, Harry exclaimed. It's nothing. Ian shook his head slightly, looking at the petrified Dobby. Let's take him back first. As he spoke, Ian picked up his wand, conjured up a large net, put Dobby in it, and then carried the net, Harry and Hermione, and turned back to the Granger family's house. Back in the room, Ian poured Dobby out of the net, and then lifted the petrification spell on him. Dobby regained his ability to move and immediately jumped up from the ground, trying to escape, but Ian pointed his wand at him and had to stand still. "Don't try to run." Ian looked at Dobby and said in a deep voice, "If you don't tell us why you intercepted our letters, we will hand you over to the Ministry of Magic." Dobby was frightened and turned pale when he heard this and shook his head repeatedly. "No, don't hand me over to the Ministry of Magic. Dobby didn't do anything bad. Dobby is for." "Then tell us why you intercepted our letters." Ian looked at Dobby and asked in a deep voice. Dobby hesitated, looked at Ian and Harry carefully and quickly lowered his head. "Dobby wants to protect the two Mr. Potters." Dobby whispered. Dobby had hoped that if Ian Potter and Harry Potter thought their friends had forgotten them, the two Mr. Potters might not want to go back to school. "Gentlemen. What? Why did you stop the two of us from going back to school? You even blocked the letters our friends sent us." Harry was so angry when he heard Dobby's words, but Ian grabbed him. "Don't get excited, Harry." Ian looked at Dobby and asked knowingly, "Dobby, what happened to Hogwarts? Why can't Harry and I go back?" Dobby can't let Harry Potter and Ian Potter return to Hogwarts. There is a conspiracy because something terrible will happen in Hogwarts this year. Dobby lowered his voice and suddenly trembled all over. "Dobby has known about this for several months, sir. The two Mr. Potters can't take risks." "You are too important, sir," Dobby screamed. So Dobby repeatedly begs the two gentlemen not to go back. "Please, gentlemen, it's too dangerous, please." Terrible things. Harry and Ian looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Hermione held Ian's hand even tighter with a heart full of worry. Ian was pretending, but Harry was really surprised, so he asked, "Dobby, what will happen?" "Dobby can't say." Dobby screamed, shaking all over. "Dobby can't say, sir. Dobby must not say." Dobby choked funny and then banged his head against the wall frantically. "What are you doing? Stop it, Dobby." Hermione screamed in fear and quickly grabbed his arm to stop him from hurting himself. "Dobby, calm down, don't do this." The kind Harry also said quickly, "Stop it, don't hurt yourself." Also an elf, Harry had never seen Lombard hurt himself so much. Unlike Hermione and the others, Ian grabbed Dobby neatly and said sternly, "Stop, Dobby." Dobby stopped moving immediately and looked at Ian timidly. "Okay, sit down first." Hermione pointed to the sofa in the room and tried to be gentle in her tone. Unexpectedly, the elf burst into tears, startling Hermione and Harry. He cried loudly. "Sit down," Dobby sobbed. "Never. Never." Hermione almost pushed Dobby to the sofa where Dobby sat and hiccuped, looking like an ugly big doll. "Thank you, kind Miss Hermione." The elf choked. "No wizard has ever let Dobby sit down like an equal. Don't cry, Dobby." Hermione begged, "Do you know what terrible things are going to happen in Hogwarts? Have you heard any news? Why can't you tell us?" The elf choked, trembling all over, trying to stop crying but still hiccuping from time to time. "Dobby is at his master's house." Dobby stopped talking and hit his head hard. Bad Dobby, don't say bad things about your master." "Your master's house." Hermione was a little surprised. "You have a master." "The wizard family that Dobby serves, Miss Hermione. Dobby is a house elf. He must always serve one family." Ian clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Hermione, the old Potter house actually has house elves." "What, you never told me." Hermione pursed her lips and looked at Ian. Ian touched his nose. Of course he didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that Hermione would dismiss the house elves at home on the spot. After all, Hermione couldn't bear to see the house elves suffer. She was very kind but also very simple. To be honest, as a vested interest, Ian didn't want to free the house elves at home. That would make his life less convenient in the future. Hermione didn't care too much. She turned her head to look at Dobby and her tone softened a little. "Dobby, do your masters know that you are here?" "Oh no, Miss Hermione, they don't know." Dobby will punish himself most severely because he came to see the two Mr. Potters. Dobby will lock his ears in the oven door. "If they find out, Miss Hermione," Dobby said with sobs. Harry asked curiously, "But if you lock your ears in the oven door, won't they find out?" Dobby guesses not, sir. Dobby always punishes himself for something, sir. "They let Dobby do this, sir." Dobby shook his head, his ears popping, and said, They don't care as long as they don't make too much noise at home." "Dobby sometimes rolls down the steep stairs, sir, or burns his hand with the iron." "How could they do that to you? This is too much, too cruel." Hermione said in shock, "Why don't you leave? Don't run away." Dobby turned pale with fear when he heard this and said, "The house elves must be released by the master." "But the master will never let Dobby go. Dobby will work in the master's house until he dies." Hermione and Harry were stunned. Ian, however, was calm in his heart. After all, he had known about Zy for a long time. "Dobby, tell us quickly what will happen in Hogwarts." Ian looked at Dobby and frowned, "So that we can consider whether to go back or not, right?" Dobby was immediately entangled when he heard Ian's words. He couldn't say it, but he wanted to protect the two Mr. Potters. Hermione looked at Ian disapprovingly. "Ian, don't be so harsh on Dobby." Okay. Ian took a deep breath, looked at Dobby, and tried to make his tone sound gentle. Dobby, we want to go back to Hogwarts. You have to tell us what terrible things will happen in Hogwarts so that we can avoid it, right? Dobby looked even more entangled. He scratched his hands and whispered, Dobby can't say, sir, Dobby really can't say. Ian spread his hands at Hermione, meaning, see, you still have to be tough, gentleness is useless. Hermione glared at Ian, then turned to look at Dobby and said gently, Dobby, we are your friends, right? You don't want us to be in danger, right? Friends? Miss Hermione considers Dobby a dirty and ugly elf as her friend. Dobby raised his head in surprise, his eyes full of tears. Never has a wizard considered Dobby a friend. Miss Hermione and the two Mr. Potters are all very good wizards. As he spoke, Dobby cried again and cried even louder. Ian rubbed his temples with a headache. Dobby, if you don't tell us what happened in Hogwarts, then you return the letters written by our friends to us. The letters are here with Dobby, sir. The elf said, and he pulled out a thick stack of letters from the pillowcase he was wearing. Ian recognized Cassandra's neat handwriting, Draco's powerful handwriting, Ronald's flying and flamboyant handwriting, and even a kind of sloppy handwriting, which seemed to be written by Hagrid. Ian counted and found that there were more than 50 letters in total, more than 30 of which were his. It seems that Dobby intercepted a lot of letters. You actually intercepted so many? Ian's eyebrows jumped. It's no wonder he wanted to get angry, because he saw Isabella's letter among the pile of letters. That was the little witch he wanted to conquer but hadn't conquered yet. Calculating the time, it's been a month, and the little girl's favor towards him must have dropped to the lowest point. Dobby didn't mean it, sir. Dobby said in panic, Dobby just doesn't want Mr. Potter to return to Hogwarts. Dobby wants to protect Mr. Ian Potter. Dobby adjusted his bat-shaped ears into a cup shape, which means he was accepting a very severe punishment. Okay, we're back to the same place again. Ian handed the letter to Hermione and the others. Cassandra and the other two wrote several letters as well as Hagrid's and the Weasley twins. And Isabella. Hermione squinted at Ian. If I remember correctly, Isabella is my roommate, right? She only sent me one letter, but she sent you so many. When did you two get so close? The implication is, when did you two hook up behind my back? Hermione was furious. Unlike Cassandra and Ian, who were both in Slytherin, she was close to them first. Isabella Swan is her roommate. This is simply poaching right under her nose. Hermione, yes. Ian laughed dryly. Haha, we just meet occasionally and say a few words. Under Hermione's gaze, Ian's voice became smaller and smaller and finally shut up. Hermione took a deep breath and decided to deal with Ian later. What's more important now is, Dobby, listen to me. Hermione squatted down and said to Dobby softly, what I say next, you just need to nod or shake your head, okay? Dobby nodded. Something terrible will happen at Hogwarts. This thing may endanger the lives of Ian and Harry, right? Dobby hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Hermione's pupils shrank when she saw this scene. It's okay, Hermione, don't worry. Ian comforted, don't forget, we have already experienced a life-threatening situation in our first year. We are still standing here now, which means we will still be able to overcome the danger. Harry also said, yes, Hermione, don't worry. No matter what happens, we will be together. Hermione took a deep breath and continued to ask, then this terrible thing, is it related to Voldemort? As soon as the three words Voldemort came out, Dobby's body trembled as if he was very scared, but he still shook his head. Not Voldemort. Hermione obviously didn't expect to get this answer. She was stunned for a moment. Will there be anything more terrible than Voldemort? Ian also looked confused, but his inner drama was extremely rich. In the world of Harry Potter, of course, nothing is more terrible than Voldemort. But it was obvious that Dobby Song knew that Lucius Malfoy wanted to use the diary to harm them. But he didn't know that the diary was Voldemort's Horcrux, and that a piece of Voldemort's soul was hidden in it. Dobby, I have one last question. Hermione looked at Dobby and said, is there someone who made Hogwarts dangerous? Is that person your master? Dobby trembled all over. He looked up at Hermione. His eyes were full of tears, full of entanglement and struggle. Seeing Dobby like this, Hermione still had something to understand. Okay, Dobby, I understand. Hermione stood up and turned to wink at Ian and Harry. Dobby, you can go back now. Ian added, but you can't intercept our letters anymore. Dobby nodded honestly and apparated away. Hermione looked at the place where Dobby disappeared, thinking, now, as long as we find out who Dobby's owner is, we can know who wants to harm you and Harry. Hermione said, the wizard families who can own house elves are either rich or noble. Ian shrugged. There are a total of 28 pureblood families. Excluding the Weasley family, there are still 27 families left. It should be very fragrant. Excluding Draco's family, there are a total of 26 families left. Harry continued. Ian glanced at Harry speechlessly. This guy and Draco are really in love. He ruled out the correct answer right away. Then we will check these 25 families one by one. We will always find some clues. Hermione said confidently, P.S. You've got it all wrong. But Ian didn't plan to correct them. If they knew now that it was Lucius who was behind it, how could the plot go on? He said that he would destroy at least one Horcrux a year. Let's go back to sleep first. Without intercepting the letters, Themis will deliver the invitation letter to Cassandra and the others safely. Ian turned Hermione's body. Come on, I'll take you back to your room. Hermione wanted to struggle. She wanted to read a book for a while before going to sleep, but Ian coaxed her back with a sentence, I want to whisper to you. Harry looked at the backs of the two people leaving and shook his head silently. If they were not lovers, they would just be bored. In the room, Ian looked at Hermione's eyes seriously, and his eyes gradually moved down to her lips. Why are you looking at me like that? Hermione shyly turned her head away, her heart pounding. I was thinking. Ian dragged out his voice, whetting Hermione's appetite, and then slowly spoke. Tomorrow is my birthday. I was wondering what birthday present you would give me. Hermione's expression changed from expectation to speechless. Is that what you want to say? What else? Ian looked innocent. What do you think I'm going to say? Hermione. She thought Ian wanted to say, I was wondering if I could kiss you. Hermione took a deep breath and decided not to pay attention to Ian. The B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, "What are you going to give me? You'll like it, I'll give you a special gift." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly and she whispered, "Then I'll wait and see." Ian chuckled and let go of Hermione. "Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early," Ian said and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but do something inappropriate for children, but they were still young. Hermione looked at the closed door and gently touched her lips. Ian seemed to want to kiss her just now. If he behaved well, she would give him an extra gift tomorrow. Hermione lay on the bed thinking this in her heart and gradually fell asleep. The next day, July 31, was Ian and Harry's birthday. Early in the morning, Ian just came out of the room and met Harry. "Ian, happy birthday," Harry said, handing Ian a gift box. "Harry, happy birthday." Ian also took out his birthday gift for Harry from behind. The two brothers smiled at each other and thanked each other. "Where's Hermione? Hasn't she woken up yet?" Harry asked as he unwrapped the gift Ian had given him. "Well, she slept too late last night, so let her sleep a little longer," Ian said, opening the gift Harry had given him, which was a pair of the latest brand-name shoes. "Wow, what is this? A bottle of potion." Harry also unwrapped the gift Ian had given him, and inside was a crystal bottle filled with liquid that looked like the starry sky, extremely beautiful. "This is what I mixed, and I named it Good Score. It can help you get into a good state during the exam and perform exceptionally well," Ian said with a smile. "I mixed it for the entire holiday." Harry's eyes widened with a look of surprise on his face. "Really? That's great." He no longer had to worry about passing the old bat's potion class. Harry knew Ian's level of potion mixing, and Ian's products must be top-notch. "This is really the second best birthday gift I've ever received. The first was the little green snake Seraphina you gave me." Harry hugged Ian excitedly. Okay, Harry, my arms belong to the beautiful little witch." Ian pushed Harry away with disdain. "Hurry up and have breakfast. I guess Tenor will receive a reply from Cassandra and the others." Harry nodded and went to the living room with Ian. "Aunt Granger, what are you eating today?" Ian sniffed the aroma in the air and raised the corners of his mouth. "Grilled sausages and fried eggs. Your nose is really sharp." Mrs. Granger came out with a large plate of grilled sausages and fried eggs. "Happy birthday, Ian." "Harry." "Thank you, Aunt Granger." Ian took the plate and put it on the dining table. Harry sat at the dining table and picked up a grilled sausage with a fork. "Thank you, Aunt Granger." "Mom, Ian, Harry, good morning." Hermione came down from upstairs. She looked a little sleepy, but she still forced herself to wish Ian a happy birthday. "Hermione, you got up late and we are almost done with breakfast." Harry chewed the grilled sausage and said vaguely, "It's late, Hermione, here is breakfast for you." Ian handed her the plate that belonged to Hermione, which also contained grilled sausages and fried eggs. Hermione took the plate and thanked Ian in a low voice. She secretly looked at Ian, thinking about the decision last night, and a faint blush appeared on her face. "Hermione, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Harry looked at Hermione with a worried look. "No, don't talk nonsense." Hermione glared at Harry, then secretly glanced at Ian and found that Ian was also looking at her, and her face suddenly became redder. "Hermione, what's wrong with you?" Ian was also confused. "No, nothing, just a little hot." Hermione stammered, then lowered her head and quickly ate the breakfast on the plate. Ian and Harry looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Why is Hermione so strange today? After breakfast, Ian and Harry sat on the sofa doing their holiday homework. while Hermione held the history of magic that Ian gave her and sat next to Ian to read it. Ian did his homework very seriously, but Hermione was a little absent-minded and glanced at Ian from time to time. "Ian, come with me." Hermione suddenly stood up and said to Ian, "Oh, okay." Ian looked up in confusion and followed Hermione to her room. "Hermione, you asked me to come in because..." Ian was kissed by Hermione before he could finish his words. Ian's eyes widened, looking at Hermione in disbelief. Hermione actually took the initiative to kiss him, and on the lips foreigners are really precocious. Hermione closed her eyes, her hands tightly grasped Ian's robe, her face was red as if it was dripping blood. She finally plucked up the courage to implement the decision made last night. Ian came back to his senses, put his arms around Hermione's waist, and kissed her back gently. After the kiss, Hermione wrapped around Ian like an octopus, buried her head in Ian's arms, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Ian, this is my first kiss, one of my birthday gifts for you." Ian felt a bang and his mind went blank. What did Hermione say just now? The first kiss was one of his birthday gifts. Wait, one of them? In other words, there are other birthday gifts. Ian lowered his head, looked at Hermione in his arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "Hermione, this is the best birthday gift I have ever received. If the little witch gave herself to him in the future, then this best birthday gift would have to be changed." Hermione's face turned redder, and she muttered something in a low voice which Ian could not hear clearly. "Hermione, what did you say?" Ian lowered his head, leaned close to Hermione's ear, and asked softly, "Nothing." Hermione raised her voice, raised her head from Ian's arms, and looked at him with wet eyes. "It's time to go out, otherwise Harry will be suspicious." As she said that, Hermione got off Ian's body and tidied up her messy clothes and hair. Ian also tidied up his clothes, then took Hermione's hand and opened the door. Ian lowered his head, looked at Hermione in his arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "Hermione, you are really the best birthday present I have ever received. If the little witch gives herself to him in the future, then this best birthday present will have to be changed." Hermione's face turned redder, and she muttered something in a low voice which Ian could not hear clearly. "Hermione, what did you say?" Ian lowered his head, leaned close to Hermione's ear, and asked softly, "Nothing." Hermione raised her voice, raised her head from Ian's arms, and looked at him with wet eyes. "It's time to go out, otherwise Harry will be suspicious." Hermione got off Ian and tidied up her messy clothes and hair. Ian also tidied up his clothes, then took Hermione's hand and opened the door. Harry was sitting on the sofa doing his homework. When he heard the door open, he subconsciously looked up and saw Hermione and Ian walking out of the room holding hands. "What did you two whisper to each other?" Harry joked. "You didn't let me hear it." "Nothing, just a birthday present for Ian." Hermione's face turned red again and she glared at Harry. "Have you finished your homework?" Harry immediately lowered his head and continued to write. "No, I'm writing it and I still need to write a potion assignment." Hermione walked to Harry and took a look at his homework. "This question is wrong, you should add 5 drops of Bezoar, not 3 drops. "Ah, I saw it says 3 drops in the book." Harry raised his head in confusion. "The book says to add 3 drops when making a simple potion. This is a complex potion, so 5 drops are needed," Hermione explained. "Okay." Harry lowered his head, crossed out the previous answer, and rewrote the new answer. Ian smiled and pinched Hermione 847 face. "Seriously, Miss Granger." Hermione slapped Ian's hand away and glared at him. "Don't make trouble, I'll go to the kitchen to get juice, who wants one?" "I want a glass." Ian raised his hand. "I want one too." Harry also raised his hand. Hermione nodded and turned to the kitchen. Ian looked at Hermione's back, his mouth curled up. "Heh, the little witch is so cute when she is shy." Ian sat on the sofa drinking juice while watching Harry do his homework. He would interject from time to time, making Hermione blush, and Harry would laugh. Just as Ian was teasing Hermione, several tawny owls suddenly flew over the window and landed on the window frame. Owl. It must be a letter from Draco and the others. Harry immediately put down his homework, ran to the window, opened the window, and let the owl fly in. An owl flew to Harry's shoulder. Harry took the letter from its feet and then fed it a piece of dried meat. "It's really a letter from Draco and the others." Harry glanced at the signature on the letter and said to Ian and Hermione, "Open it and take a look." Ian said, "I think Cassandra and the others will agree to come to the party." Harry opened the letter and quickly read it. "Yes, they will come, and asked us what birthday gifts we want. When you reply, just say that they are here, no need to bring gifts." Ian leaned his head on Hermione's shoulder and said casually. Harry nodded, took out a quill and parchment, and began to reply to Draco and the others. "I'll write to Cassandra." Hermione snatched the quill from Ian's hand and wrote on another piece of parchment. Ian looked at Hermione helplessly. "Okay, you write, then you write to Ronald, Ian." Harry raised his head and said to Ian, No, Harry, you write to Draco and the others. Ian reached out and hugged Hermione's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, watching her write. Hermione's face turned red and she gently pushed Ian. Don't make trouble, I haven't finished writing yet. Well, since you only want to write to Cassandra. Harry sighed, then I'll write to Draco and the others. Hermione's face, which was originally slightly red, immediately turned cold when she heard the words only want to write to Cassandra. Ian looked at Hermione's face and secretly complained in his heart. Harry, what are you talking about? Don't tell the truth. Hermione finished writing the reply to Cassandra, raised her head, looked at Ian coldly, then broke free from Ian's arms and walked to the other side of the sofa to sit down. Ian looked at Harry helplessly, and Harry also spread his hands helplessly, saying that he didn't know why Hermione was suddenly angry. Harry, haven't they always had a good relationship? Why are they suddenly angry? I don't understand, he really doesn't understand. Ian stood up and walked till he sat down next to Hermione and hugged her. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry? No. Hermione said coldly but did not break free from Ian's embrace. They were already home, but Ian was still thinking about Cassandra. Does that mean that he liked Cassandra more? Hermione. Ian sighed. You know, Cassandra is very good to me and I really do. As he was talking, Ian couldn't continue. What kind of a scumbag he was. He just kissed Hermione and now he said such things. Ian lowered his head, put his chin on Hermione's shoulder, rubbed it and didn't say anything. Although it was very embarrassing, this trick worked every time and Hermione would forgive him. Hermione's originally cold face couldn't hold it anymore after being rubbed by Ian. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and then she immediately pursed her lips. You, don't do that. Hermione's face was a little red. Harry is still here. Hermione raised her head and glanced at Harry's city, but found that Harry was concentrating on replying to Draco and the others and didn't notice her and Ian at all. I'm not angry with you, I'm angry with myself. Hermione lowered her head and whispered, I know you and Cassandra. I know you have a good relationship, but I still can't help being angry. Hermione. Ian reached out his hand, lifted Hermione's chin, and let her look at him. Hermione Granger will always be Ian Potter's favorite person, no one else. Even though he likes Cassandra and Isabella, Hermione Granger will always be the most special one. Hermione looked into Ian's eyes. Those green eyes were full of her figure. Her face gradually turned red. I know. Ian smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed Hermione's lips. Ahem. Harry suddenly coughed twice. I said, can you two pay attention? I'm not here. Hermione's face immediately turned red. She pushed Ian away and sat up straight. Ian looked at Harry indifferently. What's wrong with you? Can't I kiss Hermione if you are here? Number. You? Harry looked at the two of them helplessly. Forget it, I don't care about you. After Harry finished writing the reply, he sent the letter out by owl. It is estimated that they will receive it in the afternoon. Harry looked at the owl flying away, turned around and said to Ian and Hermione, well, let's go buy cakes and things for the party later. Ian nodded. Let the three of them see the food that belongs to the Muggle world. Be sure to buy Coke. Harry said very actively, I told Draco last time that Muggle drinks are better than wizard drinks, but he didn't believe me. Then let's go shopping at the mall now. Hermione's eyes lit up. Let's go. The three of them soon arrived at the mall and started shopping frantically. How about this? Hermione picked up a small bunny-shaped cake. So cute, I think it will taste good too. Buy it. Ian said very generously, buy it if you like it. He is not only rich in the wizarding world, but part of the Potter family's industry is also involved in the Muggle world. So Ian Potter, is actually a super rich man. Ian, be more rational. Harry looked at Ian. There are only 8 of us, including Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger. If we buy too much, we won't be able to finish it. You're right. Ian nodded, but we have money, so it doesn't matter. Harry, well, he was speechless. In the end, the three of them bought a bunch of cakes, Coke, potato chips, and various snacks until the entire shopping cart was full. After returning home, the three of them put all the things they bought on the table in the dining room and started to arrange the dishes. Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger will get off work soon, right? Ian looked up at the clock on the wall. Hermione responded to Ian while arranging the fruits. Dad won't get off work until 4 o'clock and Mom seems to have a case to deal with, so she will be late. Harry looked at the door from time to time. When will Draco and the others come? They should be here soon. As soon as Ian finished speaking, the door was opened. I'll go open the door. Harry ran over immediately, opened the door, and saw Draco, Ronald, and Cassandra standing outside the door. You are finally here. Harry turned sideways and let the 3 people in. We bought a lot of delicious food and waited for you to come. Draco raised his chin. Delicious? What are they? A lot. There are cakes, potato chips, jelly. Harry said while closing the door. Oh, and Coke. It's a drink in the Muggle world. It all sounds good. Ronald licked his lips. I can't wait. Cassandra raised her head and looked at Ian standing at the door of the restaurant, slightly curling her lips. How did you all get here? Ian looked at Cassandra and raised his eyebrows slightly. Did your uncle and aunt send you here? Well, they wanted to come in and say hello to Hermione's parents, but when they heard that they were not there, they went home first. Cassandra said and walked to Ian and stood still. Draco was sent by Aunt Narcissa. Ronald. Cassandra's expression suddenly became indescribable. Ronald was sent by Mr. Weasley. Draco took over the conversation and said with a look of disgust, driving the flying car that is said to be modified from a Muggle car. Wow, cool. Flying car, modified cars are also within the scope of alchemy, right? If there is a chance, I really want to see it. Flying car, were you not seen by others? 3 different voices sounded at the same time, and Harry, Ian, and Hermione looked at Ronald. It's okay, my father used an invisibility spell on the car and the Muggles can't see it. Ronald scratched his head and chuckled, but if you are interested, I can ask my dad to take you for a ride when you come to my house. Okay. Ian had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt 2 cold eyes behind him falling on him. He turned around and saw Hermione and Cassandra looking at him with displeasure. Ahem. Ian coughed lightly. I mean, I'll just watch, that's all. Humph. Hermione and Cassandra snorted at the same time and turned their heads away. Tusk henpecked. Draco muttered softly and immediately received a warning from Hermione and Cassandra, which made him shrink his neck and dare not speak again. Ronald looked at Ian with a teasing look on his face and winked at him. Let's not talk about this for now, Ian. Why haven't you replied to our letters for a month? Cassandra looked at Ian and frowned slightly. Draco, Ronald, and I have all written to you and more than once, but there has been no reply. We thought something happened in your family. Ian and the other 2 looked at each other and finally Hermione explained, we didn't mean to not reply. Your letters were all blocked and we didn't receive them at all. One what? Ronald's eyes widened immediately. Someone actually blocked our letters. Who did it? The one who blocked the letters was a house elf. Ian said with a strange look on his face. House elf? Draco's face suddenly turned ugly. Which family is it from? How dare it be so bold? I don't know, we haven't seen it and we probably wouldn't recognize it even if we saw it. Harry shook his head, but the house elf didn't deliberately target us. It seemed to be protecting Ian and me. Protect you? What do you mean? Cassandra frowned slightly. Is someone trying to harm you? The house elf said that something terrible will happen in Hogwarts this year. Ian pretended to be puzzled, and he intercepted your letters just to make Harry and I lose our desire for friendship so that we both don't want to return to Hogwarts. Don't want to go back to Hogwarts. But if you don't go back to Hogwarts, where can you go to school? Ilvermorny or Durmstrang? Ronald scratched his head. Besides, we are friends. Isn't that house elf trying to trick you? I think he thinks that as long as Harry and I don't go to Hogwarts, we won't be in danger. Ian shrugged, but he did give us a hint. Hint? What hint? Cassandra asked quickly. He let it slip that he heard the news from the master's house, but before we could ask more questions, he started to punish himself. Hermione's expression was a little reluctant. He kept hitting the wall and Harry and I couldn't stop him at all. This is indeed what house elves would do. Cassandra sighed. They are too loyal to their masters. Once they think they have done something wrong, they will start to punish themselves. But he hasn't said who his master is yet. Draco frowned. This range is too large. There is no way to lock the target. We have locked the other 26 pureblood families. The one who wants to harm Ian and me must be Voldemort's men tilde. Harry said, but there is no way to determine which family it is unless we go door to door, but once we go door to door, we may alert the snake. This is indeed a difficult problem. Cassandra crossed her arms and frowned. For the 26 families, first exclude the Abbott family, the Pruett family, the Longbottom family, the Ollivander family, and the Macmillan family and the Shacklebolt family. Draco pondered for a moment and said, these 6 families have never surrendered to the mysterious man, and they should not attack you. The Black family, the Crouch family, and the Gaunt family can also be ruled out. These 3 families have no descendants and no one will discuss to hurt you. Cassandra added, the Lestrange family can also be ruled out. Ian nodded slightly. This family is a loyal supporter of Voldemort, but the people of this family are now imprisoned in Azkaban and cannot pass on information. And Shafik, Slughorn, and Greengrass, these 3 families can also be ruled out. Draco gestured and said, these 3 families are famous for being fence-sitters, that is, neutral. They will never act rashly against you before they have decided which side to join. After eliminating them like this, there are still 13 families left. Ronald counted. It's not a small number. Harry looked at Draco hesitantly. Ian said that Parkinson and Knott are also pure-blood families, but Pansy and Theodore are pretty good to us. I don't think they will. Harry, they may not mean to attack you and Ian, but we little wizards are not the ones in charge. Cassandra interrupted Harry directly. If it is really their two families who want to assassinate you, do you think Pansy and Theodore will know about it? Harry opened his mouth but finally lowered his head sadly. Harry, Cassandra is right, you can't exclude these two families based on your subjective assumptions. Draco looked at Harry and said earnestly, just like you and me, we have a deep friendship to protect the Philosopher's Stone together. But if my father wants to hurt you, he will definitely not tell me in advance. When Draco said this, except for Harry, the other four looked at him gloomily. Especially Ian, he couldn't understand why someone would self-destruct like this. He had tried his best not to mention the name of Dobby. Damn, how should this be played? Can't the second grade be passed like this? Draco looked at the gloomy eyes of the four people and scratched his head. What, am I wrong? No, you are right. Ian took a deep breath, looked at Draco, and said word by word, if it is really Uncle Malfoy who wants to hurt Harry and me, you will definitely not know. After all, who will tell a child what he is going to do? Draco nodded as if he understood. Yes, that's what I mean. Ian, he is tired, destroy it. However, we can't just guess and determine which family is going to take action. Hermione looked at Harry and Ian and said in a deep voice, the most important thing for us now is to come up with a foolproof plan to ensure the safety of Harry and Ian. Cassandra also nodded repeatedly. Yes, what we should think about now is how to protect Harry and Ian instead of guessing which family is going to take action here. Okay, don't worry so much. Ian looked at the ugly faces of the two little witches and comforted them. That person is going to take action against me, Harry, in school. There are so many professors in the school, especially Dumbledore. With them, we will not be in trouble. Yes, Ian makes sense. Draco also agreed, as long as we are careful in school, that person will definitely not find a chance to take action. I hope so. Cassandra sighed, but we still have to be careful. We can't put all our hopes on the professors. After all, there is always a loophole. What if? No, we will definitely find a way. Hermione clenched her fists, her eyes firm. We will never let Ian and Harry get into trouble. Cassandra looked at Hermione's firm look and smiled. You are right, they will be safe. Ian looked at the two little girls and smiled. Okay, let's not worry about it here. That's right, come and see the gifts I gave you. Draco took out 2 gift boxes from his suitcase and handed them to Harry and Ian. I prepared them specially for you. Harry and Ian looked at each other and took the gift box with a smile. Thank you, Draco. What's there to thank me for? Draco waved his hand. Open it and take a look. Harry and Ian opened the gift box as he said, and saw a finely crafted pocket watch inside. It seems that I will never forget the time. Ian smiled and shook the watch on his hand and the pocket watch in the box. This is not an ordinary pocket watch. Draco smiled mysteriously. Ian fiddled with it for a while. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me what's the story. I specially asked someone to customize this pocket watch. This pocket watch is cast with a warming magic. As long as you wear it, no matter how cold the weather is, you won't feel cold. Draco said proudly. Moreover, this pocket watch can also display today's weather and temperature. How about it? Isn't it amazing? It's really amazing. Ian looked at the pocket watch in his hand and it really showed today's weather and temperature. Draco, thank you, I like this gift very much. I like it too, Draco, thank you. Harry also said with a smile. Haha, as long as you like it. Draco looked at the smiles on Harry and Ian's faces and he was also very happy in his heart. We are friends, isn't it normal for friends to give gifts to each other? Cassandra and Ronald also took out the gifts for the two. Ronald gave the brothers exactly the same gift, which was a mini wizard chess set he made by himself. The chess pieces were made according to the images of them, and they looked very cute. Cassandra gave Harry a feather pen that could automatically write homework. After all, Harry really didn't like to do homework. As for Ian, Cassandra gave him a brooch. I made it myself. Cassandra lowered her eyes and shyly put the brooch in Ian's hand. I made it for the first time and it's not good looking. You are a good worker, don't dislike it. Ian looked at the brooch in his hand. It was a small green snake spitting out its core and it looked lifelike. Although the workmanship was not particularly exquisite, it was vivid, especially the pair of eyes which were made of green gems and looked much more lively. More importantly, it was made by Cassandra herself. Ian looked at the little green snake in his hand and curled his lips. It looks good, I like it very much, thank you, Cassandra. As long as you like it. Cassandra raised her head and looked at the smile on Ian's face, and she was also very happy. I'll help you put it on. Okay. Ian nodded and bent down slightly. Cassandra carefully helped Ian put on the brooch, took a step back, looked at Ian, pursed her lips and smiled. It looks good. Ian looked at Cassandra and smiled. Yeah, it looks good. Hermione looked at the interaction between Cassandra and Ian and gritted her teeth secretly. What's a brooch? She has a better gift for Ian. Harry, this is for you. Hermione took out a gift box and handed it to Harry. Harry took it with a smile. Thank you, Hermione. Harry, open it and take a look, Hermione urged. Harry opened the gift box and found a beautiful golden snitch pendant inside, with a small sign hanging below and the letter H engraved on the hole. Hermione pointed at the golden snitch and said, I bought this last time I went to Diagon Alley. I hope you like it. Harry picked up the golden snitch and found it heavy. It really feels like a golden snitch. Hermione, thank you, I like it very much. I'm glad you like it, Hermione said with a smile. Ian looked at Hermione and raised his eyebrows. Hermione, where is my gift? Didn't we agree that he wouldn't get a gift? What would it be? I'll take it for you too, Ian. This is also made by me. Hermione took out a small box from her pocket, and a silver-green ring lay quietly in the velvet box. The base color of the ring is the exclusive green of Slytherin, and a lifelike little snake is engraved on it in silver, but the eyes of the little snake are the golden red of Gryffindor. Ian looked at the ring, his eyes flickered. Hermione must be very thoughtful. As long as he takes this ring out, isn't it a disguised declaration of sovereignty? Ian can understand Hermione's little thoughts, so can Cassandra. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Ah, this suffocating Shura field. Cassandra, you actually made a ring. The Gryffindor lioness is really bold enough. Hermione, same here. Isn't this brooch made by your Slytherin female snake also a little thoughtful? Cassandra, Hermione, what do you mean you? I want to wear it for Ian too. Ian, hold out your hand. Hermione held the ring and looked at Ian with a smile. Ian looked at Hermione, feeling a little helpless but still held out his hand as he was told. Hermione looked at Ian's bony hands and carefully helped him put the ring on his middle finger. It's the right size. Hermione looked at the ring on her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Ian stared at the ring and felt that his and Hermione's identities were reversed. If this was a marriage proposal, then he became a girl. Cassandra looked at the ring on Ian's hand and felt a little jealous, but when she thought of the brooch she gave was still on Ian's chest, she felt better. Merlin's stinky shoes, she is not good at all. Granger is a bad girl with a lot of bad water in her belly. Cough. Ian saw that the atmosphere between Cassandra and Hermione was a little strange and coughed lightly to break the strange atmosphere. Pack up, Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger should be back soon. Hearing Ian's words, they remembered the two parents who were left behind and hurriedly started to pack up. Luckily, they were only giving birthday presents to Ian and Harry, so it didn't make too much of a mess and they cleaned it up in no time. After cleaning up, several people sat down by the fireplace. After chatting for a while, the sound of unlocking came from outside. Mom, Dad, Hermione stood up and waved in the direction of the door. Mr. and Mrs. Granger pushed open the door and saw their daughter and several children sitting together. The firelight from the fireplace sprinkled on them, looking very warm. Oh, children, you are here. Mrs. Granger took off her coat and greeted them with a smile. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, good evening. Several people stood up and greeted politely. Good evening, children. Have you been here for a long time? Mr. Granger closed the door and asked with a smile. No, we just came not long ago, Cassandra replied with a smile. That's good. I was worried that we would be late and you would have to wait too long. Mrs. Granger hung her coat on the hanger and turned to look at the others. Today is Ian and Harry's birthday. We have specially invited a chef to cook delicious food for today's party. I hope you will like it. When they heard about delicious food, their eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Ronald swallowed his saliva. He couldn't wait to taste how delicious the food made by the chef specially invited by the Granger family was. Of course it's true. Mrs. Granger looked at the time. The chef should be here soon. You should sit for a while. We can eat soon. The others nodded and sat down again. The Grangers also sat down. They asked Cassandra and the other two about their lives at Hogwarts. The three of them also answered. The atmosphere was very warm. Not long after they talked, the sound of unlocking the door came from outside again, and then a man in a chef's uniform came in with a dining cart. Sir, madam, good evening. I'm the chef you invited, Leon. Chef Leon pushed the dining cart to the center of the living room and greeted the Grangers with a smile. Good evening. I'll have to work hard on you next, Leon. Mr. Granger stood up and shook hands with the chef. This is what I should do. Leon smiled and turned to look at Ian and the other 6 people. Good evening, little guests. If you have anything you like to eat, I can prepare it for you soon. We're not picky. Ian stood up and replied politely. Okay, then I'll make some of my specialties today. I hope you like them. Lion smiled and started to get busy. Several people sat down again, watching Leon take out ingredients from the dining cart and then began to process them skillfully. Ian, guess who will be our defense against the dark arts teacher next year? Draco suddenly thought of the topic they talked about before, so he nudged Ian next to him with his elbow and asked in a low voice. I don't know, you should ask Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore about this matter. It's not us little wizards who appoint professors. Ian shrugged. Of course he knew that the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts next year was the idiot Gilderoy Lockhart, but he couldn't say it directly. Why don't you have any curiosity? Draco looked at Ian in surprise. Not curious anyway, I guess the new professor can only stay for a year and then get out. Ian curled his lips and whispered, Why? Hermione asked subconsciously after hearing Ian's words. Because it is rumored that the mysterious man had applied for a position in the Defense against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts before, but Dumbledore rejected him, and then he cursed the position. Draco said mysteriously, the mysterious man cursed everyone who teaches the Defense against the Dark Arts class to only stay in this position for 1 year. Cassandra also nodded, there is indeed this rumor, but I don't know if it is true. The mysterious man has this ability. Ronald widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. It's just a rumor, I don't know if it's true, Cassandra emphasized again. But I asked the 7th grade students before we went to school, the Defense against the Dark Arts teacher was changed every year, and basically all of them ended up in a bad way. Draco said confidently, so this rumor must be true. Ian almost choked on his water. He didn't know the professor in front of him, but the professors of defense against the dark arts in their 7 years. 5 died, 1 had permanent amnesia, and 1 was imprisoned in Azkaban. It's true that none of them had a good ending. I hope the professor of defense against the dark arts next year won't turn into a pile of black ash. Harry made a Christian prayer gesture in front of his chest. Ian laughed happily. Harry, don't give the new professor bad wishes. That's right, it shouldn't be a difficult thing for the new professor to turn into black ash like Quirrell. Hermione also smiled and said, after all, there is no second magic stone. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that the mysterious man has not been caught yet. Draco shook his head. Who can guarantee that he won't do something else? That house elf may be related to the mysterious man. When Draco mentioned Voldemort, the expressions of several people became solemn. Okay, don't be so pessimistic. Harry patted Draco on the shoulder and changed the subject abruptly. Let's go to the restaurant. I can't wait to try the delicious food made by the chef. Yes, let's go to the restaurant. When Draco heard about the delicious food, he immediately threw Voldemort behind his head and stood up and walked towards the restaurant. Several people stood up and walked towards the restaurant. The table in the restaurant was already filled with a variety of delicious food, which looked very appetizing. Children, Mr. and Mrs. Granger turned off the lights and came over with a dining cart. On the dining cart was a 3-layer chocolate cake with 12 candles on it. Happy birthday to you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger pushed the dining cart and sang the birthday song. Hermione and the other 4 saw this and quickly clapped and sang along. Ian, Harry, happy 12th birthday. In the song, Mr. and Mrs. Granger pushed the cake in front of Harry and Ian and said with a smile, Thank you. Harry and Ian looked at each other and saw the touch in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that the Grangers would prepare such a surprise for them. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger. Ian and Harry put their hands together, closed their eyes, and made their 12th birthday wishes. Then the 2 blew out the candles on the cake together. Happy birthday, Ian, Harry. Everyone applauded and sent blessings to Harry and Ian. Thank you, everyone. Harry and Ian opened their eyes and smiled and thanked everyone. Okay, everyone eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Mr. Granger clapped his hands and signaled everyone to start eating. Everyone sat down and began to enjoy the dinner in front of them. Asterisk, it must be said that Leon's cooking skills are really good and every dish is praised. Ian, what wish did you make? Harry asked Ian next to him while eating. The wish will not work if it is spoken out. Ian shook his head. The wish he made cannot be spoken out. He wished that Hermione and Cassandra, including Isabella in the future, could live in peace. If he really said such words, he would be dead. The 2 little witches would definitely strangle him first. Okay, Harry shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. Everyone talked and laughed and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After dinner, everyone played games for a while and then said goodbye and left. Ian. Before leaving, Cassandra secretly pulled Ian to a table. What's wrong, Cassandra, you, The next second, Ian's eyes widened instantly, not because of anything else, because Cassandra kissed him. This is another birthday gift for you. I'm leaving. Goodbye. 1. Cassandra pecked Ian's lips lightly, then turned around and ran away with a red face. Cassandra, you... Ian touched his lips, looked at Cassandra's back, and was a little at a loss. Just a kiss, that's too fast, isn't it? He's not ready yet. What kind of lively day is today? Hermione and Cassandra both gave him such a special gift. A kiss. When Ian returned to the room, he was still in a trance. Hermione called him several times, but he didn't hear it. Ian Potter. Hermione raised her voice and Ian came back to his senses. Ah, what's wrong? Ian looked at Hermione blankly. What's wrong with you? Why are you distracted? Hermione looked at Ian in confusion. What did Cassandra say to you? Numbers, nothing. Ian shook his head, feeling a little guilty and not daring to look into Hermione's eyes. Hermione looked at Ian's appearance and suddenly a bad premonition surged in her heart. The little witch grabbed the savior's collar, forcing him to lower his head. You smell of her perfume. Hermione glared at Ian, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Ian subconsciously replied, Is it my nose that committed the crime? Hermione was so angry that she laughed. You still have the mind to joke. Tell me, what did she say to you? Nothing, she just gave me a very special birthday present. Ian touched the tip of his nose. She didn't kiss you too. Hermione immediately realized what this special gift was. Ian nodded slightly in Hermione's unfriendly gaze. Hermione took a deep breath and then, Hermione. Ian looked at Hermione, who was sticking to him in surprise. What is this? The bullied person wants to bull back. Shut up, I won't let you go to bed with her kiss. Hermione glared at Ian fiercely, but her face turned red involuntarily. Ian shut his mouth obediently, put his arms around Hermione's waist and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, Hermione released Ian breathlessly, her face flushed. You have to sleep with my kiss, I'm sleepy, good night. The little witch said, then turned and ran away. Ian touched his swollen lips and smiled foolishly. Is this considered a blessing of having many wives? That night, Ian had a beautiful dream in which he was hugged by women on both sides, enjoying the blessing of having many wives. When Ian woke up the next morning, he still felt a little unsatisfied. You've been smiling all day, what good thing happened? Harry looked at Ian beside him in confusion. He had been paying attention to his younger brother for a long time. Since he woke up in the morning, Ian had been smiling foolishly, as if he had picked up a gold galleon. Nothing. Ian shook his head, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Harry saw this and didn't ask any more questions, but turned to talk about another thing. Ian, Ronald told me when he left last night that he would come to pick us three up to go to the Burrow to play for a few days in a few days. Really? That's great. Ian's eyes lit up when he heard it. He could see Ginny, but he didn't know if she was as beautiful as described in the original book, or not in line with his aesthetic standards like in the movie. If it was the latter, he promised to treat Ginny as his future sister-in-law. The Ginny in the movie was more compatible with Harry, and she didn't look like a couple when standing with a master like him. Yeah, we can go for a good stroll together then. Harry also laughed when he heard this. Come to think of it, we haven't been to Diagon Alley properly yet. Well, we must go for a good stroll this time. Ian nodded. I want to go to Floren's ice cream shop to try out the new products. At this time, Hermione also came over and sat on the other side of Ian. I heard that there is a cherry jam cream ice cream, eat. Then it's settled, we'll go together then. Ian held Hermione's hand and said with a smile. Hermione blushed slightly but did not break away from Ian's hand. Ahem. Harry was a little embarrassed watching from the side and couldn't help coughing twice. My younger brother and future brother-in-law always show their affection in front of him. Can they consider him a single dog? Hermione immediately withdrew her hand like a frightened 993 rabbit and lowered her head with a red face. Seeing this, Ian smiled and pinched Hermione's palm, indicating that she didn't need to be shy. Harry. He gave full marks to his brother for showing his affection. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was the day agreed with Ronald. Early in the morning, Ronald and Arthur Weasley came to the Granger family. Hello, I'm Arthur Weasley, Ronald's father. I'm here to pick up Ian and his family to play at my house for a few days. Arthur Weasley looked at Hermione's house with curiosity and obscurity. This was a Muggle house, and this was his first time here. Of course, Ian and the others have been waiting for a long time, Mr. Granger said with a smile. He had a good first impression of this somewhat eccentric gentleman. Perhaps it was because he loved the man and knew that Mr. Weasley was the father of Ian's friend. He liked him very much. After entering the house, Mr. Weasley could not control his curiosity about Muggles at all. He looked at this and touched that. He even asked several questions, but they were all answered well by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Dad, Ronald blushed. He felt that his father's appearance was very embarrassing. Oh, sorry, I'm just a little curious about Muggle things. Mr. Weasley scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay, Mr. Weasley. In fact, we are also curious about the magical world, Mr. Granger said with a smile. Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up. The magical world is his home. He immediately began to talk eloquently, and Mr. Granger listened with great interest, exclaiming from time to time. Ian and the other three sat aside, watching Mr. Weasley giving a lecture and even chatting happily with Mr. Granger, and they were all a little speechless. "Have we been forgotten?" Harry said a little speechlessly. "It seems so." Ian nodded, then turned to look at Hermione. "We also talked to Uncle Granger about the wizarding world, right? Why does Uncle Granger seem to be hearing it for the first time?" Maybe this is what Mom said about friendship between men." Hermione was also a little dumbfounded and said hesitantly. Ian pointed at himself blankly, "But I am also a man. You are not even 16 years old, not an adult. What kind of man are you?" Hermione rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "You are just a boy, a little boy." Ian, little boy, he is not little at all." He seemed to feel the contempt from Hermione. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's think about how to make Mr. Weasley remember us." Harry saw Ian was embarrassed, so he tried to suppress his smile and changed the subject. He was really afraid that Ian would suddenly say something like, "Do you want to try whether I am a man or not?" "How about, I remind my father," Ronald suggested awkwardly. Ian and the other two turned to Ronald, and their faces showed obvious urging. "Go quickly. We should leave." Ronald couldn't help it anymore and stood up to interrupt Mr. Weasley's popular science. "If they continue like this, they won't have to go to the burrow today." "Oh yes, we should go." Mr. Weasley stopped popular science after hearing this and looked at Mr. Granger with some regrets. "Next time we have a chance, we will continue to communicate." Mr. Granger also nodded. "Of course, Yinks." After Ian and the other four said goodbye to the Grangers, they followed Mr. Weasley and Ronald and left. "Are we going to take this car?" Hermione looked at the flying car in shock. She felt that this was not reliable at all. Would they fall to their death? "Don't worry, Hermione, I modified this car. It's very safe." Mr. Weasley patted the hood of the flying car and said confidently. Hermione's face turned pale when she heard this, and a stiff smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Don't worry, Hermione, although this car looks a little broken, it's still very safe." Ronald opened the car door and explained awkwardly, "Don't be afraid, Hermione." Ian touched the body of the flying car with a look of inquiry on his face. "Uncle Weasley, how did you make this car fly? And it can be driven without gasoline. This is not something that can be solved by a simple levitation spell." "Haha, Ian, you are really smart." Mr. Weasley was praised by Ian, and he was suddenly a little happy. He liked people asking him questions about magic the most. "You can't guess this. This is not a levitation spell but a suspension spell, and I added thrusters and steering wheels as well as a cloaking device." It has nothing to do with alchemy." Ian was a little surprised. He thought there would be alchemy reasons for this. "Alchemy? Oh, you mean that it does have something to do with it. After all, if you want to make Muggle items magical, you still need some alchemical methods." Mr. Weasley explained, "For this car, I also visited several alchemists and learned some alchemical knowledge so that it can fly so perfectly." "I see." Ian nodded, and he couldn't help but look up to Mr. Weasley in his heart. He can make the flying car fly after learning some basics. Mr. Weasley is a talent. Ian raised his head and looked at Mr. Weasley, his expression serious and solemn. "Uncle Weasley, if you are willing, when we arrive at the burrow, I can try to help you modify this flying car to make it more perfect." He was really curious about how Mr. Weasley made this flying car fly. "Of course. Of course, it's great that you can help." Mr. Weasley patted his forehead. "Look at my brain, Ian. You are a disciple of Nicholas Flamel, and your attainments in alchemy must be much higher than mine. I am really showing off my skills in front of an expert." 11. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Weasley." Ian smiled modestly. "Let's go quickly. I can't wait to go to the burrow to have a look." "Okay, let's go, Mr. Weasley laughed when he heard it and then got into the flying car first. "Ian, you sit in the front with me. Ronald, you take care of Hermione and Harry." "I will sit in the back with Hermione and Harry, Uncle Weasley." Ian waved his hand quickly, then opened the door of the back seat and sat in directly. "Are you kidding?" He sat in the front passenger seat and let Ronald, Hermione, and Harry sit in the back. If Harry sat in the middle, he could barely accept it, but if Hermione or Ronald sat in the middle, he absolutely could not accept it. That was his girlfriend. "Okay, let's go, Mr. Weasley saw this and didn't say much. "Then Hermione, Harry, and Ian, you three sit in the back." Since Ian got in the car first, Harry and Hermione could only sit on his left and right. Hermione took a deep breath and got into the flying car like a warrior about to go to the execution ground. "Don't be afraid, Hermione, I'm here." Ian comforted softly. "Everyone fasten your seat belts, we're off," Mr. Weasley shouted. Accompanied by a roar, the flying car rushed out like an arrow from a string, and then with a beautiful tail swing, it soared directly into the sky. Ah, Hermione was startled and screamed subconsciously. Hermione was about to cry. She sat in the car, holding Ian's hand tightly, fearing that she would fall down and die if she was not careful. Ian looked calm and even turned his head to look at the storm outside the window. This car was much more stable than he thought. Mr. Weasley, can you make this car faster? Ian looked at the clouds flashing quickly outside the window and said eagerly. Faster? Mr. Weasley laughed when he heard it. This is already the limit. If it goes faster, this car will fall apart. Okay. Ian sighed with some regret. Hermione stared at Ian with a dim look in her eyes. Do you want it to go faster? Haha, that's what I said. Ian laughed dryly and explained quickly. Finished? Forgetting your girlfriend's fear and choosing to be happy yourself. This is a taboo in a quarrel. Hermione snorted lightly, then turned her head to look out the window and ignored Ian. Ian saw this and immediately smiled bitterly. Well, I made this young lady angry again. The flying car was very fast and they arrived at the burrow in just over an hour. We're here, let's get off. Mr. Weasley got out of the car first and then stretched out his hand to open the door. They landed next to a shabby garage, surrounded by a small yard. Ian and the other two looked at Ronald's house curiously. It seemed to be a big pigsty made of stones before, and then some rooms were added here and there, and it was as high as several floors, crooked, as if it was built by magic. There were 4 or 5 chimneys on the red roof, and a sign was inserted diagonally in front of the house, saying the burrow. There were some high-top leather boots and a rusty cauldron by the gate, and a few brown fat chickens were pecking in the yard. Not very good, Ronald said somewhat embarrassedly. No, it's great, there's a very warm feeling. Harry said happily. Ian stared at the house in front of him that made him hallucinate Howl's moving castle with great interest. I think it's great too. In fact, I have imagined whether I can use alchemy to build a castle, a movable castle. Well, when he builds it, he will name the castle Ian's Moving Castle. Moving Castle, Mr. Weasley was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ian, you are really a genius. Moving castle, this idea is great. I don't dare to be a genius, it's just a bit whimsical. Ian smiled modestly. No, this is not whimsical. I think the idea of moving castle is very likely to come true. Mr. Weasley said seriously, when you build it, you must invite us to sit down. Of course. Ian nodded, then turned to look at Mr. Weasley, let's not talk about this. Let's go in quickly. I can't wait to visit the interior of the 10-by-10 burrow. Let's go. Mr. Weasley laughed when he heard this and then walked in first. Ian and the other 4 followed closely and walked in. The interior of the burrow is much more spacious than it looks from the outside, and it is full of life. It's a great honor to visit my humble home, Your Highness the Prince of Slytherin, the savior of Gryffindor, and our Miss Know-It-All. This familiar way of speaking, Ian knew who it was without looking. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. George, Fred, can you talk normally? I have goosebumps. That's right, the people talking to Ian were the Weasley twins, Healer and Fred. Haha, Ian, you are a big celebrity in our family. 5 people have been wanting to meet you for a long time. George and Fred heard the words and laughed. Really, who? Ian was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously. Of course it is. Fred and George hadn't finished their words. A plump but kind-looking woman in a pink dress suddenly rushed over and then hugged Ian, Harry, and Hermione. Ian, Harry, Hermione. Long time no see, kids. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. You must not have eaten well. Mrs. Weasley hugged them and said excitedly, I'm so happy to see you again. Ian and the other 2 were a little breathless in Mrs. Weasley's hug, but they could feel that she really cared about them, so they didn't struggle. Aunt Molly, long time no see. Ian smiled, then said, I'm also happy to see you again. Mom, let them go quickly. If you keep hugging them like this, they will be strangled to death by you. Ronald watched from the side and said helplessly, Oh, sorry, I'm too excited. Miss Weasley let go of Ian and the other 2 and smiled awkwardly. Breakfast is almost ready. Let's go to the kitchen to eat. Mrs. Weasley walked towards the kitchen first. Ian and the others hurriedly followed, leaving George and Fred looking at each other. Mom said that Ian and Harry seemed to have lost weight. She said Hermione had lost weight too. They didn't eat well. Yeah, that's right. Didn't we finish talking to Ian just now? It seems so, but is that important? It's not important. Fred and George high-fived. Yes, it's not important, let's have breakfast. The kitchen was small and quite crowded, with a clean wooden table and a few chairs in the middle. Harry sat on the chair, his butt only touching the edge, and he looked around silently. This was the first time he had visited other wizards' homes except his own old house. The wall clock on the opposite wall had only 1 needle, no numbers, and words like make tea, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late were written on the clock face. There were 3 layers of books on the mantel. Enchanting Your Cheese, The Magic of Baking Bread, Conjuring a Feast, etc., all magic books. Harry almost suspected that his ears deceived him. He heard the old radio next to the sink say, "Next is the magic time performed by the famous witch singer Celestina Warbeck." Mrs. Weasley was busy at the table, distributing plates and knives and forks to everyone. While she put sausages into the frying pan, she also used her wand to point at the big black iron pot on the stove, and the stew inside began to stir hot. "Ronald, Fred, George, you guys go outside and clear the gnomes in the garden later," Mrs. Weasley said. "The gnomes in our house are growing very fast, and now there are so many that we can't tell how many there are. Arthur and I have been catching them and throwing them outside, but they always find their way back. Oh no. I forgot to bring the bread." Mrs. Weasley covered the lid of the stew pot and rushed out of the kitchen. Harry heard the front door slam shut. "Gnomes?" Harry asked blankly. "Oh, those little things in the garden." Ronald explained. "They are the worst. They live in gnome holes underground, where they dig at the roots of plants and generally make a mess." "Yes, gnomes are bad." Mrs. Weasley walked into the kitchen with 2 long loaves of bread in her hands. She threw the bread on the table and continued, "Gnomes will steal turnips and eat all the cabbage roots, leaving a large area of land where nothing can be planted. So every time we catch a gnome, we throw it out of the fence to prevent it from coming back." "So they are animals?" Harry was very surprised. Almost," Fred shrugged, "but they are annoying. They are pests." "Yes, they are really annoying," George echoed. "They always want to cause damage. They are very cunning and they are difficult to catch." "Even if it is difficult to catch, you have to catch it." Mrs. Weasley looked at her 3 sons sternly. "Who made your new invention last night almost blow up the house? You have to clean up all the gnomes in the garden today, leaving no one behind." "Oh, Mom, we didn't mean it," Fred muttered. George also nodded. "Yes, it was not intentional." "You say that every time," Mrs. Weasley interrupted the brothers mercilessly. "Mom, their inventions are so popular, why should I go too?" Ronald complained. "It's not fair." "Hey, little Ronnie. How can you say that? It really hurts my brothers." The twins held Ronald on the left and right, pretending to be hurt by Ronald's words, and the two sang in unison, "Because all 3 of you have to go, that's it." Mrs. Weasley was unmoved. "Now finish your breakfast quickly and then go to clean up the garden." "Aunt Molly, wait, let's go and help catch the goblins together," Ian said while picking up another piece of sausage. Ian thought he hadn't really seen this strange animal yet, so it would be nice to go to the garden and take a look. Hermione and Harry also nodded. "We will help Aunt Molly." "Oh, Ian, Harry, Hermione, you are really sensible and good children." Mrs. Weasley looked at Ian and the other 2 with a smile, and then glared at her 3 sons. "Unlike some people who quarrel over meals, why don't you learn from Ian and the others?" The 3 boys who were named lowered their heads and ate obediently, not daring to refute Mrs. Weasley's words. "Good boys, removing goblins is a very boring thing." Mrs. Weasley looked at them and said, "Now let's see what Lockhart said." As she said that, she pulled out a big thick book from the mantel, and George groaned. "Mom, we know how to remove the goblins in the garden." Ian saw the words written in gold-plated cursive on the cover of the book. "Gilderoy Lockhart teaches you how to remove household pests." There was a large photo under the title of the book, of a very handsome wizard with wavy blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The photos of the magic world are all moving, and the wizard in the photo winked at them wantonly. Ian rolled his eyes silently and muttered in his heart, "Stupid Lockhart, although he has only the appearance, he is good at forgetting spells. Oh, he is amazing." Mrs. Weasley smiled and looked down at Lockhart. "He knows the pests in his home. This is a good book." "Mom worships him," Fred whispered to Ian, although the voice was very low, but everyone heard it clearly. "Don't talk nonsense, Fred." Mrs. Weasley blushed. "But he is really handsome, isn't he? Mr. Lockhart is very handsome." Hermione sat aside and nodded in agreement. Ian looked at Hermione in shock. "What's wrong? Don't you love me anymore? Am I not handsome?" Hermione ignored Ian's gaze. "Humph, who told you to be so unfaithful? I'm just P*** G you off." "Lockhart." Ian stared at the photo of Lockhart, grinning gloomily, thinking about the possibility of ruining his reputation before he forgot all his memories. What a hypocritical liar. He cheated ignorant little girls and married women, and he even wanted to cheat Ian's girlfriend, the smartest, bravest, and wisest in Hogwarts. "Ian, your expression is so scary." Harry looked at Ian staring at Lockhart's photo with a ferocious face and couldn't help saying, "Are you okay?" Ian put away his expression in a second, returned to his usual gentle appearance and said, "I'm fine, Harry, you saw it wrong." Harry looked at Ian's gentle smile and fell into self-doubt. His brother is a good boy and will definitely not lie. He must have seen it wrong. "Don't be like this, Ian." Hermione looked at Ian's expression and tilted her head. "I just think Mr. Lockhart is very handsome, nothing. So do you think he is handsome or me?" Ian approached Hermione and asked in a low voice. Hermione looked at Ian, leaned closer, blushed, and whispered, "You are more handsome." Ian nodded with satisfaction, sat back in his seat, and continued to eat. "Oh, I really like his advice on dealing with slugs." Mrs. Weasley read a book for a while, turned to look at Ian and them. "Oh, he is so interesting. He is still unmarried, Mom." Fred said loudly, "I have a good idea. Should we try to blow the goblins out with explosives?" "No explosives." Mrs. Weasley said sternly, "If you dare to do this, don't even think about your inventions anymore." She glanced at her three sons majestically, then lowered her head to look at the book in her hand. Lockhart said that the most important thing is to find the goblins' favorite food, use the food as bait, and lure them high. Is he stupid? Ronald whispered to Ian, "Who doesn't know that goblins' favorite food is bugs and earthworms? Does he need to say that?" Ian shrugged and said nothing. He agreed with Ronald's opinion. A garden needs to remove goblins regularly, which is to grab the goblins' ankles and turn them around a few times to stun them, and then throw them out of the garden. Goblins are very stupid, so when they realize that they are being removed, they all rush out of their holes to see what's going on. This feature makes them very easy to catch. "Aunt Molly, what do goblins look like?" Ian asked curiously. "They look like dwarfs with tough skin, bald big round heads, and a pair of eyes that are bigger than their heads." Mrs. Weasley explained, "It's ugly, you'll know when you see it later." "Okay, now let's eat breakfast seriously." Mrs. Weasley said as she closed the book, "Ian, especially you are too thin, you need to eat more. Look at Ronald, he is shorter than you but much fatter than you." "Mom," Ronald blushed, "Ian is because he is tall, but I am of normal weight." "Ronald is right, Aunt Molly, because he is tall, he looks thin." Ian swallowed the last bite of food in his mouth and explained, "In fact, I still have meat on my body." As he said, Ian stretched out his arm to show his obvious biceps. "He looks thin when he is dressed, but he has 333 meat when he is undressed. You still need to eat more," Mrs. Weasley said, putting a large piece of front meat on Ian's plate. Ian looked at the meat on the plate, wailing in his heart he really couldn't eat it anymore. "Mom, have you seen my slippers?" At this time, a little red-haired man in long pajamas trotted down from upstairs. "I saw it on the cat, baby," Mrs. Weasley said gently. Ian looked at the beautiful red-haired little witch running down, with thick fiery red hair, shining brown eyes, and just the right amount of peacocks on her beautiful and delicate face. The whole person looked like an exquisite little cake. Ian's eyes lit up. "What a beautiful little witch. Sister-in-law, I'm my brother. Open the door. Hello." Ian showed a handsome and gentle smile and looked at the little witch, Ginny Weasley. The moment Ginny saw Ian, her eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. Then, "Ah." When the little witch covered her face and ran back upstairs, Ian looked at the little witch, who ran away in a daze. "What happened? Is his smile so scary? I look handsome, right?" "She is." Ian turned to look at Ronald. "Ginny, my sister." Ronald whispered to Ian, "She has been talking about you and Harry all summer, but she obviously likes you, who is more handsome." "Harry, what do you mean?" "Yes, she wants your autograph, Ian." Fred laughed, but when he saw his mother's eyes, he immediately buried his head in his food and stopped talking. Hermione gritted her teeth and glared at Ian. Being too handsome is not a good thing, too popular. Ian smiled helplessly and turned to look at Hermione, but saw the little girl staring at him with resentment on her face. He instantly understood where he was wrong. He stretched out his hand under the table, gently shook Hermione's hand, and then smiled gently at her. Hermione was dazzled by Ian's smile and lowered her head with a slightly red face. "Forget it, who made him so handsome, forgive him, you can't get angry with this handsome face." After breakfast, Ian and his group came to the garden, which was overgrown with weeds and needed to be mowed, but there were many trees with tangled roots around the base of the wall. Various plants that Ian and his friends had never seen before grew out of each flower bed, and there was a large green pond with many frogs in it. As they crossed the lawn, Harry patted Ronald on the shoulder. "Ronald, did you know? There are actually gnomes in Muggle gardens." "Ah, I've seen the kind of thing that Muggles think is a gnome," Ronald said as he bent down and buried his head in the peony bushes, like a chubby little Santa Claus playing. Ian squatted beside the bushes and carefully looked for the gnome hole. In Muggle gardens, gnome sculptures are very common, with tall pointed hats and the image of dwarfs with long beards. "Yeah, I wonder if real goblins look like this." Hermione also squatted down and looked carefully. Aunt Weasley said goblins are ugly. There was a fierce struggle and the peony branches trembled. Ronald straightened up and smiled. "Hey, look, this is a goblin. It's ugly, isn't it? Let me go, let me go." The goblin screamed, "You are ugly, you are ugly." It doesn't look like Santa Claus at all, with a small body, rough and tough skin, and a bald big round head like a potato. Ronald stretched out his arms to hold it up because it kicked and kicked at him with its calloused little feet, and he could only grab its ankles and lift it upside down. "It is quite ugly." Ian nodded honestly. It's not as cute as muggles imagine. Did you hear me? Let me go. The goblin struggled and screamed, you big red-haired fool, you dare to scold me. Ronald pretended to throw it far away, and the goblin instantly became timid, with a flattering smile on his small face. Handsome, handsome, put me down, okay. Ronald sneered, lifted the goblin above his head, and began to swing his arms in a big circle like a lasso. Harry looked at Ronald's movements in surprise. Isn't this a bit? Harry, this is how it has to be done. Ronald motioned Harry to watch his operation. It won't hurt them, we have to make them dizzy so that they can't find the goblin hole. As he said, he loosened his hand, and the goblin flew 20 feet away and fell into the ground behind the hedge with a plop. Bad. Fred grabbed another goblin and threw it hard. I promise I can throw it over that tree stump. Sure enough, Fred threw the goblin over the stump. Ian followed suit and also grabbed a goblin, spun it around like Ronald and Fred did, and then threw it out. Well done, Ian. George praised as he grabbed a goblin. I didn't expect you could throw a goblin so far the first time you threw it. Harry had originally wanted to be gentle with the goblins, but he soon decided not to sympathize with them anymore. He had decided to gently throw the first goblin he caught outside the hedge, but the goblin sensed his weakness and bit Harry's finger with its sharp teeth, and he couldn't shake it off, and finally, damn black-haired kid. Ian looked at Harry in surprise. Wow. Harry, when did you get so strong? Harry threw the goblin a long way away, watching it roll and crawl across the grass, then turned his head and looked at Ian and said, maybe it was caused by the pain. Harry, you must have thrown it 50 feet that time, Ronald said admiringly. It's all my fault, I thought the goblins were too kind. Harry sighed, they are not friendly at all. They are not friendly at all. Fred said, throwing the goblin in his hand away fiercely. They like to bite people, these little bastards. Fortunately, we have more people. George added, if we were alone, I don't know how long it would take to catch it. Soon the garden was full of goblins. You see, they are not very smart. George grabbed 5 or 6 goblins. When they heard that the goblins were being cleared, they all ran over to see, and they haven't learned their lesson yet. Ian followed George's gaze and looked. Many goblins poked their heads out of the goblin holes, curiously watching their movements. Soon they threw all the goblins in the garden out, and George came over with a shovel and scooped up 10 large pieces of soil with a shovel and threw them at the hole. Some goblins were still conscious when they were thrown out, and they cursed loudly while being thrown out. Soon, the group of goblins in the field walked away in a sparse team, shrugging their little shoulders. Finally, they are all driven away. Hermione wiped the sweat from her forehead. These goblins are really troublesome. They will come back. Ronald watched the goblins disappear behind the hedge at the other end of the field. They like it here. Dad is too tolerant of them. He thinks they are very fex. Interesting? Harry shook his right hand, which had a very obvious tooth mark on it. I don't think it's interesting. Just then, the back door of the house opened and Mrs. Weasley came out with a bag of royal ministers in her hand. Children, come in and rest. I prepared some desserts. You can have some desserts before lunch. Mrs. Weasley looked at the garden and said with a smile, Mom, we drove all the goblins out. George said hurriedly, Great, Mrs. Weasley said happily, these abominable little things always destroy my garden. You have done a great thing. As she spoke, she led them into the house. Aunt Weasley, where is Uncle Weasley? Ian asked puzzledly. He disappeared after he sent us here. He also wanted to see the flying car and wanted to perfect it. Oh, Arthur went to the ministry. Mrs. Weasley put the potatoes on the kitchen table. He's been working overtime recently. There are too many things to do in the Ministry of Magic. Ian nodded thoughtfully and stopped talking. Mrs. Weasley took out a plate of freshly baked cookies from the kitchen cabinet, and the fragrance was overflowing. Come try it. Mrs. Weasley handed the cookies to them. This is the chocolate chip cookie I just baked. Ian picked up a cookie, blew it, and then put it in his mouth. The cookie was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The sweetness of chocolate and the wheat aroma of the cookie blend perfectly, and the taste was great. Wow, Aunt Weasley, the cookies you baked are so delicious. Ian praised sincerely. Really? Mrs. Weasley smiled from ear to ear. As long as you like it, eat more. Several people sat around the kitchen table, enjoying the delicious cookies and tea brewed by Mrs. Weasley. The atmosphere was warm and comfortable. Aunt Weasley, can we go and see the flying car later? Ian asked, still chewing a cookie in his mouth. Ian, good boy, why do you want to go see that broken car? Mrs. Weasley was very disgusted with the flying car. I promised Uncle Weasley to help improve the flying car. Ian smiled and replied, I am a student of Nicholas Flamel, so I am very interested in this kind of magic item with traces of alchemy. Yes, yes, Ronald said that you were accepted as an apprentice by Nicholas Flamel. You are really a gifted child. Mrs. Weasley touched Ian's head lovingly. Since you promised your Uncle Weasley, of course you can go and see it. But remember to be careful, the car is a little dangerous. Okay, I will be careful. Ian nodded with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. The few people chatted for a while and then decided not to lead the flying car. Several people walked out of the house, crossed the garden, and came to the dilapidated garage next to the house. Ian took 2 quick steps and walked to the flying car that brought them to the burrow. He walked around the car and carefully observed every corner of the car. Ian, if you modify this car, where are your alchemical runes and bottles and jars? I didn't bring them here. How can you modify it? Zero asked doubtfully. Who said I didn't bring them? Ian took off the small bag on his waist. Look, the things are all here. Ian said, opening the small bag, which was neatly arranged with various alchemical tools and materials. This is my alchemical item bag. Grandpa Nico cast a space expansion spell. It looks small, but it can hold a lot of things. Ian introduced proudly. Wow, what a delicate little bag, it looks very expensive. Ronald came over curiously. Nico, Flamel must like you very much. Of course. Ian raised his eyebrows. I am the only heir of Grandpa Nico. Okay, don't be so proud, start your transformation. Hermione urged, we are all waiting to see your results. Okay, then I'll start. Ian said, taking out tools and materials from his bag and began to work on the flying car. He worked attentively, with skillful and agile hands, as if he was performing a wonderful show. The transformation of the flying car is not easy, and every component needs to be carefully studied. Ian explained to others while transforming so that they can understand the secrets of alchemy. Alchemy is so amazing. Ronald looked at the alchemy runes in Ian's hand gradually integrated into the flying car and couldn't help but sighed. You can actually master such a complex magic, it's amazing. Actually, it's okay, as long as you understand the principles of alchemy, you can master it. Ian said modestly, that's all I can do today. You can't rush to make alchemical products. Ian stroked his chin, there's a point I don't quite understand. I'll write a letter to Grandpa Nick and ask him. Ronald looked at the time, it's just right. It's almost time for lunch, let's go back. The group returned to the burrow and enjoyed a delicious lunch. After lunch, Ian wrote a letter to Nicholas Flamel, asking some questions about the modification of the flying car. Then he and Harry were dragged to Ronald's room. Come on, I'll show you my bedroom, Ronald said in a rush. Ian and Harry looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them slipped out of the kitchen, walked through the narrow corridor, and came to a staircase with uneven heights. The staircase twisted and turned, and on the 3rd landing there was a door half open. Ian just caught a glimpse of a pair of bright brown eyes staring at him, and the door clicked shut. Ian blinked blankly. I shouldn't be a scourge, right? That's Ginny. Ronald was surprised as if he had seen something rare. You don't know, it's incredible that she is so shy. She never closes the door normally too. They climbed 2 more flights of stairs and came to a door with peeling paint. There was a small sign on the door saying Ronald's room. The 3 of them walked in, and the sloping ceiling forced Ian to half bend over to avoid hitting his head. Ian looked inside and felt a little blind, as if he had walked into a big furnace. Everything in Ronald's room looked a dazzling orange-yellow, the bedspread, the walls, and even the ceiling. Then, Ian discovered that Ronald had covered almost every inch of the tattered wallpaper with posters. All the posters showed the same 7 witches and wizards, wearing bright orange robes, carrying flying brooms, and waving their hands happily. Ian half covered his eyes, looked at Ronald, and asked, Is this the Quidditch team you follow? What team is this? Is this the Chudley Cannons? Harry looked at the posters and asked in surprise, Are you a fan of the Chudley Cannons? That's right, the Chudley Cannons. Ronald pointed to the orange-yellow bedspread, on which were brightly printed 2 huge letters C1 and a flying cannonball, ranked 9th in the club. Hey, it was 7th last year. Hey Ian, Harry, which team do you support? Ronald asked. I don't support any team. Harry said. Ian shrugged. Me too, he didn't know much about Quidditch teams. The only thing he was impressed by was Victor Krum, a student of Durmstrang and the seeker of the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. In the original plot, this guy liked Hermione. What, you don't support any team? Ronald said, as if Ian and Harry had said something blasphemous. So what? Ian said indifferently. He continued to look around Ronald's room. Ronald's magic textbooks were piled in a corner of the room, and next to them were some comic books which seemed to be the adventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miggs. Ian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ronald to like this kind of comics. Ronald's wand was placed on a large fish tank on the windowsill, which was full of frog eggs. His fat gray mouse Banban was lying in the 10 suns beside the fish tank and snoring. Ian and Harry stepped over a deck of automatically shuffling cards on the floor and looked out the small window. Ian saw that in the field below, A group of goblins were sneaking into the hedge of the Weasley family one by one. Then he turned around and found that Ronald was looking at him and Harry a little nervously, as if waiting for their comments. "It's a little small," Ronald said anxiously. "It's not as good as your mummy Zhao room. Above me is the attic where lives that ghoul who always knocks on the pipes." But Harry smiled happily and said, "No, this is the best room I've ever seen." Ronald's ears turned red. Ian also smiled. "Small also has its advantages. It looks like a secret base." "Really?" Ronald laughed happily. "Of course." Ian smiled and walked inside. He pretended to walk to Banban casually and then accidentally knocked it off the windowsill. Squeak. "Oops, sorry, Banban." Ian took the tissue next to him with an apologetic look, pinched Banban's neck with the tissue and secretly exerted force. "I didn't mean it." Squeak. Banban's eyes widened. "It hurts so much. What is this Potter doing? He knows how strong his hands are." Ronald came over quickly, took Banban and looked it up and down. "Ian, be careful. I only have one pet. Don't worry, if he dies, I can give you another pet." Ian smiled and patted Ronald's shoulder, but the words he said made Banban feel gloomy and terrifying. "Anyway, he has lived for more than 10 years, right? By the way, is Banban a magical animal? Can it live that long?" Banban was so scared when he heard Ian's words that he didn't dare to play dead. "Did Potter see something?" "No." Ronald shook his head. "He is just an ordinary mouse. Banban was originally my brother Percy's pet, but after my brother Percy became a prefect, my parents bought him a new owl Hermes, and Banban was given to me by Percy." "Oh, it turns out to be just an ordinary mouse," Ian said meaningfully. "Then you have to be careful. Mice can spread plague." "Ah." Ronald was startled and quickly put Banban in a cage beside him and locked him up. Should he be fine?" Banban looked healthy. "Who knows?" Ian said casually. "Anyway, you should be careful. Don't forget the European plague in the 14th century. Rats are very dirty anyway." He sincerely hoped that Ronald would not have too much psychological shadow when he learned in the 3rd grade that his rat Banban was an ugly middle-aged man. Should he be fine? Ronald was also startled. He quickly ran to the fish tank and looked at Banban carefully. Banban was shivering in the cage. He always felt that this Potter named Ian was targeting him. "You sleep with him every day at home and at school." Ian continued to threaten Ronald. "Rats are omnivores. If he eats you while you are asleep one day, you will be miserable." Ronald was relieved when he heard this. "No, I don't sleep with Banban. It always runs around at night and then reappears at dawn." "Is that so?" Ian looked at Ronald in surprise. He said that the twins had the Marauders map in their hands, and they couldn't just watch their brothers sleep with a person named Peter every day. This makes sense. It turns out that Peter Pettigrew never stays with Chuan and at night. "Come on, we should go down." Harry interrupted the conversation between Ian and Ronald. "Didn't Fred say there was something fun waiting for us?" "Oh yes, we have to go down." Ronald was also reminded by Harry's words. He quickly stuffed Banban's cage under the bed and then took Harry and Ian out of the room. Ian looked back at Banban again with an inexplicable smile on his lips. "You dead rat, you must live well and wait for the dog godfather to come to you in the 3rd grade." They walked down the shaky stairs and all kinds of sounds rushed towards them. In Ronald's room, Fred, "Put down the dung egg in your hand." "Mrs. Weasley shouted from behind them. "Didn't I tell you not to experiment with those things at home?" "We didn't experiment." Fred's voice came over. "We just played with it." Bang. "Fred Weasley, I swear you will regret it." "Damn." George threw the dung egg to Percy. "It has nothing to do with me." "You two shut up." Ian and the other two just came down from upstairs and saw this scene. Hermione quickly grabbed Ian and whispered, "Fred and George are in trouble." Ian, Harry. When Mrs. Weasley's eyes touched the two Potters, her tone suddenly softened. "How about Ronald's room? If you don't like it, you two can choose to live with Fred and George." Ian, Harry, "Come live with us." "1. Yes, we can make some interesting inventions." "No." Harry and Ian shook their heads quickly. "They still want to live a few more years." "Mom, you flushed away all the dung balls." George looked at the dung balls flushed away by Mrs. Weasley with heartache. "How dare you throw those things at your brother?" Mrs. Weasley glared at them angrily. "How can you treat Percy like this?" Percy sat on the sofa with a book in his arms and sneered. "Mom, they are not friendly to me today." Mom, who made Percy sit there with an official look on his face as if he was the principal. Fred curled his lips in disdain. "That's right, you can't imagine that he was actually lecturing us just now." George also echoed, "Model Percy." "But Percy would never be like you." Mrs. Weasley glared at them. "Okay, hurry up and pick up all the garbage." She turned and said to Ian and the others, "You go to the living room to play. I will call you when it's time for dinner." "Okay, Aunt Weasley." Harry and the others nodded obediently and then followed Ronald into the living room. "Since Billy and Charlie graduated, Percy has been my favorite son." Ronald whispered to Harry and Ian, "He always wants to find an opportunity to complain to my mother and let my mother teach us a lesson. I never complain to my parents." Percy's ears are very sharp. After hearing Ronald's words, he glared and retorted, "I only tell my parents when you get into trouble. That's still complaining." George and Fred rolled their eyes. "Humph," Percy snorted coldly, ignored them and turned upstairs. "Okay, forget about Percy." Ronald pulled Harry and Ian to sit on the sofa. "You will never guess what we are going to play." "What to play?" Harry asked curiously. Hermione frowned. "As long as you don't take Ian to play anything dangerous, it's up to you." "We won't take Ian to play dangerous games." Ronald shook his head quickly. "We are going to play exploding chess." "Exploding chess?" Harry asked in confusion. "What is that?" "It's similar to wizard chess." Ronald explained, "But in exploding chess, your chess pieces will explode at any time and then blow you to the ground." "Isn't that dangerous?" Hermione glared at Ronald angrily. "You actually want to play such a dangerous game?" "This is just a description, Hermione. Exploding chess is not that dangerous." Fred came over at some point. "Being exploded is almost as painful as being pricked by a needle 10 times. "Yes, we have played it many times and never got hurt once." George also said, "Do you want to play together, Hermione?" "I won't play such a dangerous game." Hermione refused without hesitation. "Ian, you are not allowed to play either." Ian was about to nod and say he wanted to play, but when he heard Hermione's words, he could only shrug helplessly. "Okay, I won't play." "Okay, then the 4 of us will play." Ronald spread his hands. "Don't regret it." "Don't worry, we won't regret it." Hermione pulled Ian to sit aside. "We'll just watch you play here." "Good boy, Ian." Hermione pinched Ian's cheek and smiled. "We don't play dangerous games." 3. Why does it feel like Hermione is training him like a dog? Let's get started. As Ronald unfolded the chessboard, Harry, Ronald, Fred, and George began to play exploding chess. Every time they moved their chess pieces, they would look at the chessboard nervously, fearing that their chess pieces would suddenly explode. However, as Fred and George said, exploding chess is not that dangerous. Although their chess pieces would explode from time to time, it didn't hurt that much, or it was just a momentary pain. Ian watched from the side, feeling itchy and uncomfortable. Exploding chess was quite interesting, and he wanted to play it too. "Hermione, I want to play too." Ian couldn't help but say, "No." Hermione refused without thinking. "It's too dangerous." But they all had a lot of fun. Ian looked at Hermione eagerly. "I want to play too." "Well, okay then." Hermione looked at Ian's pitiful appearance and her heart softened and she agreed, "But you have to be careful." "Don't worry, I will be careful." Ian nodded quickly. He stood up and walked to the chessboard. Harry had just lost, so he gave his seat to Ian. "Ian, you come and play." "Okay." After Ian sat down, he began his explosive chess journey. His luck was pretty good. After several moves, the chess pieces did not explode. Just when he was about to win the game, his chess pieces suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, Ian's right hand seemed to be blown by a needle and he shook his head in pain. "Ian, are you okay?" Hermione looked at Ian nervously. "It's okay." Ian shook his head. "It's just a little stinging, it's okay." "Please give me flowers." "I told you not to play, but you insisted on playing." Hermione blew Ian's hand distressedly and scolded, "Does it hurt now?" "Hee, it's okay, Hermione, it's really okay." Ian smiled. "Keep going." At Ian's strong request, they played until dinner time. "It's time for dinner, Mrs. Weasley came out of the kitchen, looked at the 7 children in the living room and said with a smile, "How did you play?" "Very fun, Aunt Weasley." Ian said with a smile, "Explosion chess is very interesting. As long as you like it, Mrs. Weasley nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's go to dinner." The Weasley family's kitchen is very small, barely enough to squeeze in 9 people in the Weasley family. Now with Ian, Hermione, and Harry, it seems even more crowded. "I'm so sorry, the house is too small, Mrs. Weasley looked at Ian and the other 2 with apology. "Tomorrow, I will find a way to expand the kitchen a little bit." "It's okay, Aunt Weasley, this is good." Ian and Hermione waved their hands at the same time. "Yes, Aunt Weasley, we don't feel crowded." Harry also said, "Well, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." Mrs. Weasley smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's eat." At the dinner table, Mrs. Weasley kept picking up food for Ian and the other 2, fearing that they would be embarrassed and dare not eat more. "Is Dad not back yet?" Ronald asked while eating. "He hasn't come back yet. I guess there is something else in the department that has delayed him." Mrs. Weasley explained, "We don't have to worry about him. Let's eat first." Mrs. Weasley just finished speaking. The sound of the door opening came from outside, and then a tired voice sounded, "Dear, I'm back." "It's Dad who's back." Ginny jumped off the chair and trotted out of the kitchen. Soon she walked in with a fat man with a bald head. "Hi, kids." Mr. Weasley smiled and greeted Ian and the others. "Uncle Weasley, good evening." The little wizards greeted him politely. Oh, this has been a rough night, Mr. Weasley muttered, reaching for the teapot. I searched 9 houses. Old Mundungus Fletcher tried to use magic on me while my back was turned. Mr. Weasley took a big sip of tea and breathed a sigh of relief. Did you find anything, Dad? Fred asked anxiously. Only a few shrinking house keys and a biting kettle. Mr. Weasley yawned and said, there are some very troublesome things, but they are not under the jurisdiction of my department. Some very strange ferrets were found in Mortlake's house. He was taken in for questioning, but that is the business of the Spell Experiment Committee, thank God. Harry asked curiously, shrunk keys, why would anyone make shrunken keys? Playing tricks on those muggles, Mr. Weasley sighed, selling a key to a muggle, and then the key shrinks to nothing and you can't find it when you need it. Of course, this is difficult to convince anyone, because no muggle will admit that his key is shrinking. They will insist that the key is lost. These muggles, they can always turn a blind eye to magic. It is clearly in front of them. But the things that our people have enchanted, you can't believe it, for example, the flying car. Ian said, that's right. Mr. Weasley smiled. Ian, I haven't asked you yet, how is the transformation going? I added an automatic patrol device to it. If no one uses it for 24 hours, it will automatically return to the burrow. I originally wanted to add an automatic positioning function, but I still have to ask Grandpa Nico. Ian said, after all, automatic positioning involves the spatial laws in alchemy, and I haven't learned so much. It's already great, Ian. Mr. Weasley patted Ian on the shoulder. You are much better than the little guys in our family. They can only demolish the house now, and they don't know how to invent this kind of alchemy at all. Dad, what are you talking about? Jai and Fred shouted at the same time. Isn't it, Mr. Weasley glared at them. Your last invention blew up half of the living room. That was an accident, the twins said in unison. Everyone laughed and the kitchen was filled with laughter. After dinner, everyone prepared to go back to their rooms to rest. Hermione, you and Ginny live in the same room. Ginny's room is big and you will like it. Mrs. Weasley said, Ian, Harry, do you want to live with Ronald or with Fred and the others? I'll live with Fred and the others, Aunt Weasley. Ian pushed Harry to Ronald's side. Harry, sleep with Ronald. He didn't want to live in the same room with a mouse. Ian looked silently in the direction of Hermione and Ginny. He actually wanted to live with the 2 little witches. But if he really said this, I'm afraid the Weasley family would not be friendly to him, and his personality would completely collapse. Okay, Ronald, take Harry to your room. Mrs. Weasley ordered. Ian, you go up with Fred and the others. Everyone said goodnight and went back to their rooms. Ian followed Fred and George to the 2nd floor. By the way, what does Uncle Weasley do in the Ministry of Magic? Ian asked curiously. I think he looks particularly tired today. He is in the most boring department, Fred rubbed his nose, the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Objects. What? Ian asked in surprise. Isn't that? That's right. George shrugged. It's the department that always deals with muggles, prohibiting the use of magic on muggle-made things for fear that they will come to the muggles' 353 store country. Like last year, an old witch died, and her tea set was sold to an antique shop. A female muggle bought the tea set and went home to treat her friends to tea. It was a nightmare. Dad worked overtime for several weeks in a row, Fred added. Ian was a little surprised. What happened? The teapot suddenly went crazy, boiling tea sprayed everywhere, and a man was admitted to the hospital. The tongs holding the sugar cube clamped his nose. Dad was very busy. There was only him and an old wizard named Perkins in the office. They had to use the forgetfulness spell and various methods to cover it up. The twins sang in unison and vividly described the accident that happened last year. Ian's mouth twitched. Since Uncle Weasley works in the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Muggle Items then, that flying car. Yes, Dad is obsessed with everything related to Muggles and our shed is full of Muggle things. Fred smiled. He took them apart, cast magic and reassembled them. If he came to my house to search, he had to arrest himself and Mom was almost crazy about it. The 3 chatted all the way and came to Fred and George's room. This is our room, Ian. Fred pushed open the door and introduced, it's a bit messy, don't mind. The room was filled with all kinds of strange things, as if they were going to invent something, and there were many pictures and posters on the wall. Wow, your room is really interesting. Ian looked around and exclaimed, do you like it? George said proudly, we decorated it ourselves. Ian nodded and walked around the room. What is this? Ian picked up a small silver object and asked curiously, oh, that's our secret. Fred said mysteriously, we are researching a new invention. Can you tell me? Ian asked curiously. No, I can't tell you now. George shook his head and said, we will show you when we succeed in our research, but we can show you something else. Fred said and took out a big box from under the bed. See what this is? Ian took the box, opened it, and saw that it was full of colorful candies. Wow, so many candies. Ian exclaimed. This is the quick-acting candy for skipping classes that we invented for those who want to skip classes. Fred introduced, this one is a vomiting tablet, this one is a coma flower candy, this one is a nosebleed candy and Lane. Ian was stunned. He had never seen so many strange candies. You are really geniuses, Ian exclaimed sincerely. Of course, Fred said proudly, we are the most powerful inventors in Hogwarts. George also nodded. Yes, we are thinking of opening a joke shop in Diagon Alley in the future, just like the seasoning joke shop. Joke shop? Ian's eyes turned. Do you need startup capital to open a shop? How about I invest in it? If he invested in the Weasley joke shop opened by the twins, it would be a sure-win business. Fred and George looked at each other. Master Potter wants to invest in our joke shop. Of course, if you are willing, you can open a shop in Diagon Alley now. You provide the technology and I provide the money. Ian smiled and said, how about we split the profits 40-60, you get 40 and I get 60, and you don't have to worry about no one to look after the store while you are in school. I will hire someone to look after it. Fred and George were obviously moved by Ian's proposal. They looked at each other and nodded, deal. Ian's mouth curled up and he stretched out a hand, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Fred and George also stretched out their hands, and the three hands were tightly clasped together. Happy cooperation. Tomorrow, I will write a letter to my house elf and ask him to find someone to find a store in Diagon Alley, a good location. Ian said, don't worry, Lombard is very reliable, he will take care of it all. Great, Ian. Fred and George jumped up excitedly. We can make money on our own soon. Our family doesn't have to live in misery anymore. Ian looked up in surprise. Do you want to open a joke shop to supplement your family income? I thought it was your dream after all. You two are really good at inventing fun things. Half and half. George pursed his lips. Opening a joke shop is indeed what Fred and I have always wanted, but you have seen the situation of our family. Ian, it is indeed our original intention to make money earlier and supplement the family. Ian was silent. He had always thought that Fred and George were pure comedians, but now it seems that although they are careless on the surface, they are very delicate in their hearts and are very good to their families. Everyone in the Weasley family is actually very good, except Percy. In the 4th grade Goblet of Fire, when Dumbledore was slandered, Percy took the initiative to break off relations with the Weasley family because he was worried about affecting his future. This son, who Mrs. Weasley was most proud of, fell out with his family for the so-called power. However, Ian can understand Percy very well. After all, who doesn't want to stand out? Especially the Weasley family is pure-blooded, but it is inferior to the other 27 families for no reason. But understanding is understanding. Ian does not agree. It is not wrong for people to want to move up, but like Percy, who can abandon his family for the so-called power, Ian really looks down on it. But fortunately, Percy is not so cold-blooded. He is still a qualified Weasley, a Weasley who loves his family. In the final battle, Percy woke up in time, fought against the Death Eaters, and protected his family. Ian, what are you thinking about? Fred stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ian. You are so absent-minded. Nothing. Ian came back to his senses and smiled. I was thinking that when our joke shop opens, the business will be very hot. At that time, you can buy whatever you want for your family. You are right. George clenched his fists with a firm light in his eyes. We will definitely make the joke shop a booming business. Then let's give the joke shop a name. Fred touched the shoulders of the two. Since Ian is joining, let's give it a new name to represent the three of us. Okay. Ian nodded, but I haven't thought of a specific name yet. Do you two have any ideas? How about calling it Weasley and Potter's Joke Shop? George suggested. It's too long. Ian shook his head, and it's too direct. It doesn't reflect the characteristics of our store. Indeed. Fred touched his chin and thought, call it the Happy Laughing Joke Shop, even weirder. Ian said speechlessly, and it sounds so tacky. George and Fred looked at each other and then looked at Ian together. Otherwise, the name of the store is left to you, Ian. We trust you. Then how about? Ian pondered for a while and said, Hehehe Magic Trick Shop, how about it? It's okay, one not bad. The twins pondered for a while and then said, this name is catchy, so let's use this one. Great, our store has a name. Okay, let's go. Ian decided, our store name is Hehehe Magic Trick Shop. In the next few days, Ian wrote a letter to Lombard, asking him to help find a suitable store in Diagon Alley. And Fred and George began to prepare for various matters for the opening of the new store, such as what products to put on, how much the products are priced, and the decoration of the store. Ian used his influence to promote the joke shop that the three of them had opened in Hogwarts. Although the shop had not yet opened, many people had already expressed strong interest. Life at the Burrow was different from life at Privet Drive and life at Manscut. The Dursleys liked everything to be in order, the Grangers were a cozy little home, and the Weasleys were full of magic and surprises. The mirror on the kitchen mantelpiece scared Ian and the other two, especially Harry. When he looked in the mirror for the first time, the mirror suddenly shouted, "Tuck your shirt into your waistband, you're sloppy." But Ian liked this mirror very much because it always told the truth. Orange hair, green eyes, impeccable, you're so handsome. Are you really brothers with that sloppy little boy just now? I don't think so. Whenever the ghouls in the attic felt that the house was too quiet, they would howl loudly and clang the pipes. The small explosions in Fred and George's bedroom were considered completely normal, and sometimes Ian's exclamations could be heard. Of course, Ginny was no longer so shy when facing Ian, and Ian finally had the opportunity to do something to his sister-in-law. He made a move on little Ginny. During the days at the Burrow, Ian occasionally helped Fred and George during the day and studied flying cars at night, and was occasionally teased by the two little witches. He didn't want to be passive, but he only dared to tease Hermione at the Burrow, but not Ginny. He was afraid that Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley would chase him with their wands. After all, Mrs. Weasley was a ruthless person who could fight Bellatrix and kill her. In such a busy and fulfilling day by day, it was soon the day when Ian, Fred, and George agreed to go to Diagon Alley to look at the store. Early in the morning, Ian got up, got dressed, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. Ian stood in front of the talking mirror, tidying up his appearance. "Mirror, mirror, who do you think is the most handsome man in the world?" Ian asked as he combed his bangs back with his hands. "Of course it's you, Ian Potter." The mirror flattered, orange hair, emerald eyes, impeccable facial features. "You are simply a favorite of God." Ian nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, I like to hear you tell the truth." Ian stood in front of the mirror and boasted. He was indeed the most handsome. "Tusk, isn't this face more handsome than Cedric the Hufflepuff? Ian Potter, you are so handsome." Ian raised his eyebrows at himself in the mirror. "Narcissist." Hermione came over and patted Ian with a smile. "Come here, Aunt Weisai has prepared breakfast." "What narcissist? I'm not telling the truth." Ian turned his head and looked at Hermione with a smile. "Am I not handsome? You are the most handsome." Hermione shook her head helplessly and pulled Ian to the dining table. "Hurry up and eat breakfast, handsome boy. If you don't eat it, it will get cold." "Okay." Ian smiled and sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast bed. After breakfast, the Potter family's house elf Lombard came to the Burrow to pick up Ian and the other two. "Ian, is this your house elf?" Hermione looked at the neatly dressed Lombard in front of her and asked curiously, "Why does it look different from other elves?" "One, Miss Hermione." Lombard bowed slightly to Hermione and greeted politely, because when Master James and Madame Lily were alive, they didn't like the house elves to wear tattered clothes, so they asked us to dress better. So that's it. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you look so different from other elves." "Have you seen other house elves?" Fred asked. "Is it in the kitchen of Hogwarts?" 28. Yes. Hermione and several little wizards nodded quickly to acknowledge it. They didn't want others to know about Dobby, so they followed Fred's words. "The house elves at Hogwarts are very kind. I often sneak out in the middle of the night to eat in the kitchen. They are quite generous." Ian said. "You often sneak out in the middle of the night to eat?" Hermione looked at Ian in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me? I'm afraid you'll worry." Ian said with a smile. "You don't like night tours, so how about I take you with me next time?" "Okay," Hermione agreed directly. Ian looked at Hermione in surprise. "I don't care who you are, get off, Hermione." Under the premise of no important things, Hermione actually agreed to go on a night tour with him. Incredible. "Lombas, how is the thing I asked you to do?" Ian quickly changed the subject. "It's done, Master Ian." Lombard said respectfully. "The store in the corner of Diagon Alley has been bought by Goyle." Lombard said, handing over a piece of parchment. Ian took the parchment, looked at it, and then put it away. "Great, Lombard, you did a good job." Ian patted Lombard's shoulder with satisfaction. Lombard's face flushed with excitement. "It's my honor to serve Master Ian." Ian smiled, then said to Fred and George, let's go and see our new store." "Okay, let's go," Fred and George cheered. Lombard motioned to Ian and the other two to grab his hands. "Master Ian, Lombard can take Master Ian and your friends to Apparition." "Apparition?" Harry looked at Lombard in surprise. "Isn't this a wizard's spell? Can you do it, Lombard?" "Yes, Master Harry, house elves like Lombard can also learn wizard spells, but this requires the master's permission." Lombard explained. "Moreover, not every house elf can learn it. Like wizards, house elves also need talent." "I see." Harry nodded in realization. Ian said that the elf named Dobby wanted to use Apparition to escape at the beginning. "It seems that Dobby has a good talent, so their range can be narrowed down a bit." "Let's go," George said impatiently. "I can't wait to see our new store." Ian and Fred laughed when they heard it, and then the three of them grabbed Lombard's hand together. Lombard chanted a spell, and the next second the four disappeared in the burrow. When they stepped on the ground again, they had already arrived at the corner house. There are so many people today. Ian looked at the bustling crowd around him and couldn't help muttering, "Yeah, school is about to start, of course there are more people." Fred said, urging, let's go check out the shops." Ian nodded and Fred, George, and Rimbaz walked towards the shop. They passed through the crowded crowd and finally came to a shop next to Flourish and Blots. This location is pretty good. George looked at the shop in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Next to it is Flourish and Blots. Parents of students will definitely come to buy books. In this way they may notice our shop. That's right. Ian nodded in agreement, then pushed open the door of the shop. Let's go in and take a look. The space inside the shop is quite large, but it is covered with dust and the furnishings inside are all tattered. This place has been abandoned for a long time, Lombard explained, but as long as it is well renovated, it will definitely be brand new. Yes, if it is well renovated, it will definitely be a good shop. Ian looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Then how should we decorate it? Fred asked, splendid like Gringotts or simple and generous like Flourish and Blots. I think we have to decorate it with personality, George said thoughtfully, so that we can attract customers. Yes, people have to remember our shop at first sight. Ian nodded in agreement. Fred rolled his eyes and suggested, how about we pretend that the three of us are saluting? This way others will definitely find it interesting. That's a good idea. George's eyes lit up when he heard it. This way it will be hard for others not to remember our store. Thinking that his handsome face would become funny, Ian felt bad and quickly refused. No, just make one for you two, no. You two look the same, just make one and put my super large poster indoors. How can that be, Ian? You are the boss of our store, how can I not show you? Fred said with a smile, besides you are so handsome you will definitely attract a lot of female customers. Ian rolled his eyes when he heard it. Thank you. Okay, then let's put the portrait of Master Potter indoors. George said, and this portrait should be painted a little bigger so that it can show the identity of our Master Potter. You guys can do it. Ian waved his hand helplessly. I'll leave the decoration to you, I have no objection. As long as he can maintain his handsomeness and respectability, the twins can do whatever they want. Don't worry, Ian, we will definitely decorate our store beautifully. Fred and George patted their chests and promised. Well, then it's up to you. If you have any questions, just discuss it with Lombard. Ian said, taking out a bag of gold galleons from his pocket. This is the cost of decoration. If it's not enough, go directly to Lombard. Mr. Weasley, please rest assured that Lombard will supervise the decoration workers to decorate the store. Lombard also said quickly. Fred took the bag and weighed it, then nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, Ian, just wait for good news. Ian nodded and then said, then you stay here, I'll go buy some things and go back together later. Okay, go ahead. Fred and George waved, we are here. Ian heard that and said nothing more, turned around and left the store. Looking at Ian's back, Fred and George smiled at each other and then began to plan the decoration of the store. Here, put a product display cabinet and put all our latest products on it. And here, you can put a magic prop experience area so that customers can experience our products in person. By the way, we have to make a rest area so that customers can sit down and rest when they are tired. That's right, our store will be perfect. Fred and George discussed the decoration of the store with great interest. On the other side, Ian came to the cold drink shop in Diagon Alley. Florin cold drink shop. Your new product here is the cherry jam cream ice cream, give me 3 servings. Ian said to the waiter in the store. Ian remembered that Hermione wanted to try the new product of this store, and a portion of it was very good. He couldn't favor one over the other, and he also wanted to capture Ginny, so she had to have one too. Mrs. Weasley was very nice to him, and women should like sweets, so he wanted to buy another one. As for Harry and the others, just go buy something to eat later, they weren't picky anyway, as long as they had something to eat. Soon, 3 servings of ice cream were packed and could last for 3 hours. Ian paid, then took the box of ice cream and turned to leave the cold drink shop. However, the moment he turned around, he accidentally bumped into a section. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Ian apologized quickly, then looked up and saw a familiar and beautiful little face. Bella. Ian looked at the little witch in front of him in surprise. Why are you here? Shouldn't you still be in the United States? Did you come to Diagon Alley by yourself? The girl who was hit was Isabella. When she saw Ian for some reason, her eyes suddenly turned red as if she had seen the most trustworthy person. Ian. What happened? Did I hurt you? I'm sorry, Bella. Ian looked at Isabella's tearful face and panicked. Come on, sit down first, let me see where you hit. Isabella shook her head. I'm fine, Ian. I'm glad you're okay. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, You haven't told me yet, why did you come back now? There is still half a month before the end of school. What happened? Isabella listened to Ian's gentle inquiry. Her eyes became redder. She lowered her head and whispered, I want to go out by myself. I probably won't go back to America in the future. I will stay in the UK forever. Not going back, then uncle and aunt? Ian asked in surprise. Mom and dad, Isabella said, suddenly threw herself into Ian's arms and burst into tears. They are divorced. Ian, I don't have a complete family anymore. Ian was stunned when he heard this, and then gently patted Isabella's back. Don't cry, Bella, I'm here. Ian never thought that the reason Isabella returned to the UK was because her parents were divorced. In his memory of Twilight, the heroine Bella's parents were indeed divorced, and they had been separated for many years. But Ian didn't expect that this happened to happen to him. Is it not good for him to take advantage of the situation now? No. He is trying to comfort her. How can he take advantage of the situation? Looking at Isabella, who was crying breathlessly in his arms, Ian knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He had to comfort the little witch first. Ian gently patted Isabella's back and said softly, It's okay, Bella, you still have me. I will always be with you. With Ian's comfort, Isabella gradually stopped crying. She raised her head from Ian's arms and looked at Ian with tears in her eyes. Ian. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. Ian interrupted Isabella and helped her stand up. Ian looked at the Florin cold drink shop next to him. Shall we go sit in the shop for a while? Isabella nodded and followed Ian into the cold drink shop. There were not many people in the shop at this time. Ian helped Isabella find a seat to sit down. You sit for a while, I'll buy you something to drink. Ian said, standing up and walking to the counter. Soon, Ian came over with a cup of hot cocoa. Drink some hot cocoa to warm up your body first. Isabella took the hot cocoa, thanked her softly, and then drank it in small sips. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, Ian asked, What happened? Why did my uncle and aunt suddenly get divorced? Isabella's eyes turned red again when she heard this. She lowered her head and whispered to Ian the reason for her parents' divorce. It turned out that Isabella's parents had some unhappy things in life and their relationship broke down, and they finally decided to divorce. Isabella's tears fell again as she spoke. I don't know how to make my parents reconcile. My mother has made up her mind to divorce and even moved back to Devonshire with me. She doesn't want to go back to America. I don't know what to do, Ian. Looking at the tearful look of the little witch in front of him, Ian felt distressed and a little bit of a secret. What distressed him was that this girl actually encountered such a thing. What made him secretly happy was that his chance had come. Ian reached out and gently held Isabella's hand. Bella, even if your uncle and aunt are separated, they are still your parents and they still love you. Isabella raised her head and looked at Ian with tears in her eyes. But they are separated and I don't have a complete family anymore. Bella, forgive me for not being able to empathize with you. My parents were killed by Voldemort when I had no memory, and I ended up in an orphanage, but I know they love me and Harry deeply. Ian said softly with gentleness and determination in his eyes, As long as their love does not disappear, you will always have a family. One Ian. Isabella stared at Ian in a daze, tears sliding down her eyes. She held Ian's hand as if she had found a life-saving straw and was extremely dependent. Don't cry, it won't look good if you cry again. Ian took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from Isabella's face. I'm staying at Ronald's house these days. If you feel bad and want to talk to me, just send an owl to send me a letter and I'll find you, okay? Isabella cried even harder when she heard this, and she held Ian's hand tightly as if she had found her backbone. Ian, thank you, I feel much better with you here. Ian smiled gently, I'll always be with you. The two sat in the cold drink shop for a while until Isabella's emotions were completely stable and Ian sent her home. As for the twins and Lombard, how could they be as important as the little witch? On the way to send Isabella home, Ian kept thinking, how can he take advantage of it? How can he make her feel his feelings? Ian's consolation was not out of the so-called friendship of friends. His ultimate goal was to capture this beautiful little witch. It's just that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He brushed his favor in front of her every day, and he didn't believe that she didn't have him in her heart. Thinking of this, Ian silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. He is so smart. Soon, the two arrived at Isabella's house. Ian rang the doorbell and then took Bella back a few steps. Bella, where have you been? A brown-haired woman in an apron opened the door and walked over quickly. The brown-haired woman was Isabella's mother, Renee Higginbotham. Renee hugged Isabella and asked anxiously, "Why did you come back just now? Do you know how worried your mother is about you?" Isabella patted the woman on the back. "Mom, I'm fine, I just went out to relax." As she said that, she let go of the woman and pulled Ian over to the side. "By the way, Mom, this is Ian Potter, the friend I mentioned to you before, my friend at Hogwarts. He was afraid that I would be in danger. So he insisted on sending me back. Thank you for sending Bella back, kid." Renee looked at Ian with gratitude. "I often hear Bella mention you. She said you are the savior of the magic world." Ian waved his hand quickly. "You are too polite, ma'am, just call me Ian." "Okay, Ian, if you don't mind, stay for dinner," Renee invited enthusiastically. Ian was about to agree, but then he thought he had been out for so long, the twins and Lombards were probably still waiting for him in the store. And he didn't say hello to the Weasleys. "It's noon now, Zhao Mao hasn't gone back yet. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Besides, too much is as bad as too little. He has already gained enough favorability today. If he gains more, it will seem deliberate, and he has to leave a good impression on his future mother-in-law." Thinking of this, Ian politely declined Renee's invitation. "Thank you for your invitation, ma'am, but I have been out for too long. My friends are still waiting for me. I'm afraid I have to go back." After hearing this, Renee did not force it. "Okay, Ian, if you are free, you can come to play with Bella often." "Okay, ma'am." Ian smiled and agreed, then turned to look at Isabella. "Bella, I will come to play with you another day." Isabella's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but she still nodded obediently. "Well, Ian, I'll wait for you." Looking at the obedient little witch, Ian really wanted to touch her head, but thinking of Renee who was eyeing him, he still held back. Ian exchanged a few more words with Renee before turning around and leaving. He had to think carefully about what gift to give this girl next time they met, preferably one that would remind her of him when she saw it. When Ian returned to the hip and ha-ha magic tricks, the twins had already started lunch and Lombard was looking at the decoration drawings. "Ian, you're back. What did you buy? This morning has passed." Fred looked behind Ian curiously. "I didn't see what you bought." "I bought new products from Floren's cold drinks for the ladies and snacks for you and the ones still in the burrow." Ian patted his small bag. "They are all in here, did you forget? My bag was cast with a traceless retractable spell so it can hold a lot of things." "Oh, long live Ian." George cheered, then ran over and hooked Ian's shoulders. "Brother, you are so kind." Ian shook his head helplessly and looked at Lombard again. "Lombard, why didn't you eat lunch?" "Master Ian, Lombard hasn't finished his work yet." Lombard raised his head and said seriously, "Besides, when working, Master Ian hasn't eaten lunch yet. Lombard can't eat before the master." "We too have already persuaded your house elf." "That's right. But he just refuses to eat lunch, insisting that he won't eat until the master eats." The twins sang the same tune, making Ian a little bit amused. House elves are very loyal, but sometimes they are too inflexible. If he doesn't come back, will Lombard starve to death? Where can he find such an almighty house elf? And sometimes he doesn't mind giving the house elves some verbal care, which will make them more loyal. Anyway, there won't be a Dobby in their Potter family. Thinking of this, Ian looked at Lombard and said seriously, "Lombard, remember, this is my order. From now on, as long as it is time for dinner, no matter whether you have finished your work or not, no matter whether I have eaten or not, you must eat on time, understand? Master Ian." Master Ian is such a good man, so concerned about Lombard, Lombard will definitely follow Master Ian's orders. Lombard was moved to tears, and he vowed to serve Supervisor Ian more wholeheartedly. Ian looked at the house elf in front of him and sighed helplessly. "Okay, Lombard, have lunch quickly, take us back to the burrow after eating, and then you can get busy with your work." "Yes, Master Ian." Lombard responded loudly, then picked up the sandwich next to him and ate it in big mouthfuls. Ian nodded with satisfaction, picked up a sandwich and sat next to the twins. The biggest advantage of house elves is that they listen to their masters. After lunch, Lombard took Ian and the twins back to the burrow. After returning to the burrow, Ian distributed cold drinks and snacks to everyone and received a lot of thanks. He sat on the sofa, enjoying everyone's thanks and praise, while silently giving himself a thumbs up in his heart. Hermione quietly hooked Ian's little finger and whispered, "I just casually said that I wanted to try the new products of Floren's cold drink shop. Why do you take it so seriously?" Ian glanced at Ginny, who was happily chatting with Ronald in the distance, and responded in a low voice, "I always take your words to heart. As long as you want, even if it is a dragon, I will catch it for you." Hermione heard this and chuckled. "You are just bragging. Dragons are forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. Who dares to raise them? Well, except Hagrid." Hermione suddenly felt a little funny when she thought of Hagrid. She forgot that Hagrid wanted to raise Norbert in the Forbidden Forest. Ian looked at Hermione, who was giggling and thought she was so cute, so he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Hermione's face. Hermione's face turned red when she was pinched. She secretly looked around and saw that no one noticed their little action, so she was relieved. Then she turned her head and glared at Ian in shame and anger. "What are you doing? This is someone else's house. Everyone is still here." I know, I'll pay attention next time." Ian looked at Hermione's shameful look and thought she was even cuter, so he reached out and pinched Hermione's face again. "But you are really too cute, I couldn't help it." Huh. Hermione snorted and then suddenly smelled something and her nose shrugged. "You. Who did you meet in Diagon Alley?" Hermione approached Ian and smelled it, then straightened up. She stared at Ian's eyes with burning eyes, like a beautiful wife who found out that her husband was cheating on her. Ian secretly groaned. He could smell this. "Hermione's nose is too sharp, isn't it?" He smiled awkwardly and explained guiltily. "Didn't Ginny hug me just now? The perfume on her body may have accidentally stained me. Ginny doesn't smell like this." Hermione wrinkled her nose, then stretched out her hand to grab Ian's ear, gritted her teeth and said, "Ian, you lied to me again. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." Ian immediately bared his teeth and screamed, Hermione, let go, I was wrong, I'm telling the truth." "Humph." Hermione snorted lightly, but the strength in her hand was much looser. She let go, then crossed her arms and looked at Ian coldly. "Tell me what's going on." Ian rubbed his ears that were red from being pulled by Hermione, then sighed. "Alas, I'm just afraid that you will be angry." "I'll be even angrier if you don't tell me." Hermione glared at Ian. "Tell me now." Okay, I'll tell you." Ian said quickly, "I just ran into Isabella in Diagon Alley. She was feeling a little down about something, so I comforted her. The perfume on her body might have accidentally rubbed off on me." After Ian finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Hermione and was relieved to see that her expression had eased. When will he be able to stand up with a red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside? Hermione snorted, "I'm not angry, but who told you to lie to me?" Ian was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say it. He was afraid that Hermione would be jealous of others, right? "I was wrong." Ian looked at Hermione and said seriously, "I promise I won't lie to you again next time." Hermione's expression softened after hearing this. "You said it. If I find out you lied to me again, you can do whatever you want," Ian said. Hermione nodded with satisfaction. Ginny, who was far away, looked at Hermione and Ian, who were talking happily, and her eyes dimmed a little. Does Ian like Hermione? Does she have no chance? Ginny couldn't help feeling sad when she thought of this. She lowered her eyelids to hide the sadness in her eyes. "Ginny?" Ronald's voice suddenly rang in Ginny's ears. "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" I'm fine." Ginny came back to her senses, looked at her brother in front of her and pulled the corner of her mouth. "Maybe I'm a little tired." "Oh, then do you want to go upstairs and rest?" Hearing this, Ronald looked at Ginny with some concern. "Didn't you say you didn't rest well yesterday? It just so happens that Ian and the others brought cold drinks and snacks. You can skip lunch and have a good rest." "Well, okay." Ginny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She didn't want to always see Ian and Hermione showing off their love in front of her, so she stood up and said to everyone, "You guys chat first, I'll go upstairs and rest." After that, she turned and went upstairs. "What's wrong with Ginny?" George asked in confusion, looking at Ginny's back. "Why did she suddenly go upstairs?" "Maybe she's tired." Ronald said she didn't get enough rest yesterday. "Oh, that's it." George didn't think much about it after hearing that. Hermione looked at Ginny's back as she went upstairs, then turned her head to look at Ian. Her brows slightly frowned. She seemed to have seen Ginny peeking at Ian just now. Could it be that Ginny also likes Ian? Hermione thought of this and couldn't help but glare at Ian. It's all his fault. Why is he so handsome? He flirts with girls everywhere. Ian, huh? Ian and the other two stayed at the Burrow for a week. During this time, Ian would occasionally sneak out to play at Isabella's house. Of course, he would report to Hermione in advance every time he went out. Although Hermione was a little jealous that Ian had such a good relationship with other little witches, and she was obviously Isabella's roommate, Isabella trusted Ian more. But she also knew the reason why Isabella was sad, so she didn't stop her too much. 2 days later, on a sunny morning, several little wizards received a letter from Hogwarts. "The school has a letter, children," Mr. Weasley said. Ian and the other 4 received a yellow parchment envelope with green words on the front. "Ian, Harry, and Hermione, Dumbledore already knows that you 3 are here. This guy, nothing can be hidden from him." Mrs. Weasley said. She distributed toast slices with a smile and poured tea into cups. "Tomorrow, let's go to Diagon Alley together to buy things for the 2nd grade. Okay, we also need to buy things for the 4th grade. Fred and George walked in slowly, still wearing pajamas. "You 2 got up so late again," Mrs. Weasley said with a stern face. "I really don't understand why you are so sleepy and don't go to the jerk goblin at night. Mom, you don't know that we stayed up very late last night to study new magic props." Fred rubbed his head and said with a smile. George also echoed, "Yes, Mom, we have opened a store with Ian now. We have to work hard to study new products so that we can make money." Okay, you two always have reasons. Miss Weasley said helplessly, "Hurry up and sit down to eat." Everyone nodded, eating while flipping through the letters from Hogwarts. Ian looked at the contents of the letter, which told him to take the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station to school on September 1st. The letter also listed the new books he would use this year. Second-year students should read Standard Spells Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Breaking with the Ghost by Jide Lockhart, Traveling with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Year with the Yeti of Tibet by Jide Lockhart. Fred finished reading his own list and looked at Ian's. You should also buy Gilderoy Lockhart's book, which is a book that you should buy. Lockhart's books. He said, the new defense against the dark arts teacher must be his admirer, maybe a witch. Fred saw his mother's eyes and quickly lowered his head to concentrate on eating his orange marmalade. Those books are not cheap, George said with a quick glance at his parents. Gilderoy Lockhart's books are really expensive. Oh, we will find a way, said Mrs. Weasley, but she looked a little worried. I think many of Ginny's things can be bought secondhand. Aunt Weasley, Ginny is also my sister, and her first-year books were handed over to me. Ian heard it and said quickly, how can this be? Mrs. Weasley heard it and immediately shook her head and said, Ian, how can we let you, a child, spend money? Aunt Weasley, I have always regarded Ginny as a sister. It's just buying books, which is nothing. Ian said with a smile, besides, Harry, Hermione, and I have been staying at the Burrow for so long, and you and Uncle Weasley have been treating us to delicious food and drinks. These few books are really nothing. Ian didn't notice that Ginny's face darkened slightly when she heard Ian say, I always treat her as my sister, but soon returned to normal. How can it be the same? It's my duty to entertain you. Mrs. Weasley still shook her head and said, Ian, we appreciate your kindness, but we will find a way to get Ginny's books. Mom, don't be polite to Ian. Ronald said vaguely while biting a piece of bread, Ian is a rich man, you know these books are nothing to him. Ronald, Mrs. Weasley glared at Ronald and looked at Ian apologetically. Ian, Ronald didn't mean that. It's okay, Aunt Weasley. Ian interrupted Mrs. Weasley with a smile. Ronald is right, these books are really nothing to me, you don't have to be polite to me. Mrs. Weasley hesitated for a moment, then looked at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley smiled and said, since Ian has said so, then you should agree to it. Well, Ian, I'll trouble you. Mrs. Weasley finally nodded and said with a smile, Ginny, why don't you thank Ian quickly? Thank you, Ian, brother Ian is so nice. Ginny smiled brightly and said sweetly. Ian smiled and touched Ginny's head. You're welcome, Ginny, since Ian bought you a book, I'll take care of your cauldron and other things. Harry patted his chest and said loudly, thank you too, Harry. Ginny immediately turned to look at Harry and smiled. Hermione obviously noticed the difference in Ginny's attitude towards Ian and Harry, and she glanced at Ian with a half-smile. Ian's brother, Harry, the difference is obvious. Mom, I want to buy a copy of Lockhart's book too. Percy came in from outside with the letter. He was already dressed, with the badge of the prefect pinned on his knitted short vest. He sat down on the only remaining chair, but immediately jumped up and pulled out a gray feather duster from under his buttocks. At least Harry thought it was a feather duster, and then found that it was breathing. Errol. Ronald shouted. He took the sick owl from Percy's hand and pulled out a letter from under its wings. This guy looks like he died after delivering the letter. Percy was reading his letter, and his face wrinkled when he heard Ronald's words. Errol is very old, it may not be able to complete the long-distance flight anymore. Ronald and the twins nodded in agreement without saying model Percy. Ronald carried Errol to a perch by the back door and tried to let him stand on it, but Errol fluttered and fell off again. Ronald had to put him on the drain board, muttering, poor thing. Hey, it's a letter from Draco. He knew you were playing at my house, so he just wrote to me directly. Ronald glanced at the words on the envelope, then tore open the envelope and quickly read the contents of the letter. Draco asked when we would go to Diagon Alley to buy books. He hopes to meet us in Diagon Alley. Dear Ronald, Harry, Ian, Hermione, I hope everything is well. We haven't seen each other since Ian and Harry's birthday. I hope you have a good summer vacation. I know you must be enjoying your vacation just like me. The Nimbus 2001 that my father bought me is really great. I think its speed is comparable to that of the Firebolt now. When are you going to Diagon Alley to buy books and things? I hope to meet you in Diagon Alley. By the way, Ronald, you'd better change an owl. I think your bird will die if you send another letter. Looking forward to meeting you. Your loyal Draco. After reading the letter, Ronald looked up at Ian and the other two. Shall we tell Draco that we're going to Diagon Alley tomorrow? Sure, you write back to him and tell him that we're going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Ian nodded. Cassandra also wrote to me a few days ago so we can go to Diagon Alley together tomorrow. Cassandra also wrote to you. Hermione looked at Ian immediately after hearing this. What did she say in the letter? Nothing, just asking me when I'm going to Diagon Alley. We haven't seen each other much during the holiday and she misses us a little. Ian shrugged. I've promised her that I'll write to her when the date of going to Diagon Alley is confirmed. Humph, miss us. She probably only misses you. Hermione muttered in a low voice, but Ian didn't hear it. Ronald, write back to Draco quickly and tell him that we're going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Harry urged immediately. Got it, write it right away. Ronald said, taking out a piece of parchment and a quill from his school bag and started writing quickly. Ian also took out a piece of parchment. He also wanted to write to Cassandra, and Isabella, the two little witches must miss him. Alas, the charm is too big, it's a trouble. Just write a few words. Fred and George held Ronald's arms on the left and right. You don't mind the weight, but Errol can't fly. Yes, it's probably going to go directly to Merlin after delivering this letter. Percy said on the side, let Themis do it. Ian smiled. After that, he bent his fingers and whistled, summoning his own golden eagle Themis. A few seconds later, a golden light streaked across the sky and Themis landed accurately on Ian's arm. It raised its head dignifiedly and its eagle eyes were sharp and energetic. Good girl. Ian took a piece of jerky from the table. Themis rubbed Ian with its head, then lowered its head and ate the jerky in Ian's hand. Wow. The twins exclaimed and then turned to look at Ronald. Look at Themis, then look at your Errol. They are both birds. Why is there such a big difference? Themis is a golden eagle, Errol. Hermione looked at the sickly owl, hesitated and said, Errol is an old owl. They are different species. Thank you for your explanation, Hermione. Ronald rolled his eyes and tied the letter carefully to Themis's leg, but I think they both know this. Ian also tied the other two letters to Themis's legs and then patted its head. Good Themis, go. Themis raised its head and uttered a crisp cry, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. In just a few seconds, it disappeared from everyone's sight. It's so cool. Ronald looked at the direction where Themis disappeared with envy. I also want a golden eagle. Please give me flowers. Stop dreaming. Golden eagles are birds of prey. They are expensive and dangerous. You can't afford them. Fred and George mercilessly broke Ronald's fantasy. Ronald murmured a few times, what's wrong with me fantasizing? Fred ignored his brother and raised his eyebrows at Ian and Harry. Do you want to practice Quidditch? School is about to start. We have to practice. I'm from Slytherin. You invited me. Aren't you afraid that the Quidditch Cup will belong to a Slytherin again? Hearing this, Ian immediately looked at Fred with a smile. Ha, although I admit that you are very strong, we have Harry, the best seeker. George patted Ian on the shoulder. As long as our chasers don't cause trouble this time, the Quidditch Cup will definitely belong to Gryffindor. Ian stood up. Let's go and practice. Ian and his friends went to a paddock on the hill that belonged to the Weasleys. It was surrounded by trees and would not be seen by the people in the village below. They could practice Quidditch there as long as they flew too high. But they couldn't use real Quidditch balls, because if they accidentally let them fly over the village, it would be hard to tell, so they just tossed apples to each other. They took turns riding Ian and Harry's Nimbus 2000, which was much better than the Weasley brothers' brooms, and Ronald's shooting star was often left behind by butterflies. Ian, you're awesome. Hermione looked at Ian, who caught another apple, walked up to him and wiped his sweat. You two brothers are monsters, right? George looked at Ian and Harry and said helplessly, I feel that apple rarely comes to our hands. Ginny is not bad. I think she is very suitable to be a chaser. Ian glanced at Ginny, who was flying on a broomstick, turned his head and looked at Fred. Do you still need a chaser in your team? When you are in the 2nd grade, you can give priority to Ginny. Ginny. Fred turned to look at his little sister. Ginny, Ian said you are quite suitable to be a chaser, so when you go to Hogwarts, you can consider joining the Quidditch team as a chaser. Ginny almost fell off her broom when she heard Ian's praise. She steadied herself and looked at Ian shyly. Really? Ian, am I really suitable to be a chaser? Of course, I rarely praise people. Ian smiled and nodded. Believe me, Ginny, I think you will become an excellent chaser. Ginny rode on the broom and landed on the ground. She waved her hands in a panic. I still need to practice more. Well, you need to practice more. Your flying skills are still a little poor now. George looked at Ginny and said seriously, you need to practice more flying skills and exercise your reaction ability so that you can become a qualified chaser. Ian hit George on the back of his head. He was getting more and more comfortable with this action now. Ginny is so young, stop talking nonsense. Ian glared at George, then turned to look at Ginny. Don't listen to your brother, you're already great. Ginny blushed at Ian's praise. She lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Thank you, Ian." George covered his head and looked at Ian with his teeth bared. "You hit me hard." Harry also flew to Ian on his broomstick. "Ginny is good at Quidditch. I think she is also suitable to be a seeker. George, everyone in your family is good at Quidditch." "Ah, I don't know how Percy is." That's right, not only Ian and his boys came to practice Quidditch, but also two girls, Hermione and Ginny, came with them. However, Hermione came mainly to see Ian. They wanted to invite Percy to go with them, but he said that he didn't have time. It can be said that up to now, Ian and the other two can only see Percy when they are eating. He plays well, but his brain is not very bright. Hearing this, Fred said with some disgust, "I don't know what he thinks. He actually likes to be a class leader. It's so stupid." "Besides, we really want to know what he is doing." George also frowned and said, "He has been very abnormal recently. He got his test results the day before you came. He got 12 OWL certificates and I didn't see how he got them. Yes, he used to let me use the Hermes to send letters, but this summer he didn't let me use it at all. He refused to lend it to me, saying that he needed it himself." Ronald also said, "I don't know what he is doing. He sent a lot of letters and stayed alone in the room. I don't understand why the prefect badge has to be wiped so many times." "Is he in love?" Ian just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. "Percy is in love? That's Penelo, Ravenclaw's beautiful prefect Penelo." Ian remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in the original plot, but he didn't remember it clearly, but he remembered that it seemed that during the summer vacation of the 6th grade, Percy and Penelo were in love. Who wouldn't like a beautiful older sister? She's only 4 years older, not 40 years older. Ian thought of Penelo's hot body and gritted his teeth secretly. He had forgotten about it, otherwise. Be a thief for once. After hearing Ian's words, Fred and George looked at each other and then looked at Ronald. "Ronald, I think Ian may be telling the truth. Percy may really be in love." "Ah." Ronald heard this and his eyes widened immediately. "Percy is in love. With whom he actually fell in love, and who would like him? How can you talk like that, Ronald?" Hermione heard this and immediately glared at Ronald. "Why can't Percy fall in love?" "I think he is a good person." "Only you think he is good, Hermione. Only you and him have common topics. Who makes you both good students?" Ronald pouted, then turned to look at Ian. Even Ian doesn't like Percy very much. "Hey, why are you suddenly talking about me?" Ian heard this and immediately rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense, Ronald, but you really don't like Percy very much." Ronald looked at Ian and said seriously, "I..." Ian was speechless after hearing this. He really didn't like Percy that much, but he didn't hate him. It was just that their personalities and ideas were somewhat incompatible, so he didn't communicate with Percy much. However, no matter how much he disliked Percy, he wouldn't say anything bad about Percy at this time. After all, Percy was also a member of the Weasley family. "Okay, let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about Percy's love life." Fred looked at Ian and the others and said with a gossipy look on his face, "Who do you think Percy is dating?" "Why think about this? You'll know after school starts." Ian looked at Fred and said helplessly, "You should practice Quidditch now, otherwise you won't be defeated by the other 2 colleges before we Slytherin when you go to Hogwarts." "Hey Ian, how can you say that to me?" Fred heard this and immediately yelled with some dissatisfaction, "With my skills, how could I lose? Cedric from Hufflepuff is also very strong. If Gryffindor doesn't work hard and seriously, it's possible that he will lose." Ian looked at Fred and said seriously, "So you should practice well. Don't ask so many questions. When I'm done being a thief, you'll know who Percy originally crushed." "Okay, then I'll show you the strength of our Gryffindor," Fred said and rushed out on his broom. Ian looked at Fred's back, smiled and shook his head, then practiced for a while. As he said that, he also flew out on his broom. In the following time, Ian and his friends kept practicing Quidditch until the sun went down. The next day, Mrs. Weasley woke Ian and his friends up early in the morning. Each of them hurriedly ate 5 or 6 bacon sandwiches and then put on their coats. Mrs. Weasley picked up a flower pot from the kitchen mantel and looked inside. "Not much, Arthur." She sighed. "I have to buy some today." "Okay, guests first. Ian, Harry, who will go first?" Harry raised his hand. "I'll go first, Aunt Weasley." "Okay, Harry, you can give Ian and Hermione a sample first," Mrs. Weasley said and handed the flower pot to him. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. But, how to use this? You have never used Floo powder?" Mrs. Weasley asked in surprise. "Never used it, Mr. Weasley asked curiously. "Then how did you go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies?" "It was Hagrid. Hagrid picked me up," Harry said. "Then he should teach you how to use Floo powder," Mr. Weasley said, handing the flower pot to Fred. "This is very important. You can't not even use Floo powder. Otherwise, when you graduate from Hogwarts, you can't always ask Hagrid to pick you up to Diagon Alley." "He's fine, Dad." Fred winked at Harry. Harry, watch us do it first. He pinched a handful of shiny powder from the flower pot, walked to the stove, and threw the powder into the flame. With a whoosh, the fire turned green and rose higher than Fred. He walked straight into the fire, shouted Diagon Alley. For a week and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You have to throw the powder, Mr. Weasley said to Harry, into the flame and then say where you are going. You must speak clearly, child, Mrs. Weasley said to Harry, and George also put his hand into the flower pot. Also, don't walk too fast and don't say the place name vaguely, otherwise it's easy to go to the wrong place. Don't go wrong. Harry asked nervously. The flames roared up and also circled the incurable. You know, there are many kinds of magic fire. You have to choose the right one, but as long as you speak clearly, he will be fine. Molly, don't be nervous, Mr. Weasley said while also getting the flue powder. But dear, if he gets lost, how can we explain to his Granger couple? Aunt Weasley, don't worry, I will be fine. Harry patted his chest and said confidently, I already know how to use it. Then. Okay, you walk behind Arthur. Mrs. Weasley said, remember, once you walk into the fire, say where you are going, hold your elbows tight. Ronald taught him, close your eyes, Mrs. Weasley said, there's soot, don't move. Ronald added, or you might fall out of another fireplace. But don't panic, don't come out too early, wait until you see Fred and Zedge. Harry tried hard to remember all this in his mind, reached out and took a pinch of flue powder and walked to the flame. Harry took a deep breath, sprinkled the powder into the fire, walked forward. The flame was like a gust of hot wind. He opened his mouth and immediately inhaled a large mouthful of hot ash. Yes, yes, Diagon Alley. He coughed. Ian looked at Harry. As if he was sucked into a huge socket, the whole person quickly disappeared in the flames. Is he okay? Hermione looked at Mrs. Weasley nervously. It's okay, look, he has arrived safely in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Weasley pointed to the fireplace and saw that the flame in the fireplace gradually returned to normal. Who's going next? Mrs. Weasley looked at the remaining people and asked. I'll do it. Ian took a step forward, followed the example of the person in front of him, picked up a pinch of flue powder from the flower pot and threw it into the flame. Diagon Alley. He walked into the green flames and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Ian felt as if his body was spinning rapidly, and the whistling sound beside his ears was deafening. He tried desperately to open his eyes, but the swirling green flames made him dizzy. Something hard hit his elbow and Ian clamped his arms tightly, still spinning and spinning. Now it seemed like a frozen hand was slapping his cheek. Ian squinted and saw a series of furnace doors flashing by and vaguely glimpsed the room outside the fireplace. It's amazing, I don't know how the Ministry of Magic covered the whole of Britain with the Flue network, which is much more convenient than the subway for muggles. Ian was still thinking and felt his legs being pulled suddenly, his knees softened, and the whole person almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he reacted quickly and stabilized his body quickly. The image is maintained. He squinted his eyes and looked around and found that he had arrived at Diagon Alley. Ian, have you seen Harry? A concerned voice came from his ear. Ian turned his head and saw that it was his companion. Harry, shouldn't he have arrived long ago, ahead of me? Ian asked in a puzzled manner. Ian knew that Harry might have arrived at Nocturn Alley, but he was not worried about Harry. His cheap brother had the aura of the protagonist and would not die. Yeah, we arrived earlier than him, but we don't know where this kid ran to. We waited for a long time but didn't see him come out. George frowned and said, could he have gone to the wrong place? Ian guessed, it's possible. After all, this kid used flue powder for the first time. George said anxiously, we have to find him. Mr. Weasley also realized that something was wrong and walked over quickly. What's wrong? Where's Harry? Dad, Harry might have gone to the wrong place. George told Mr. Weasley what happened. This kid, he had a problem the first time he used flue powder. Mr. Weasley shook his head. Let's split up and look for him. Wait until Aunt Weasley and the others come and then look for him together. Ian pretended to be anxious and said, people, pictures, history, crystals. A few minutes later, Mrs. Weasley and others also came to Diagon Alley. After hearing the news that Harry 10 might be lost, everyone was anxious and said they would go out to look for Harry. After everyone agreed on a meeting place, they went their separate ways to look for Harry. As Ian said, Harry went to Nocturn Alley. Harry didn't know where he was, but he was sure he was lost because there was no one there. He seemed to be standing in a stone fireplace in a spacious and dim wizard shop. But it seemed that nothing here could be on the shopping list of Hogwarts School. On the mat in a glass box next to it, there was a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a glass eyeball that was motionless. Ferocious masks glared down from the walls, various human bones were placed on the counters, and rusty sharp-toothed instruments hung from the ceiling. Worse still, Harry could see that the dark and narrow alley outside the dusty shop window was definitely not Diagon Alley. Just as Harry was about to leave, he saw two figures outside the window walking towards the store. It was Draco and his father Lucius. Harry was delighted and was about to rush out to seek their help when he suddenly remembered what Ian and his friends said at the birthday party that day. Draco was a friend, not his father. Harry quickly looked around and saw a large black cabinet on the left. He slipped in and closed the door, leaving only a small gap. A few seconds later, the bell in the store rang and the two Malfoys walked into the store. This was not the first time Harry had seen Lucius. He had seen him at the King's Cross platform at the end of the semester. The same pale pointed face as Draco, the same cold gray eyes, and the light golden hair floating behind his head. Lucius walked through the store, looked at the items on display lazily, rang the bell on the counter, and then turned to his son and said, "Don't touch anything, Draco." Draco was about to reach out to touch the glass eyeball and curled his lips. "Dad, I thought you were going to buy me a gift. I told you that you won't get anything here. I just bought you the Nimbus 2001. Don't even think about buying anything else." Lucius saw the dissatisfaction on Draco's face and said, "My friend Hermione is having a birthday and I want to buy her a present too." Draco muttered, "Oh, that muggle wizard, little Potter's girlfriend?" Lucius frowned slightly. "Hey Dad, don't say that about Hermione." Draco protested, "She's my friend just like Ian and the others." Lucius glanced at Draco, raised his eyebrows slightly and said nothing more. Just then a hunched man with a wretched face appeared behind the counter. He stroked his greasy hair back with his hands, his eyes were cunning, and his voice was hoarse. "Mr. Malfoy, what a rare guest, it's a pleasure to see you again. It's a great honor and Master Malfoy welcome, Mr. Borgin said in a tone as greasy as his hair. "What can I do for you? I want to show you what I just bought today. The price is very fair. I'm not buying anything today, Mr. Borgin. I'm here to sell something." Lucius interrupted Mr. Borgin's sales pitch. "Selling things?" Mr. Borgin's smile faded a little. "You must have heard that the Ministry has stepped up its searches," Lucius said, taking out a roll of parchment from the inside pocket of his clothes and unfolding it to Mr. Borgin. "I have some things at home that may cause me inconvenience if the Ministry comes." Mr. Borgin put on a pair of pince-nez and looked down at the list. "I don't think the Ministry will bother you, Doctor." Lucius curled his lips. "It hasn't come yet." Malfoy's name still has some prestige, but the Ministry is getting more and more nosy. It is said that a new Muggle Protection Act is going to be introduced. It must be that sloppy idiot Arthur Weasley who is behind it. He likes Muggles the most. Harry, who was hiding in the cupboard, felt furious. He really wanted to jump out and punch Lucius hard, but he forced himself to continue listening. What about Draco? He didn't care. As long as it didn't affect him making friends and playing with Ian and Harry, he shrugged and said whatever he wanted. "You know, these things are very unlucky and hot yams, Mr. Borgin," Lucius said, rolling up the parchment again. "It's not worth getting into trouble for this. You know, there are some poisons on it that can make it look." "I understand, sir, of course," Mr. Borgin said and took the thing and examined it carefully. "Let me see. Can you show me that?" Draco asked, pointing to the withered human hand on the cushion. "Ah, the hand of glory," Mr. Borgin shouted, throwing down Lucius's list and running to Draco. "Put a candle on it, and only the person holding it can see the light. It is the best friend of thieves and robbers. Your son has good eyesight, sir." "I hope my son is better than thieves and robbers, Borgin," Lucius said coldly. Mr. Borgin immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, I didn't mean that. But if his grades don't improve," Lucius said in a colder tone, "he might only be able to do those things." "It's not my fault," Draco retorted. "Ian and Hermione have always been at the top of their class. This is a matter of talent, and Harry and Zero. And Weasley didn't do as well as I did." Draco glanced at Lucius's face, swallowed the name Ronald, and changed it to Weasley. Lucius's face twitched violently when he mentioned Harry and Weasley. He glared at Draco. "How dare you say that? What's so glorious about being better than them? A pureblood traitor, eh?" Lucius shut up. He remembered that he hadn't given Harry an identity that would make him feel relieved. He could only curse angrily. "If you must compare with these two, you might as well compare with Granger the Muggle. It's like this everywhere," Mr. Borgin said in his slick tone. "Wizard blood is becoming less and less valuable." "I don't think so," Lucius said, his long nostrils flaring and breathing heavily. "Me neither, Doctor," Mr. Borgin bowed deeply. "Well, maybe we can get on with my list," Lucius said impatiently. "I don't have much time, Borgin. I have something important to do today." They began to haggle, and Draco looked at the items for sale in the shop at will, and they were about to get to Harry's hiding place. Draco stopped to study a long noose, and then smiled foolishly and read the tag on a gorgeous opal necklace. Caution, do not touch, it has been cursed, it has taken the lives of 19 muggles. Just when Harry thought Draco would not find him, Draco suddenly turned around and saw the cabinet. He walked over, stretched out his hand and opened the temple door. Harry and Draco looked at each other in a watery way. Draco had never expected that there was someone hiding in the cabinet. He jumped back in shock and recognized Harry. "Harry," Draco asked in a low voice, "why are you here?" Harry gestured frantically to Draco, indicating that he should keep his voice down and not be discovered by Lucius. Draco nodded, he closed the cabinet door and put Harry close the cupboard again. "Draco, what are you doing?" Lucius asked curiously after paying the bill and finding Draco standing next to a cabinet. "Nothing, Dad," Draco said. His heart was beating fast, but he tried to stay calm. "I just look at this photo. The deal has been made." Lucius glanced at the cabinet and frowned. "Don't hang around, Draco, we should go." "Okay, Dad," Draco said obediently. He followed Lucius out of Borgin and Burke's, his heart still beating wildly. He didn't know why Harry was hiding in that cabinet, but he knew that this must not be known to his father. "Goodbye, Mr. Borgin. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow to pick up the goods." As soon as the door closed, Mr. Borgin immediately put away his frowning tone. "Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy. If those rumors are true, what you sold me is less than half of what you have hidden in your house." Mr. Borgin muttered angrily and walked into the back room. Harry waited for a while, afraid that he would come out again, and then he got out of the cabinet as quietly as possible and looked around. There was no one in the store. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to be careless. He walked past the glass counters and slipped out of the store quietly, fearing that he would be discovered by Mr. Borgin. It was not until he walked several streets that Harry completely relaxed. He pressed his broken glasses on his eyes and looked around. In front of him was a dirty alley, which seemed to be lined with shops for dark magic. The one he just came out of was called Boggin and Burke, which seemed to be the largest store, but the window of the store opposite was displaying some shrunken heads in a gloomy manner. 2 storefronts apart, a large cage was full of huge black spiders. In a dark doorway, 2 ragged wizards were looking at him and whispering. Harry couldn't help but feel creepy, and he wanted to leave here quickly. He thought that he might have swallowed a mouthful of ashes in the Weasley's stove and didn't say the name of the place clearly, so he came to this hellhole. Harry tried to straighten the lenses of his glasses all the way, holding a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping to find his way out. An old wooden street sign hung in front of a shop selling poison candles, telling him that this was Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley. Harry had heard about this place from Ian. Unlike Diagon Alley, Nocturn Alley is full of darkness and danger, and is a place where many dark people love to hang out. Dark magic items are smuggled here, evil experiments are conducted, assassinations, kidnapping, and other dirty transactions are carried out. Ian also said that sometimes when customers are discussing business here, they will suddenly disappear and become part of the goods. Harry couldn't help but shudder. He quickened his pace, wanting to leave this hellhole as soon as possible. However, he seemed to be trapped in a maze, surrounded by gloomy shops and weird wizards, and he couldn't find a way out. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm, and Harry was so scared that he almost screamed. "Are you lost, dear?" An old witch stood in front of him, holding a plate of something that looked like a whole piece of dead person's nails. She squinted at Harry, revealing her moss-covered teeth. Harry stepped back in fear. He thought this was the death trap his brother Ian had mentioned. Now no one would come to save him. "I'm fine, thank you," Harry stammered. Harry. "What are you doing here?" Harry's heart began to beat, and he felt that the voice was like a heavenly music. The witch was also startled, and her nails fell on the back of her feet. The old witch cursed something, and Hagrid, our burly gamekeeper, was striding towards the 2 of them. Good money, Zhao, with beetle-like black eyes shining brightly on his beard. "Hagrid." Harry was so excited that he almost cried. "I'm lost. Ian and the others are in Diagon Alley." "Flue powder." Hagrid grabbed Harry's neck and pulled him away from the old witch and waved his hand to knock the plate out of her hand. Her screams chased them through the winding alleys until they came into the bright sunlight. Harry saw a familiar snow-white marble building in the distance, Gringotts Bank. Great, Hagrid took him directly to Diagon Alley. Harry was completely relieved. He was finally safe. Merlin bless him. "Look at you," Hagrid said gruffly, brushing off the coal dust on Harry's body. He was so heavy-handed that he almost pushed him into a dragon dung bucket outside a pharmacy. "Wandering around in Nocturn Alley, don't you know? That's not a good place, Harry. Don't let anyone see you there. It's dangerous." "I noticed that too." Harry saw Hagrid was going to brush off the dust for him again and quickly dodged. "I told you I was lost. What are you doing there?" Harry thought Ian said that generally dark wizards would go to Nocturn Alley. Hagrid is not a dark wizard. What can he do there? I'm looking for an insecticide that can repel flesh-eating slugs. Hagrid said gruffly, they are almost destroying all the cabbages in the school. Is that so? Harry looked at Hagrid suspiciously. A carnivorous slug-eating cabbage. Did it change its menu? Did Hagrid think he was stupid? This must be a lie. Harry. Harry looked up and saw Ian, Hermione, and Mr. Weasley running down the crowded street. Harry, Mr. Weasley panted and wiped his shiny bald head. We hope you just missed a furnace door. Molly is so anxious she will be here soon. Although Ian knew that Harry, who was the protagonist, would not be in trouble, he was also anxious. Harry, where did you go? Nocturn Alley. Hagrid said with a straight face, luckily I was there. When I saw Harry, he was being harassed by an old witch. Great, Fred and George shouted together, that's Nocturn Alley, the adults never let us go there. Ronald said enviously. Hermione said coldly to the three Weasley brothers, what a good place that is. You all want to go there? Will these three guys take her Ian to Nocturn Alley one day? That's right. Ian agreed flatteringly, Nocturn Alley is dangerous, we shouldn't always think about taking risks in dangerous places. Right, Hermione? That's right. Hermione looked at Ian with relief. Ian finally understood her painstaking efforts, which was great. She was really afraid that Ian would be led astray by Fred and George one day. Fred and George and Ronald, don't think we didn't see that you guys also looked longing for Nocturn Alley. Ian looked at the sky, the ground, and Hermione, but didn't look at the three Weasley brothers. What are you looking at? You don't have a partner, how can I be the same as you three single dogs? While they were talking, Mrs. Weasley ran over here in a hurry, her handbag swinging violently. Ginny pulled Mrs. Weasley's other hand and followed with difficulty. Oh, Harry, oh dear, you can go anywhere. She took out a coat brush from her bag breathlessly and began to sweep the coal dust that Hagrid had not brushed off Harry's body. Ian looked at Harry, who was holding his breath to avoid inhaling the coal dust, and his mouth twitched. Have they ever thought that they are wizards? Are the wands in their hands useless sticks? Clean and repair quickly. Ian pointed his wand at Harry. The next second, Harry's body became clean as before and his eyes were repaired like new. Harry took off his glasses and looked at them and gave Ian a thumbs up. Seeing that Harry was fine, Hagrid was ready to leave. I have to go, goodbye, tying. Hagrid, I haven't thanked you yet, Hagrid. Thanks to you for finding him in Nocturn Alley, Mrs. Weasley held Hagrid's big hand tightly with both hands. I really don't know how to thank you. One, Molly, don't be silly, this is what I should do. Hagrid grinned. Okay, see you at Hogwarts. He walked away with big strides, taller than everyone on the street by a head and a shoulder. Let's go, kids, let's go to Gringotts to get the money first, Mr. Weasley said and walked towards Gringotts with a group of little wizards. Ian lagged behind 2 steps and walked side by side with Harry. Seriously, Harry, what does Nocturn Alley look like? Ian hadn't really seen what Nocturn Alley looked like yet, and he didn't really value his life. He thought that after he finished studying with Tom in the diary this semester, he would go to Nocturn Alley for a stroll. Harry described Nocturn Alley to Ian and then lowered his voice and said, I don't think Hagrid is telling the truth. When did the carnivorous slugs eat cabbage? What do you think he was doing in Nocturn Alley? He must have gone to buy some small animals that violated the Ministry of Magic regulations. Ian shrugged. You know, Hagrid just has that hobby. Hermione listened to the conversation between the two with her ears perked up. When she heard this, she rolled her eyes. Thank God, there is no Philosopher's Stone this semester, and Hagrid will not raise a dragon again. Ian nodded in agreement. That's right, I don't want to go through the first grade again. Boring game of passing levels, playing house with Harry and other teachers. Harry also nodded in agreement. He didn't want to go through what happened in their first year again. Gringotts is run by goblins, the door of the bank is made of bronze, and there are some words engraved on the door to remind people who have ulterior motives against Gringotts. Entering the bank, the narrow porch is flanked by tall bronze doors. Mr. Weasley took them along the porch, telling them that Gringotts is the safest place in the world except Hogwarts. Hey, guess who I saw in Borgin and Burke's? When stepping onto the steps of Gringotts, Harry raised his eyebrows at his friends, Draco and his father Lucius Malfoy. Ian and other little wizards haven't spoken yet. Mr. Weasley heard the name Lucius Malfoy and seemed to be triggered. Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything? Mr. Weasley asked vigilantly behind them. No, he went to sell things. Harry recalled the scene at that time. It's some things from his home. Ahaha, he's scared, Mr. Weasley said seriously and satisfied. Oh, to be honest, I really want to catch evidence of Lucius Malfoy. Mrs. Weasley glared at Mr. Weasley and warned him not to say such things in front of the children. Mr. Weasley stopped talking immediately. He took his wife and children through the second silver door and entered the marble-covered hall of Gringotts Bank. Hundreds of goblins sat on rows of high stools and registered accounts in the copper cubicles. Inside the bank, the Grangers had been waiting for a long time. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. Hermione saw the Grangers, her eyes lit up, and she ran over with Ian. Harry looked at his brother and future brother-in-law helplessly and trotted after them. Ian hadn't seen the Grangers for a long time and immediately smiled brightly and followed Hermione obediently to call people. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger. Harry followed suit. Children, I miss you too. How was your time at the Weasleys for more than a week? Mrs. Granger held the hands of Hermione, Ian, and Harry and asked anxiously. The three looked at each other and replied with a smile, "We had a great time. Aunt Weasley took good care of us." Mrs. Weasley smiled and waved her hands. No, Ian and the other three are very sensible. I also want them to stay at our house for a few more days. My 3 children are really a bother to you. It's embarrassing. Mrs. Granger replied with a smile. Ian watched the 2 mothers bragging about their business and his mouth twitched. Aside, Mr. Granger and Mr. Weasley also exchanged pleasantries. After the greetings, the Weasleys and the Grangers took the children to get the money. John, you want to exchange Muggle currency, right? Is this the British pound? Mr. Weasley stared at the stack of British pounds in Mr. Granger's hand excitedly. He had never seen Muggle currency before. Yes, Arthur, this is the British pound, Mr. Granger said, handing the British pound to the goblin. The goblin took the British pound, checked it carefully, and handed Mr. Granger a bag of gold galleons, a total of 100. Alas, it's a pity that Ian and Harry have vaults and don't need to exchange with British pounds. Mr. Granger handed the gold galleons to Hermione with a look of regret. Ian and Harry, no, Uncle Granger, what does this regretful expression mean? The money spent on the children's school is simply too little, but it can only be exchanged for 100 gold galleons in a semester. I feel that I am treating Hermione a little unfairly. Not to mention Ian and Harry, I don't even need to exchange pounds for gold galleons. Mr. Granger sighed. These 2 children. Ian and Harry looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Uncle Granger is saying this again. We should go to the vault to get money. Ian reminded the Weasleys and interrupted Mr. Granger's nagging. Mr. Weasley then remembered that they should go to the vault and immediately stopped thinking about the pounds and took his wife and children to an idle goblin. Let's go to the underground vault to get some money, Wayne, Mr. Weasley said to the idle goblin. Hello, Mr. Weasley. The goblin Wayne nodded. What's the vault number? Please show me your key. Number 511, Mr. Weasley took out a key from his pocket and handed it over. The goblin Wayne took the key and looked at it, frowning. Mr. Weasley, there is not much money in your vault. Mr. Weasley smiled awkwardly. I know, Wayne, take us down first. We also want to withdraw money. Ian and Harry looked at each other and said, Ian Potter, vault number 687. Harry Potter, vault number 676. When the goblin heard the names of Ian and Harry, his green bean eyes widened slightly, and his attitude was more respectful than before. Mr. Potter, please show me your keys. Ian and Harry took out their keys and handed them over. The goblin took the keys, checked them carefully, and took the 2 families to the vault. The goblin-driven car shuttled on the small rails, passing through the bank's underground passages to reach the vaults. The speeding along the way was very exciting. When the Weasley family's vault was opened, Harry was shocked. He felt more terrible than when he was in Nocturn Alley. There was a very inconspicuous pile of silver sickles and only 1 gold galleon in the Weasley family's vault. Harry swore to Merlin that he had never thought that the country of Weasley would be so poor. Ian kicked Harry with his foot and whispered, "Put away your shock." Harry listened to his brother's words and immediately restrained his expression, trying to make himself look calm. Mrs. Weasley showed an awkward but polite smile on her face, and she quickly put all the money in the vault into the bag. On the side, the Granger couple pretended not to see the shabby appearance of the Weasley family's vault and talked to Hermione. Goblin Wayne led everyone to Harry and Ian's vaults one after another. Harry's vault was full of gold galleons, silver sickles were rare, not to mention coinets. Harry felt very embarrassed, and he tried not to let others see him, and hurriedly swept a few handfuls of coins into a small bag with a traceless retraction charm. Even though he was very fast, the Grangers and the Weasleys still saw the vault full of gold galleons, and their expressions were a little dazed. Although I knew that Ian and Harry were rich, they were too rich. Harry, it seems that your new vault has more money than the old one. Ronald looked at the vault full of gold coins, swallowed his saliva, and his tone was full of envy. Harry didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Ian helped him out. Although I am the head of the family, I certainly can't treat Harry badly. The money here is not only half of the original vault, but also the part that my parents gave to Harry and the annual profit dividends of several factories. I see. Ronald nodded and said nothing more. Ian was the last one to withdraw money. His vault was even more exaggerated than Harry's. The gold galleons were piled up into a small mountain which looked very spectacular. Ian acted very calmly, as if he didn't see the mountain of gold in the vault, and casually swept some gold galleons into his bag. He had no interest in money at all. He was the Alibaba cloud of the world. The Weasleys and the Grangers were numb, there was so much gold. After withdrawing the money, the Goblin Wayne led everyone out of the vault and returned to the bank lobby. The group parted on the marble steps outside the bank. Percy muttered about buying a new quill pen, and Fred and George saw their friend Lee Jordan from Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley insisted on taking the Grangers to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were going to Ollivander's wand shop to buy Ginny a wand. Ian and Harry each grabbed a handful of gold galleons from their bags and stuffed them into Mrs. Weasley's hands. Aunt Weasley, we agreed that Ginny's books and other things will be paid for by both of us. Please don't refuse. Mrs. Weasley wanted to refuse, but she had to accept it when she remembered that she had promised yesterday. Ian, Harry, thank you, this is enough. Mrs. Weasley only took 22. She said that this was enough to pay for the books and other things. She would not accept more. Ian and Harry did not say anything. They knew Mrs. Weasley's character and did not insist. Meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour. I will buy you textbooks. Mrs. Weasley told the Weasley brothers and left with Ginny. Don't go to Nocturn Alley, she shouted at the twin brothers' backs. Ian, Hermione, Harry, and Ronald strolled on the cobblestone winding street. The gold, silver, and copper coins rang happily in their pockets, clamoring to be spent. So they bought a lot of delicious food, such as a huge strawberry peanut and oil ice cream. They strolled through the streets while enjoying the ice cream, looking at the plaques and glittering letters and exquisitely carved signs in the shop windows. They walked past the shrinking potions, automatic inkjet quills, and memory balls displayed in the pharmacist's window, and passed by barrels of crucibles, owls, cats, toads, and cattails.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.